you're a system, right? And information is an input. Your brain is basically a process that like uses that information to then create outputs. And in life, we have inputs and we have outputs. Now, everyone has the same inputs, right? No, not everyone, because if you don't buy this program, you don't have the input of the information. But for the most part, like you have access to most information all the time. And so like what goes on between input and output is the thing that really matters. And the input and the output, like what's going to sit in the middle of that was your thinking and how you process information. Now, yes, your paradigm, your identity, it all comes into that. And like if you haven't got your identity sorted and your self sorted and your paradigm sorted, then any attempt to think critically is going to probably be wasted, because you're going to end up thinking like, well, this isn't me. Like there's no point anyway. I'm just going to give up. So we've kind of gone through this mindset training in a very linear fashion. And we started with yourself and your paradigm, but now I'm actually going to explain a model for thinking, to actually process information and see reality and deal with reality and see the world in a way that very few people can. This is polarity paradoxes, and we're going to talk about non-binary thinking here. This has taken me 5 years to learn, and it is my most like cherished weapon when it comes to thinking. This thing is the magnitude of this and the effect this can have on your life and your ability to make money and have fun and just basically have a better life is you can't measure how effective this thing is, because it's just off the scales. When you make this shift in your thinking and when you apply this to your life and you really listen to what I'm telling you in this video and apply it, and you sort of go down to the deepest level of your brain and just turn a little switch to make yourself think in this way, you'll process information in a way that nobody else can. I have done like thousands of hours of coaching, and I've spoken to thousands of business owners, like 3,000 people on sales calls at this point, and even more like elsewhere. And it's extremely hard to find someone that can think like this. And I know a few people that think like this, and ironically, they're the most successful people I know. And I realized that, and so I studied it, and I've learned how to think in this way, and it is going to completely change your life. All of my strategies, my sales strategies, my cold outreach strategies, my cold email strategies, my cold messaging strategies, my cold calling strategies, my YouTube organic strategies, the inbound stuff we use, the mindset training, the offer training, everything that I've produced is a result of non-binary thinking, which is what we're going to talk about in this video. And if you want to produce good outputs in life, you need to have a good process to process the information that comes in through life, and it kind of helps to know how to do that. So this video is going to be quite a long one, as you can tell, but if you master this and you really nail this, you can kind of move through life and be as fluid as you want, and nothing will stick to you and nothing will seem like a problem. And it's just, dude, when you get to this point, I can't tell you enough how nice it is to be able to think like this. It opens up so many doors. So that's enough of me just trying to sell it to you, because I need you to pay attention to this, because this will be the thing that separates everyone else. Like this is a thing that you have to practice all the time, and it's something that like, it will just, one day it'll just click, right? It took me 5 years. I had to listen and train and do this every week, and it took me a lot of time, but I've done it and it has served me well. So let's talk about this. Let's get into this. So the thing in question is non-binary thinking. I'm going to introduce what that means and how it works in a while. Then we're going to talk about inversion. The second thing is idiosyncrasy's best friend. Now, the other thing is I'm going to give you 30 examples, because what I'm going to try and do is explain how to think, but it becomes very intangible and very difficult to articulate. So I'm going to give you 30 concrete examples, and throughout this video, I'm going to constantly link things back to real world examples that I've either used to make more money or things that you can use to make more money and grow your business. This extends way beyond your company. This is a new way of life. It's a new way of thinking, which creates a whole new way of living. Everything in your life will improve when you apply this. Not just making money and growing your business and signing more clients, but like how healthy you are, the quality of your relationships, the quality of your relationship with yourself. Everything will improve as a result of this. It is by far the best thing I've ever learned to do, except from transforming myself and the identity stuff. Then we're going to actually talk about defining your identity poles, non-binary identity sliders, exercising judgment, and spectrum thinking. So we're going to bring your awareness to a very big problem that's plaguing a lot of people, and I'm going to teach you how to get rid of it. It's remarkable. When you can do this, I promise you, it seems like a long one, but it's going to be amazing for you. So let's do a quick exercise. And what I'm going to do is show you some images. And I want you to get a pen and paper, and I want you to write down what you feel is right and what you feel is wrong. Right? I'm going to show you some images, and go and grab a pen and paper, grab it now. Right, you should be taking notes anyway. I'm going to show you some images, and I want you just to, the first thing that comes to your mind, I want you to write R for right or W for wrong. Right? Don't think, the point is not thinking. And I want you to like critically think like, is that right or is that wrong, or how wrong, how right? Just right or wrong is what I want you to write down. Now, we're starting this off with an exercise. We're taking action immediately, because I'm going to demonstrate like how this is a problem for you in a while. So don't worry about it. I'm going to show you some examples. Don't think, just right. Okay, so right or wrong. So here we've got a bunch of guys partying and being really social and basically going out, and they're in a nightclub. Then we've got someone here chilling on their own in nature in in this sort of. So here we've got a bunch of guys partying and being really social, and basically like, is that right or is that wrong, or how wrong? W for wrong, right? Don't think. The point is not thinking. I don't want you to like critically think like, is that right or is that wrong, or how wrong, how right? Just right or wrong is what I want you to write down. Now we're starting this off with an exercise. We're taking action immediately because I'm going to demonstrate like how this is a problem for you in a while. So don't worry about it. I'm going to show you some examples. Don't think, just right. Okay, so right or wrong. So here we've got a bunch of guys partying and being really social, and basically going out, and they're in a nightclub. Then we've got someone here chilling on their own in nature, in this sort of big lake in nature, just by themselves and probably being quite calm, nobody else around. Here we've got someone doing really hard work and slightly stressing themselves out and burning themselves out. So they're drowning a lot of work, and they're having a kind of hard time. Then we've got someone sitting on a beach with a laptop, clearly relaxing, just enjoying that laptop lifestyle, not really ever working themselves too hard or taking anything too hard. And they might not make as much money as the person who's stressed, but they're just sitting on the beach. Then we've got Robert Downey Jr. playing Tony Stark as Iron Man. Here is a billionaire arms dealer selling weapons to obviously kill people, and here he is about to display some missiles and blow up that mountain behind him. Then we've got someone giving to charity, taking care of people that aren't as wealthy or well off as them, and this person looks like they're about to give some food or some money to this homeless person. And here we've got some greasy food, basically just burgers and chips and onion rings and just greasy food that could be considered unhealthy. And then we've got a salad with all sorts of fresh vegetables and tomatoes and stuff in it, and that's a salad. You probably know that's a salad, right? Then we've got a monk. This would represent discipline, being calm, being focused and working really hard, controlling your emotions and basically telling your body what to do and not basically doing anything that you don't want to do, having monk-like discipline. And then we've got someone being extremely lazy, just laying back, drinking cans of soda, eating cereal for lunch, watching the TV with their feet up in the middle of the day, and just basically being lazy and not doing anything. And then here we've got someone ignoring someone, basically saying, no, I don't want to talk to you. I don't really want to listen to you. I'm just going to do this thing on my phone instead. And then we've got someone caring for someone and listening to them and making sure they're okay and taken care of. So this person here would be like, I don't want to hear about your problems, you solve them. And this person here is like, tell me about your problems, I want to solve them with you. And then we've got someone here looking really serious. Someone basically taking life seriously, they're not here to mess around, they're not here to play around, they want to get it done, and they're not going to take any shit from anyone, they're just really serious. And then we've got this kid who's obviously having a good time. He's playful, he's not serious in the slightest. He's just going to be running around, probably making the carpet a little bit messy with the paint on his hands. But he's just basically a silly, playful kid who doesn't really do anything serious. And then here we've got some Trump supporters looking a bit passionate and slightly angry, and they're there to rally around Trump and obviously get him into presidency. And then here we've got some Biden supporters. On the other side of the coin, they're looking a little bit more serious, but their political views represent a completely different realm to these guys. And then here we've got someone learning from a mentor, someone who's basically listening to someone older than him or more experienced than him, and he's lapping it up and he's really listening and paying attention, and he's the kind of person who always goes to his mentor for advice and is always asking for advice. And then here we've got someone working on their own and basically just doing stuff and being on their own. And this picture represents trying to do it on your own without a mentor. I know it's just someone sat in a restaurant in Japan, but I couldn't actually find a picture of lack of mentorship, right? So here's someone working, let's pretend he's working on his own. He doesn't want to listen to anyone else. He just basically wants to listen to himself and do the work himself, and he doesn't want to have to do anything else or talk to anyone else. Now, for each of these pairs, you've likely got a right and a wrong, okay? So this is natural, right? Our standard human programming is binary, and we'll always by default pick a side. So through life, the way that most humans deal with reality is using a duality or a dualism as a model. And duality basically splits everything in life into right and wrong, or up and down, or black and white. And it's a very efficient way of thinking. The reason everyone thinks through binary, duality, dual-based terms, and the reason that you think there's a right and a wrong, is because it's efficient. The brain loves efficiency, because an efficient brain means less calories. Well, the brain can be smaller, which means the brain requires less calories to run, which means that in childbirth, the human head can actually be smaller, because a smaller brain requires a smaller skull, which means childbirth is less dangerous for a mother. If you're ever wondering why, like, your brain loves to be efficient and it likes to have these sort of corner cutting models. That's why. But when you come out of the womb and when you're born, like that's not the only reason, but it kind of is one of the biological premises for this duality. Like you're not seeing the full spectrum of things. Now this will, it might sound weird, Charlie, why the hell are you talking about brain size and childbirth and like, it'll make sense as we go through this video, but it's totally normal. As you go through these, you probably feel some sort of emotion, right? You might think this is right or wrong, or this is the right way to do it, or this is really wrong, and then this person here is really right, or this guy, I actually look up to him, and then this person, I'd never give to the homeless, they can help themselves. You might think that. Maybe you think greasy food is right or wrong, and you've probably got opinions, and you probably think that there's a right and wrong for all of these things. And so if you think that like loud music is the best thing in the world, then you might think that quiet music is the worst thing in the world, right? Or maybe you think that like going for long distance runs is the right thing to do for fitness, and then you would take that side, and then by taking that side, you immediately say that short distance running is not good for fitness, right? Or it's not as good as fitness. Everything in life works on a binary scale for most people. When you pick a side, you naturally don't pick the other side. And so by defining what you believe is right, you always define what you believe is wrong. And this creates a real issue in life because it stops you from seeing things clearly. And there's going to be stuff in your life where you can probably name 100 things right now, the things that you think are right, whether it's politicians or food or like the way a business should be run. You're going to have these poles, and you're always going to be thinking like right or wrong. And every time something happens in your life, you're going to process it through your duality and think that suits me or that doesn't suit me, or I think that's right, or I think that's wrong. Like you shouldn't do this or you should do that. And it creates this duality, and it's the way that the human mind has been conditioned and built to deal with reality. Ever since childbirth, we are then thrown into life, and you're sort of gripped by duality. It's very charming because humans like things to be like one or two, because we've got two sides of our brain. It kind of like works in the brain's favor to just be like one or the other. And by nature, we like symmetry, we like things that are just paired. So it's natural, but we need to break this duality. We need to destroy it and replace it with something far more advanced and something that's going to serve you better. Because for as long as you look at things in this sort of like binary dichotomy, black and white, right and wrong, up and down way, you're going to be missing out on a huge array of opportunities and chances and options and decisions that you could be making that are far more conducive to you getting what you want. Let's actually discuss why this is a problem and why you should care about this. So let's actually dive into this now. So that's some examples. You should now be aware that, of course you're aware. You know what's right, you know what's wrong, you know what you like, you know what you don't like, you know what you love, you know what you hate. If you love like metal and you absolutely love like metal music and like hardcore metal music, then when you love that and you take it to an extreme, you probably hate classical music. And likewise, if you decide that you hate, or like if you decide you love classical music, then you might hate metal music. Like you can't really, if you pick a side, then there's another side that you haven't picked, right? And I'm going to explain that you might be wondering, well, of course, yeah, duh, like, of course that's how it works. But let's talk about why this is a problem. So non-binary thinking. So humans have biases, right? We tend to think that there is a right way and there is a wrong way. And so we have this diagram on the screen here where you pick a side and you decide if something's right or something's wrong, or you decide if you should do something or you shouldn't do something. So if you decide that like on sales calls, I should always ask emotional questions, then like you're never not going to not ask emotional questions because you've picked a side and you're always going to think the other side is wrong. And as we go through life, we tend to pick a side. The side we pick is really, it's kind of influenced by our environment and the people around us. So where you're polarized on these right and wrong scales will depend mostly on other human beings. Now, through life, you're not taught to think critically and independently of human beings. And so right now, you probably don't think in non-binary terms because, well, A, you've never been exposed to it, right? Or B, because, well, everybody else thinks in this black and white way, right and wrong way. Like, and what you pick and how you decide what to pick will really be dependent on the people around you. So, family, your friends, people that you look up to, people that you don't look up to, right? It's all going to be shaped based on that. So if you've got a friend and you really don't like him and he supports Trump, then you might decide that Trump is wrong, right? It's kind of like all of these binary states and these decisions you make are going to be based on other people's decisions. Now, you'll get to a point where eventually that isn't true, and that's idiosyncrasy. You'll become idiosyncratic where you can go against what everyone else is doing. And that's what I'm able to do at this point, and that's what a lot of other people can do that are really successful. Not that I'm really successful, because success, you're not a success, you're not a failure. You're kind of like, well, how successful, how much of a failure are you? Right? There's no binary thing there, but you can see, like, even gets me to this day. I'm still working on it. But we form opinions based on what we believe is right and what we believe is wrong. And when we form an opinion on what is right, we immediately form an opinion on what is wrong, and vice versa. You cannot think something is right without thinking its opposite is wrong. It's impossible, right? And this happens all the time. Just look at politics. So in politics, you've got the right or you've got the left, right? So it's like, I support Trump, therefore I do not support Hillary. Or I support, in the UK, we've got the Conservatives and then we've got Labour. So it's kind of like, you've probably in your country, if you're in a democracy, then you've probably got one dominant party and then another dominant party. And you'll find that the population is divided between those two parties, and who you support is closely like associated with your identity. And if you are a Conservative, then you will immediately think that the Labour Party is wrong. And if you think that Trump is right, you'll think Biden is wrong. So, this is how this thing works. It's right and left in politics. Or diet, For example, you'll find that there might be someone who's a vegan. And someone who's a vegan will think that eating meat is wrong. And then someone that eats meat will think that being a vegan is wrong. Like, these people, like, they will pick a side, and then, like, when they decide and define what is right, they also define what is wrong in the process. It's impossible to decide what is right without deciding what is wrong. It's a duality. You can't not do it. And it can be anything, right? Like, to bring this to an example of cold email, right? You might think, okay, yeah, sending quantity. Quantity is the way to do it. That's what's right. Which means that you decide that sending quality is wrong. Or if you think, yep, I keep hearing that I need to do these audits and stuff. I need to do less volume and really like focus and do like 10-minute looms and shit like that. So I'm going to send quality, and sending quality is right. So sending quantity is wrong. And it's like, well, okay, like you picked your side. Or you might think like like take running, for example, with fitness. Like there's people out there that think that running is the best thing for you. And then there's people out there that think running is the worst thing for you. So if you think running is the worst thing, then you might think cycling is the best thing. And if you think cycling is the best thing, you might think running is the worst thing. So when you pick a side, and the other side is neglected. And people form opinions and they pick a side, and then the opposite of their opinion is wrong. And this is a huge problem. Let me tell you why. Once you pick a side, you'll obviously think the other side is wrong. And this is how you trap yourself. Once you pick a side or polarize yourself to one binary pole, you trap yourself. This is how you snooker yourself. This is how you checkmate yourself. It's how you get yourself into a corner and you're not able to move. I'm going to explain why. So binary traps. This is like the biggest problem that I see today, right? Except from the identity thing. This is a huge one. You will form your identity, self-image, and paradigm or worldview around the sides you pick, the binary states you have assumed. This becomes a problem because your goals will demand you to behave out of accordance with the sides you have picked. And then when this happens, you will simply refuse because of thoughts like that's not me, or it's wrong to do that, or that's against what I believe in. So obviously, like the political party that you believe in or associate with, or the religion you have, or whether you think running is good or whether you think eating meat is good, that might not have a direct influence on your ability to make money and achieve your goal. Those are just examples that you can see because it's quite clear emotions inside of those. But in business, like you've got your identity and you've got what you think is right and wrong to do in business and how you think you should behave and how you think you should act and shit. And so like in business, if you think that like being aggressive on a sales call is right and being passive on a sales call is wrong, then sometimes your goal will like require you to be passive on a sales call. And if you've polarized yourself and you think passivity is wrong, then you won't behave in that way. And the truth is that it doesn't matter how you want to behave, it matters how your goal needs you to behave to make it manifest. And so like take for example this mindset training with 2.5 to 3 hour long videos. And like some people might polarize themselves and they might think that like long form content quote unquote isn't for them, or long form content is wrong, or nobody can concentrate for longer than 2 hours. These are like polarized beliefs. And so when you think that like long form content is like wrong, then you think that short form content is right. And so your whole life will be dictated through this binary pole, which means you're only ever going to engage in short form content. And when a module like this comes along that actually has the ability to lever you up and give you what you want, you'll look at it and think 2 hour, 3 hour videos, that's not me, that's not what I believe in. It's wrong to do long form content, I'm not even going to touch it. And this is what happens, right? Another example could be mindset in general. People polarize themselves to thinking that training mindset is the right thing to do, and then there's other people that think that training mindset is the wrong thing to do. So if you think that mindset is like wrong, then you're going to think that like the opposite is right. And so if you come into the program, we know that like mindset is one of the core components of acquisition, but like a lot of people are polarized to think that mindset, like training mindset, is a complete waste of time. And so when they come to the program, they're not going to take action on the mindset training because, well, they think it's wrong. They polarize themselves. And binary traps, this is really fucking stupid, right? If you want to achieve your goal and make decisions that help you do that, you need to be prepared to let go of any polarization that you have in your life that's holding you back, right? You need to be ready to let go of your binary states, your poles. You need to be ready to contradict yourself and change your behavior and change what you think is right and wrong. Now, I'm not going to tell you which political party to believe in. I'm not going to tell you what to eat. I'm not going to tell you whether or not you should change your religion. None of that is up for discussion because that's stuff that matters to you and that probably means something to you and you're probably emotionally tied to it. It will help to play around with those things at some point, as I've done, but like we're talking more about like the business thing. The problem is you can't really, this isn't localized just to business. If you've got polarization in other areas of your life, it will manifest in your business and it will massively hold you back because your brain will you can't really have, well, you can have binary and non-binary thinking together. In fact, you want both of them because to not have both of them would be binary and then you'd be back to square one. So you kind of need to have both, but at the same time, like I don't want you guys to think that I'm going to hop in here and start telling you to believe in a different thing or, to just start trying a different diet because I think it's right. That's not what I'm trying to accomplish. I just want to make that clear. But there are going to be sides that you have picked and binary poles that you have locked yourself to that you need to break and contradict if you want to get what you want. You have to understand that your goal is going to set the conditions, right? And your goal will tell you what you need to do to accomplish it. Now, I won't tell you directly, but it becomes pretty clear like what you need to do to achieve your goal. And so if you've polarized yourself to believe you're an introvert and you want to make 10 grand a month with a company, you need to do sales calls, right? And so like you have to let go of being introverted to temporarily become extroverted so you can do sales calls. Or if your goal is to build a YouTube channel that 100,000 subscribers and make money through YouTube, and you've polarized yourself to like, bad speech, right? And you're umming and ahhing and you think that it's hard to articulate and you polarize yourself in that way, then you need to let go of that and think that it's right to articulate yourself. Because if you want to start a YouTube channel and you're judging people who speak clearly and articulate themselves because you think they're just over the top and fancy with their words and you want to keep things simple, and then you go and try and start a YouTube channel and all of your content is just really boring and simple, then you're not going to win. And so you need to be able to look at what you think is right and actually just say, okay, I'm going to let go of that. And this is, I promise this will make more sense as we go through, but it is really the main thing to do is to let go of everything that you think is right. And I'm not saying you have to introduce what you think is wrong, but you have to stop being at either side of the spectrum. You have to sort of sit in the middle. So if you imagine that like you've got right on one end and then wrong on the other end, you kind of have to be able to slide your way between the two of them, depending on the situation that you find yourself in. And contradiction is the secret to success. And you need to let go of being right and wrong and focus on being able to be or basically agree with both sides. So I am at the point now in life where I don't have strong, convicted opinions on anything, right? I have convictions, because to not have convictions and opinions on anything would mean that you're once again entering this binary state. So there's a paradox here. You take non-binary things, if you only think in non-binary terms and not in binary terms, then you're not thinking in non-binary terms, because if you were just thinking in one term and not the other, then you'd be in a binary state. So I have like opinions and convictions on certain things, but they are subject to change at any given moment. I'm not emotionally attached to them. My ego's not attached to them. And if I need to let go of something, or if I need to admit that I've been wrong and I need to do something else, the complete opposite of that thing, suddenly, I need to completely just like snap and change myself, I have no qualms with letting go of what I believe to be right and true. Now, there's also a caveat, because if you do that all the time, then once again, you're not being non-binary. So I have some things that are really near and dear to my heart that I do believe in that I wouldn't change, even if it required me of it, if that makes sense. But there's very few of them, and I've critically thought through them, and I've also seen they're not going to be subject to a change in my reality, so that you can believe in like God and other certain things that really mean something to you. And you don't have to necessarily like fuck with those or change those for whatever reason. But my point here is like, you want to become non-binary, but also not to the point where you're not binary, because then you wouldn't be both, right? And you need to be both. So it's a really difficult paradox to explain and tackle, but you need to basically have this tendency to not marry yourself to ideas, ideologies, perspectives, opinions, beliefs, or anything like that. You need to be able to just completely let go of anything at any given time if the circumstances change. And like I say, contradiction is the secret to success. So what I'm going to do is actually walk you through some examples right now. I know this is sounding confusing, and I know that it gets a little bit complicated, and you might be thinking, how does that make sense? We've all got this association with contradiction that it's a bad thing, but I'm going to show you now why contradiction is actually the best thing possible. And it might sound like I'm contradicting myself when I say that you need to be non-binary, but then you also need to be binary, but then you also need to have things that are subject to change, but you also need to have things you can change. Like, it all sounds really confusing. So let's actually give some concrete examples. And I'm going to walk you through some of the best athletes and business people to sort of drill this point home, so I can show you what I mean here. So let's walk through some examples. So here's Muhammad Ali. Now, the thing about Muhammad Ali is, back in his time, heavyweight boxing, people were slow. Okay, so if you're a heavyweight boxer, you really did pack a punch. You could really swing and like really do some damage, but your punches were quite slow and clunky, because obviously you're heavy. And you know, if you go back and like watch like older boxers before Muhammad Ali's time, then you'd find that they were really sort of like, you know, they were slow and really powerful, but they didn't have that quickness. And like there were other boxers, like lightweight boxers, that were really fast and really like, you know, furious, and they could really like fly around the ring and like really do fancy shit, and they were so quick, but they never packed the punch of a heavyweight boxer. Like, sure, they could punch harder professional boxers, but like, we had heavyweight boxers that were slow and powerful, and we had lightweight boxers that were fast but not as powerful. Along comes Muhammad Ali, and this man can punch like a heavyweight boxer, but he can move and has the speed of a lightweight boxer. And he became the greatest boxer, if not athlete, of all time. Right? He's called the greatest for a reason. And Muhammad Ali, he was a walking contradiction. Nobody had ever seen anyone box like that ever. Because most people in the boxing world thought that you're either, you know, you're a bit overweight and heavy and like you move slowly, but when you move you really do some damage, or you are at the other end of the spectrum. And they were in this sort of right and wrong section, because they thought like a heavyweight shouldn't move slowly because then he'll lose his power. But Muhammad Ali came along and he was like, I'm going to do both, bitch. And like, if you watch Muhammad Ali box, it's beautiful, because he's got this speed and agility that you would only ever find in someone that's a lightweight boxer. But then when he punches, it's kind of like he's hitting like a truck. So this is an example of like non-binary thinking in practice. And here's Alex Honnold. He's one of the greatest climbers of all time. He's still alive. He climbed El Capitan, I think that's how you pronounce it, El Cap, without a rope. And it's basically a wall in Yosemite, and it's like, you know, thousands of feet high, and like nobody's ever climbed without a rope. It's just kind of a death wish. In climbing, there's two types of climbing. You have bouldering, and bouldering is basically where you climb like a small wall, but it's more problem-based, and you're trying to get up the wall quickly, as fast as you can. And then you've got big wall climbing, which is still problem-based, but you're trying to take your time and be more methodical. Both of them require you to be methodical, but bouldering is, you have to get up there quickly, and when it comes to climbing like a big wall like Yosemite, people really take their time. Alex Honnold climbed El Cap in under 4 hours. And it takes most people days, if not weeks, of sleeping on the wall to do that. And so Alex Honnold combined what he knew about bouldering and what he knew about big wall climbing into one. And so he was moving up the wall in a way that boulderers do, where he was being extremely fast and like, you know, really just moving about and picking things. But then he had the stamina to maintain that and keep it going for 4 hours. And this is another example of a non-binary person. And I'm not talking about like non-binary genders, because I think he identifies as male, right? I'm not going to get into that argument. But this is another great example of non-binary thinking. Like, people think that like climbers are either slow and methodical, or like fast and like they're still methodical, but it's like you're slow or you're fast. And he was just like, he looked at climbing and he was just like, yeah, I'm just going to do both. And here's Michael Jordan, right? So when he was playing basketball before then, in the basketball world, you were either an offensive or a defensive player. And that was kind of how you were structured. And that's how basketball teams were structured. It's like you'd have offensive teams and you'd have defensive teams, and you'd have like the team would be split into those two sections. Michael Jordan came along and he basically was like, well, fuck that, I'm going to do both. And he learned to become the best defensive player in the world and the best defensive player in the world. And nobody had ever seen it before. Right? And he became the greatest basketball player arguably of all time. And he did that through this non-binary reasoning, where he looked at these two ends of the spectrum, these two poles of like, I'm an offensive player. If I'm an offensive player, it means I'm not a defensive player. If I'm a defensive player, it means I'm not a defensive player. He looked at that and just thought, yeah, I'm going to chuck that out, and just basically put them both together. And the result of that was Michael Jordan. Here's Leonardo DiCaprio. So in the acting world, it's kind of like pretty common for actors to have a niche, right? And you can become a famous actor in a niche, right? So if you look at like certain actors like The Rock, for example, he'll play like a pretty traditional role of like, you know, being like this big masculine dude. But Leonardo DiCaprio, he has the ability to become anyone and play any role. So, you know, one time he'll be playing like a hunter in, like, if you've seen The Revenant, it's a great film. He's like playing a hunter in like up in Canada or some shit like that. And he's playing this really sort of rough, like hardy character. And then he'll be playing like a multi-millionaire in The Wolf of Wall Street. And then he'll be playing. The dude is just so able to just go between roles, and it's once again a non-binary thing. So like a lot of actors will think it's like, okay, I'm an action actor, and I play in action movies, and that means that when I get like, nobody would ever offer him, an action movie guy, a role for another movie because he's an action movie guy. And like then you've got another person like who might be more along the lines of like, yeah, so I only do like intellectual stuff. So if you look at Benedict Cumberbatch, for example, you look at his roles, with the exception of like Doctor Strange, which is a superhero movie, and maybe some other ones, the dude generally fits the same role. And he's still a great actor because he can do shit like Doctor Strange. I could have put him on this slide. But my point here is Leonardo DiCaprio looks at this binary dichotomy of like, you either are an action actor or a different kind or whatever, and he was like, no, fuck that, I'm just going to do both. And so the guy's one of the greatest actors to ever live because he's got the ability to do both, and he can contradict himself. Like 1 minute he'll be doing one thing, and the next minute he'll be doing the complete opposite, and everyone's like, how the hell do you do that? And just by trying. And Tiger Woods, before Tiger Woods, who's arguably the greatest golfer to have ever walked this planet, Tiger Woods, before Tiger Woods, golfing was seen as a leisurely sport with like, you know, old white guys who typically were quite overweight. Golf was never seen as an athletic sport. It was never like seen in a way that you like play golf to take care of your body. When Tiger Woods came along, the dude was an athlete. So he took his golfing skills as seriously as he took his health and his personal fitness and his body. And he changed the game of sport with that dichotomy. Because everyone thought that golfers were like overweight, not overweight, but everyone was like, you know, golfers are just like lazy and unhealthy for whatever reason. And Tiger Woods came along and he was like, well, I'm actually going to like apply what I know about athleticism and biology to make my body perform better. And it was through like taking that and putting that in and then basically having the best golf skill and also the best athlete skills in terms of your physical fitness that the dude just rolled through everyone. And then like now if you look at golfers nowadays, they're athletes. They're like insanely fit and they look really healthy. And this is another example. And Arnold Schwarzenegger, the dude is one of the greatest bodybuilders of all time. And when he was around, people thought that like you either lifted really heavy, like low reps, heavy weights, or high reps and low weights. And the dude was like, I want to do heavy weights at high reps. And then not only that, but after this, the dude went on to be an actor, and then he went on to be a politician. Like, what the hell? Like the dude's like non-binary, and he's one of the greatest like athletes and politicians and actors. Maybe not the greatest actor of all time, but you know, Arnold's got this ability to just, he's so non-binary. Like as a bodybuilder, he might be like, I'm a bodybuilder, and that's that. I don't know many bodybuilders who become politicians, do you? It's kind of like the complete opposite of a politician. He doesn't care, he just jumps between the two. And here's XXXTentacion. You may not know him, he's a rapper, I'm not a huge fan of him, but he's dead now, but he made a really big splash with his music. He's got songs that sound like hell. It's just him screaming into a microphone, just like swearing like the house down. And then he's got other songs that are like considered really beautiful and poetic, like love songs. So like people think the rappers are either like, you know, you're making love songs and it's all sort of like romantic and shit, or you're just screaming into a microphone and just trying to offend as many people as you can in a 2-minute period. But the dude did both. And if you look on Spotify, he's got billions of streams for songs that like sound like they've been written out of like pure emotion and love felt like emotion. And then he's got songs that sound like they're written out of pure anger. And like the reason he's one of like the most popular, or was one of the most popular rappers and one of the most famous rappers and just rose to fame really quickly is because the dude didn't identify with that. He wasn't like, I'm just a scream rapper and I scream at things and that's that. He was like, no, I'm going to do both because people like both and people can have both. And then Elon Musk. So like, I mean, I don't really need to explain this in too much detail, right? The dude's like about as non-binary as it gets. Like the reason I put him on here is because I want to demonstrate something. His personality from an outsider's perspective is really friendly. So when you look at Elon Musk on Joe Rogan's podcast or the news, or when you look at him like doing presentations, he just seems like this sort of like slightly awkward, nerdy guy, but you like him, he's a nice guy. But I can tell you that when this dude's running his companies, he's anything but friendly. Like if you step out of line, or if you make a mistake, he will like terrorize you and probably fire you. But we don't see that side of him in the public. So he's got the ability to be both. He can come across as this like friendly, darling angel of Silicon Valley, but then he also like has the ability to just completely like emotionlessly like ruin people's lives and just, well, I'm not saying ruin, but like if you fucked him over, he'd probably stop at nothing to just take you apart, right? And then here's Eliud Kipchoge, I think that's his name. I might be mispronouncing that. Here's the dude that ran a marathon in less than 2 hours, right? Arguably one of the most like incredible athletic feats ever. People think that like they say that like it's a marathon, not a sprint, and the whole idea behind that statement is it's like slow and steady wins the race, right? And it's like everyone thinks that to run a marathon you have to pace yourself and like really like you can't sprint and you got to go really slowly and like that's that. But then this guy came along. I mean, obviously he's like an African super athlete, but he came along and the dude held like a 13-mile per hour pace for like 2 hours, and that's like most people sprinting. So most people try and run a marathon, like they'll sprint for like 100 meters and then they'll collapse and die. But this dude was like, I'm going to hold a sprint for like 2 hours. And like the result of that non-binary thinking and doing the thing that's basically combining both, it's a massive contradiction. And, you know, he's one of the best runners of all time. And then Mr. Beast, right, with YouTube. So he's nearing 100 million subscribers as of me recording this. Before Mr. Beast, everyone would rely on one of two things to grow their YouTube channel. They either would like spend all their time focusing on the marketing of the video, like the thumbnail, the description, and the title, and they'd make the YouTube videos clickbait as possible, and then they'd spend no time on the actual production of the video, and the channel would grow just through clickbait content. Or they'd spend all their time on the production of the video, but no time on the marketing of the video. So people thought that like YouTube, you either grow a channel through like clickbaity content or valuable content that not many people watch. And then Mr. Beast came along and he was like, well, I'm going to create clickbait content, but then actually deliver. So if you go and look at most of Mr. Beast videos, you'll probably think that they are like, well, they're probably not real because some of them are insane. But then when you click on the video and watch, he actually delivers on the promise of the title. And he's changed the game of YouTube with that model. And the other way that he's non-binary is he doesn't take his money out of his YouTube channel. So people think that with YouTube, it's like you build your YouTube channel, you build your audience, and then you take the ad revenue and you're going to spend it on yourself. But he was like, no, I'm going to just spend the like ad revenue on the subscribers. And you know, you can see that by he gives away money and has better videos with the money that he makes. So it's an awesome example. And then Martin Luther King, final example here, because I know I'm running on a bit, but Martin Luther King is a great example of contradiction, because like back in his time in the USA, there's a lot of racism, right? And a lot of people wanted to solve racism by being racist. And so like you had white people and black people, and they were very sort of polarized into these two segments. And white people, like not white people, of course, it's a very strong blanket generalization for such a monstrosity of a belief, right? But you get my point. There was a select white people and select black people. And the white people hated the black people, and the black people hated the white people. But Martin Luther King came along and he was like, I want my white and my black sons or brothers or children to be able to dine together. He was like, he's like, we can't solve hate with hate, because it's like kind of like it's like a binary state. Like if they're your enemy, how can they be your friend? And he realized the solution to the problem was integration through love, and by basically being like, why can't we be friends? We know they hate us, but let's try something other than hate to get them to love us. Let's try love to get them to stop hating. And it worked. And the guy was a real genius with that. And like he was really passionate and fire and stuff, but he was also extremely rational and calculating. So you kind of need to learn to be both in all such situations. And the most successful people transcend and break these dichotomies by contradicting themselves, and in doing so they change the game. It's really hard to find an extremely successful person who has not applied this or contradicted themselves in one way or another. Like successful people are both, and they know what's required of them to accomplish and achieve their goal, and they don't have any attachment to anything except from the goal and the outcome of the mission. And they will become anything or assume any form, and like what they believe in and what they think is right and wrong will change at any moment based on their goal and what they are trying to achieve. And the answers often lie in the middle, like with politics, right? The thing I don't get about politics is you've got the left and you've got the right. And the left has some good points and the right has some good points, right? So like maybe Trump's party, you might agree with some stuff, and then Biden's party, you might agree with some stuff. So like different parties have different perspectives. They're usually pretty opposite. And then they also have weaknesses, and then there's things that you might not agree with and based on your value system. But like, why can't we form a political party that sits in the middle? I know why. It's because like this binary thinking thing just plagues basically every human on the planet. But like, if you think critically about politics, I've always had this belief, even since I was like 14, 15 years old, I've always been like, it's just low rubbish. Like, why can't we just get rid of like what is blatantly bad and then just put in what is blatantly good? But it's obviously more complicated than that. So what does transcending a binary state look like? Well, what happens is like we take black and we take white and we combine it to get grey. And this is a very simplification of a very complicated, well, it's not too complicated actually, it's quite simple as the premise, but when we combine the two, we get a gradient and we get the thing in the middle, and it's the middle that really wins. And you don't have to be smack bang in the middle. Like, you don't want to be at 50% every time, because that's another binary pole, right? If you're like, I'm always in the middle, then you're never going to really do anything or make any decisions. So it's kind of like you need to be able to be both, but you also need to be able to not be both. It's like a huge paradox, and a lot of people struggle to wrap their head around it. But when you do, like, my God, this stuff works. And this is the power of contradiction. You produce the transcendence through both means. You combine both or shift between both, and that's how we win. And it depends, right? It depends. Everything depends. You'll notice if you listen to coaching calls or see me answer questions, like, and someone asks me a question, what they'll usually do is they'll have like an option, and then they'll have like a situation, and they want to know if the option, if applied to the situation, would create the solution they want. And like the answer I always give at the beginning is like, it depends. So if someone comes to me and they're like, hey Charlie, I've got this sales script, and I kind of want to get rid of this emotional question because I find it's not working. Do you think I should do it? That's a binary state thinking, because they're thinking like, I should either have the question or not have the question, right? And you might think, well, yeah, duh, like how can you have anything else? But like they're referring to removing the question from their whole script forever. So I would say, well, it depends. Like, what's the data? How do people respond to the question? And then it comes down to the guy being like, well, actually, I asked it one time and someone told me it was a rude question. I was like, so it's just not one person. Like, yeah. So like sometimes it might make sense to ask that question, but other times, most of the time it will. So you don't want to remove it completely. You just want to temporarily remove it for people that you don't think is appropriate to ask, right? So this is just a really, I'll give you some other examples of this shortly, but that's sort of the premise. So you need to be able to play on both sides and use both sides of binary poles. The second you marry one side and label the other as wrong is the second you checkmate yourself into failure, because you never know when you're going to need to use the second side, right? Now, marriage is an interesting example, right? Because you might then think, well, if this binary thing doesn't work, then I can never get married. I'll just constantly be like, I'm going to get married and then I'll be single the next day. And I'll be, well, that's not my point. Like with shit like that, like you're going to have to pick a side, right? Like unless you don't want to, that's fine. But like I said, it's not going to apply to everything, but most things it will. So the environment will set conditions for the survival of your business, right? And it basically will set the precedent for what poles you need to play by to win. And like the situation, the circumstance, the environment, this thing will tell you what you need to do. And if you look at if you look at what is demanded of you by the environment and you think that's wrong, then it's because you polarize yourself to something that you think is right. And the only time something is right to do is when it helps you accomplish your goal. So if you're wondering like what is right and what is wrong, it's never dependent on your emotional baggage and how you feel about the thing. Like something is only right to do if it accomplishes your goal but does not diminish your integrity. That's kind of how I see the right and wrong thing. Like, if an action does not help me accomplish a goal and I do it, then I've done the wrong thing. But if an action or a state or a binary pole helps me achieve my goal, then I will basically think, yeah, it's the right thing to do. So it's all about the goal. And the environment and the circumstance created by the goal will change all the time. So you need to be able to shift. And you need to become formless and change to either side depending on the demands of the circumstance you find yourself in. And it's a lot easier said than done, right? Trust me on that. It took me a very long time to figure out how to do this and become formless and become non-binary. But once I figured it out, this is the thing that kind of skyrocketed me, to be honest. Like, if you look at all of my strategies, right, all of the cold outreach strategies or sales strategies or mindset strategies, like it's all been born out of this shit. Like I'm always looking for like ways that I can hack everything through non-binary thinking. And it's kind of like the quality approach that we kind of gave birth to with the Loom system that you're going to probably familiarize yourself in the program with. Like everyone thought that with cold email, you either send hundreds of emails or you send like 5 or 10 a day. And I was like, why don't we just do both, like quality it? And everyone was like, oh my God, that's amazing. I was like, yeah, you just need to learn how to do this. And you need to reframe your relationship with contradiction for this to work. You don't want to see contradiction as a bad thing. You need to see it as a talent, right? Remove your ego from the binary poles in your life so you can dance between extremes and move wherever you need to move depending on your goal. So like I said, whether something's right or wrong will depend on whether or not being in that state or doing that thing helps you accomplish the goal without diminishing your integrity. So it's like everyone thinks that contradiction is bad and everyone's always looking out for contradiction. So if you're talking to someone and they say one thing and then the next minute they say something else, you're going to be like, hang on, but you just said this. And, we label people as hypocrites, right? And if someone contradicts themselves, we'll be like, you're a hypocrite. And we think that being a hypocrite is bad, but people are just stupid. And imagine if someone looked at Muhammad Ali and said, what hypocrite? One minute he said that you need to punch as hard as you can, and the next minute he said you need to move as fast as you can. The dude's an idiot. How do you do both? And they're just so stuck and it's just so painful to see. So you need to look at contradiction and start to kind of like it. And because thinking in this way and behaving in this way contradicts how every other human being behaves, people are going to tell you you're an idiot and they're going to label you and think that you're stupid. But then you just have to kind of do it for a while and then your results will do the talking. And then they'll just say you got lucky. And it's exactly what Bruce Lee said when he said, be like water. Water, if put in a cup, becomes the cup. Water, if put in a river, becomes the river. It's formless. Even Muhammad Ali, he said, sting like a butterfly. That's a funny one. He said, sting like a bee, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. He meant sting like a bee is the power behind the punch, and float like a butterfly is being able to move as fast as someone as a lightweight. So that quote, a lot of people quote it, but they don't really know what the hell it means. And it's the same when Bruce Lee said, be like water. You need to be able to just change at any instant, like a chameleon or some shit like that. Just okay, environment demands me to be this, goal demands me to be this. Okay, I thought this was right, but now it's wrong. Change, switch, whoosh, done. And when you can do this, dude, you can move anyway. So for example, when I started business, I was bad with numbers, and I was polarized to thinking that accounting was boring, and that it was never about accounting, and accounting was just shit and boring. And I hated it. And then I realized I had to do accounting, and then I was just whoosh, okay, I love accounting, right? And then if I did too much accounting and got way too involved in numbers, then I'd be whoosh, back out, no longer love accounting. And then you just kind of a whoosh, whoosh, between the situations depending on the circumstance. If you think that you're bad with numbers and statistics, then you're gonna really fall short because you need numbers and statistics to learn data and build systems. So if you think statistics aren't for me, then you need to be whoosh, statistics are for me, I love them. And then you sort of learn how to deal with statistics because now you think it's right to do, and then you're on it, right? So it's what is right and what is wrong depends on the goal, and that's that. And I learned to do this through inversion. So we're going to talk about inversion here. This is what I call idiosyncrasy's best friend. It's kind of where you just flip shit on its head and you achieve what you're trying to achieve through its opposite. And it kind of sounds a bit crazy and a bit wild. But inversion is one of my favorite tools for thinking, and it really lends well to this non-binary thing. So this module is all about figuring out what the right thing to do is. Because if you know, if you've got your goal and you know what the right thing to do to achieve that goal is, and you do it, then you're going to achieve the goal. But the problem is, a lot of people, they know what the right thing to do is, but they can't do it. That's the first part of this video, or the first part of this training series, where they're I know I need to do outreach, but I can't. And then we look at the identity and we look at the pain avoidance and we look at the beliefs and we're okay, well, that makes sense. But when you know what the right thing to do is and you're not doing it, then it's mindset. But a lot of people might not even know what the right thing to do is in the first place. And so we need to know what the right thing to do is before we can actually do it. So this part of this video is going to show you how to know what the right thing to do is, because we want to know what the right thing to do is, right? So the best way to find out what the right thing to do is to flip it on its head and figure out what the wrong thing to do is. Because if you know what the wrong thing to do is, then you can look at the opposite of wrong and then you find out right. So you're kind of just two inversions away from always knowing what to do at all times. Because you just it's a lot easier to figure out what's wrong than what's right. Because if I was well, how do you get no meetings? It's well, you do no outreach. You're Charlie, what do I do to grow my business? And I'm well, how many meetings have you got? It's none. How do I get meetings? I'm well, how do you not get meetings? No outreach. What's the opposite of no outreach? Lots of outreach. Okay, do lots of outreach. Done. Problem solved. Right. So it really isn't hard. And we need to flip this thing on its head. So let's say you have two options, two poles to choose from, right? You've got these two binary poles. Now, you're trying to figure out, you've got these two binary states, and you're well, which binary state should I abide by? Which one's right and which one's wrong? If you're uncertain as to what the right thing to do is, see if you can define what the wrong thing to do is. And once you've done that, you just have to invert wrong to then find right. This is a great trick for dealing with problems in reality, and it's a really awesome tool to use. So what we do is we invert by first asking our intuitive question. And then what we do is we ask the opposite of that question. So I'm going to give you a bunch of examples, so don't worry if this doesn't make sense for now, because the examples will give you a concrete sort of understanding. Let me give you some examples. So let's say your intuitive question, the problem is what is the best niche? You're not sure what the right niche is, and what the wrong niche is. You're kind of e-com, is it lead gen? Do I do this coaching or this consultant? What's the best niche? What's the right niche to pick? Well, what's the worst niche? Right? So we invert best to find worst. So to answer the question, what's the best niche? That's just, how the hell are you going to answer that one? You just can't. But if you think about what the worst niche is, then you'll probably find that the worst niche would be no niche at all. So this shouldn't say two, this should actually say no. Let me correct that. But if you think about it, what's the worst niche? It's just not having one. Okay, and that's kind of takes a bit of critical thinking to arrive there. But you can realize eventually, okay, well, I know that if I don't have a niche, then I'm going to fail. So the worst niche would be no niche at all. And then then you just ask yourself, okay, well, what's the opposite of no niche? And then you'd be well, the opposite of no niche would be picking one, but not only picking one, but actually sticking to it. So you'd then be well, okay, well, what's the best niche? And then you'd find out that the best niche is the one that you pick and stick to, right? So the best niche is the one that you pick and then stick to for 3 years, 2 years. That's the best niche. Niches in isolation, they're not good or bad. It's just a question of whether or not you stick with them for long enough to solve the problems associated with them, right? So it's kind of and the irony is that if there ever was a best niche, then everybody would flood to it, and then it would no longer be the best niche, and that's what happens, right? Where one person's oh my god, I made so much money in this niche, and then everyone goes over to the niche, and then after a while, it's no longer the best niche. So let's look at another example. So let's say like you're wondering, you're like, I've just started my business, what service should I sell? Or I want to introduce a new service to my business, what service should I sell? Well, you'd invert that question, right? Because it's kind of like, well, what's the right service to sell and what's the wrong service to sell? So what service should I sell? What's the right thing? Well, then you'd basically invert sell. And you'd be like, well, what should I sell? And then you'd ask yourself, well, what does my niche want to buy? Now let's take this a step further. Because you might then be like, what does my niche want to buy? Well, I've got no idea. I still don't know what they want or what they want to buy. So you'd invert it again. You'd say, well, what does my niche not want to buy? And then the answer to that question is very simple. Like, what does someone not want to buy? Something that's a waste of money. And then you'd ask the question, okay, well, what's a waste of money to your niche? And then the answer would be, well, a service that doesn't help them, right? And then what you do is you'd produce like another question and be like, okay, well, what does help them? Because if something doesn't help someone, like what's the invert of that? How do we invert that? And then you'd be like, well, what does help them? And then you'd be like, well, I know what helps them. It's a service that solves a problem. And then you'd invert problem to be like, well, what solves a problem? And you'd find a solution. And then you'd be like, okay, a solution. So if we boil this down, what service should I sell? I should sell a solution. So you can't just like, dude, you can't just pick shit out of thin air. When it comes to critical thinking, you have to get back to first principles, and you arrive at these points through deliberation and elongated periods of like real strong thinking. It's hard and it takes time, but like you can sort of see why I did that. So to answer the question of like what do you sell? How the hell are you supposed to know what to sell? Like, you can't just like randomly, without loads of experience and understanding of a niche, just be like, yeah, I'm going to sell this, because you'll probably be wrong. You'll definitely be wrong because, well, you might not be wrong, but it's likely that you will pick the wrong thing to achieve the goal because you don't know what you're picking. So then you'd be like, well, what do I sell? Okay, what do people buy? I don't know what they buy. So what would they not? What would someone not buy? Well, they wouldn't buy something that's a waste of money. Okay. Well, what would be a waste of money? So I know what they wouldn't buy. Well, they'd never buy something that doesn't help them. Okay. Well, what does it mean to help someone? What's the opposite of help? Like create a problem. Okay. What's the opposite of problem? It's solution. So they would buy a solution. So what should I sell? A solution. You can sort of see like it's such a fun thing to do. Like when you get good at this, like you can basically solve any problem and answer any question. And like I'm at the point now where I kind of just do this algorithmically. I don't necessarily think it through. It'll kind of just like I could ask the question, then I'd have the answer like kind of just like comes out of my brain, because after a while of doing this, it'll just ingrain itself into you. But you can see here like we sort of arrived at the thing through the opposite of the thing. And so it's like a non-binary thing, because everyone's trying to think about what they should sell, but nobody's thinking about what the person actually wants to buy. Right? So we did this here. So let's give some more examples. So let's say you want to make yourself rich, and that's your goal. Well, you kind of want to make others rich, because when you make other people rich, then they love you and they pay you money, and then you get rich. So anyone that starts a business to make themselves rich will not get rich, because the way you get rich is through the complete opposite of making yourself rich, which is by making other people rich. So if you want to make money, you have to help other people make money. Now, it doesn't have to be making the money, because you can do other things other than marketing or business advice. But like if you want to basically create value for yourself in the form of monetary gain, then you need to create value for other people. And like a lot of people don't see that. They don't see that like the way they achieve what they want is through the opposite action, right? Because like the universe works on reciprocity and altruism, and it's through the opposite you get what you want. So I want to make money, like that's the thing. So like, let's say you want to make money. Well, what's the inverse flow of money? If we flip money on its head, like what's the opposite? Because if money flows in one direction, something must flow in the other direction. Like everything works in like a flow, right? One thing goes one way, one thing comes another way. It's opposite and equal reactions. And what's the inverse flow? Like if it goes the other way, well, it's value. So you don't start a business to make money. It's kind of stupid. If you start a business to add value, then you will make money, right? So it's kind of like with YouTube, if I want to get subscribers, then I don't necessarily want to get subscribers. I want to make content that helps people, and then people will subscribe. So you don't get what you want by focusing on what you want. It's kind of like the whole theme of this entire self-transcendence module has been like, if you want your goal, you don't get the goal, you don't go after the goal, you go after becoming the person that can achieve the goal. And it's through the inverted nature of that you get the goal, right? You kind of go after the opposite thing to get what you want. And let's say that you want to get a yes on your sales calls. I can tell you the secret to closing every single sales call you ever get. If you go into a sales call wanting to get a yes, it won't close. What you want to do is you want to go into your sales calls thinking, I don't want to get a no. Because if you don't get a no, then you'll get a yes. And if you just focus on, like, it's easy to like, well, it's much easier to get people to like not say no than it is to get them to say yes. So it's through the opposite that you can accomplish the result you want. Like my sales process is kind of just built and engineered to remove all obstacles of onboarding and just to give them no excuse to say no to the thing. Because if you do that through clever objection handling, the only answer is yes. Whereas if you just chase yes, then there's going to be loads of reasons you're leaving on the table for them to say no, right? So this is a secret to appointment booking. I'll lay it out for you. Let's say you want your prospect's time, right? So you want to book an appointment with a prospect. You want your prospect to give you their time. Well, you need to be worth their time. So don't focus on trying to book appointments. Focus on building something and building yourself to the point where you're worth people's time, right? So I'm at the point with YouTube and other systems where people come to us and they're like, please let me book a call, right? And the only reason they do that is because what we have is worth them doing that. People really misunderstand this. They go out thinking they need to book appointments. But what they need to do is create a business that makes people want to book appointments, right? You don't kind of make people book appointments. They will book their own appointments if they can see that you're doing bad. Now, obviously, if you're doing cold outreach, like the intention is to get like the prospect's attention to get their time, but you still do that, and you still want to bear in mind that like people are only going to talk to you if they think that you're worth talking to. And so don't focus on trying to get them to talk to you. Focus on trying to become worth it, and then it will happen anyway, right? It's inversion. And let's say that you generate leads, and those leads don't book a call, right? So let's say that you've got a bunch of positive replies or a bunch of people that like, are saying, yeah, I'm interested, but then none of them book a call, right? Well, why don't we try and invert it? Instead of you trying to get your leads to book a call with you, why don't you make it so that like your leads want to book a call with you? And that might sound really confusing, right? But you don't, okay, here's how, because this can get a bit confusing when you're trying to explain inversion, and I'm kind of tripping over my words here because it's not easy to articulate in case you can't tell. If you focus on building it so that your leads want to book a call with you, then your leads will book a call with you. But if you focus on trying to build something where you're just trying to get people to book a call with you, they won't. So you need to build it so they want to book the call, not because you want them to, but because they want to, right? So it's kind of inversion once again. Now, you obviously want to book a call with your leads, right? It's natural. You want that to happen. You want to book appointments, you want to close deals. But the only way you're going to do that is if they want to. So you should focus on making them want to, not focus on like you wanting them to. I know it gets a bit weird and it might sound like the same thing, but this is this subtle difference in language that will actually determine how successful you are with this. And let's say you want happy clients. Well, dude, just say, I don't want unhappy clients, because you know how to make a client unhappy, right? Like it's pretty obvious to determine and set a tone for client unhappiness. You know what could happen or what would have to happen for a client to turn around and ask for a refund. So instead of trying to focus on making your client as happy as possible, just focus on like trying to make them as not unhappy as possible, right? Because if you make them not unhappy, then they'll be happy. And it's much easier to make someone not unhappy, and it's much more obvious to do that than to try and make them happy. And let's say that you want freedom. Well, you need constraints. Freedom is achieved through constraint. So what happens is like people go and they start their business because they want freedom, right? They say, I'm doing this because I want freedom. And then when they get into their business, they realize, oh shit, like this isn't very free. So I'm not going to do freedom because like I'm not going to do business. I'm seeking freedom. So I'm not going to do business because I can't hard work and like building systems and building stuff so that you can just step back and not do anything. But you can't build those things and build freedom without first having constraint. It just doesn't work. So like when people hop into business and they want to be free and they find out that it requires some work, they're so polarized to free and they think that constraints are so wrong. So when they see they have to put constraints on themselves temporarily to achieve freedom, they give it up. But then they end up as not free. So it's through constraint that we achieve freedom, right? It's through the opposite of the thing that we actually achieve it. And you know, if you want an easy life, then you need to have a hard life. So if you want to create a future that's easy and stress-free, then right now you need to go through hardship and stress. So it's through hard that we create easy. And if you want to feel smart or be smart, then you have to be stupid now. So, you know, if you want to be intelligent, then you have to temporarily be unintelligent. Because like if you start learning something new, you're going to be stupid at it and pretty idiotic, right? Which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being stupid. Because if you're learning, it's fine. But if you're polarized to thinking that being stupid or being unintelligent is wrong, then you'll never ever, every time you try and learn something new, you're always going to be like, no, that's wrong. It makes me feel like I'm an idiot. I'm not going to do it because no, I don't do that. I don't do learning. It makes me feel stupid. Stupid's wrong. Well, then you're only ever going to be stupid, right? Ironically. So it's through being stupid that you become smart, because you can't really learn something without first admitting you don't know anything. And if you think it's wrong to admit you don't know anything, then you're always going to know nothing. So you don't achieve smartness or intelligence by trying to focus on being smart and intelligent. You do it through focusing on trying to be stupid, right? So like it's really obvious when you can peel this back. And let's say that you want to be treated well by other people. Well, you need to treat others well, because you can't just sit there and ask people how to treat you. You have to treat them well, and they will then treat you well. Like human beings are reciprocal by nature. So if you want to be treated well, then you need to focus on the invert flow of being treated well, which is treating other people well. And if you want to feel confident in your body, then you need to feel unconfident in your body. So like a lot of people want to get in shape and they want to be fit and they want to be healthy, and then they find out that they have to go to the gym and they don't look great and they don't feel great, and there's people in the gym that look and feel great, and so they feel unconfident. And like this is a big one in society at the moment. Like we've been polarized to believe that like you should love yourself and you should be comfortable with your skin. Like even if you're morbidly obese, you should still love how you look and stuff. And then like people go into the gym and they're like, I don't feel good in the gym, I don't feel confident in the gym, and I'm polarized. Like confidence is always right. Like feeling unconfident, that's wrong because it makes me feel bad, and like my ego's so fucking fragile that if I feel bad, I think I'm gonna fall apart. That's what most people. That's what happens to most people, right? Kind of a bit of a subtle slip in there, Charlie. Sorry about that, guys. But like you see my point. It's through feeling unconfident that you will become confident. Because if you go to the gym and you're in there and you think that it's wrong to feel a lack of confidence, then you're not going to go to the gym because you're like, I tried the gym and it's just not me. I think it's wrong because it makes me feel like I haven't got any confidence. You're a fucking idiot, right? You need to feel unconfident to build confidence. It's through like it's like pain and pleasure. How do you if you want to create a life of meaning and pleasure, and like I don't mean just like aimless pleasure, I mean like genuine like pleasure that is a result of feeling like you've done something good and something meaningful, you have to go through pain. Like we know this, we've talked about this at length through these videos. But if you want something, you go through the opposite to accomplish it, and it's the fastest and easiest way to know what to do and know what's right to do. So if you're trying to do anything like book appointments or close clients or fix your mindset, it's kind of through the opposite. Like the easiest way to fix your mindset is to work, right? If you focus aimlessly, endlessly on mindset training, that's all you do, then you're kind of being an idiot, because the mindset training is here to help you do the work, and it's through the work that you can actually practice this stuff. If you just exist in theory and never practice, then you'll just be theoretical, and life isn't theoretical. Okay? And the problem occurs when someone wants something, but then they have to act out of accordance with it to get what they want, because you always have to do that, right? If you want something, you have to go through its opposite to get it, and then we create this sort of trifecta, this grey area. And the right and objective thing to do is like a straight line, and the delusional and inaccurate judgment of human beings basically oscillates around it between two binary poles. So sort of, as you've probably observed at this point, like you're becoming more aware to the fact that like human perception is pretty inaccurate, it's pretty delusional, and when you get like groupthink and lots of people in one big location or one big area or circumstance, like the prevailing bias of what the right or wrong thing to do is will oscillate around an objective truth. So I'm actually going to walk you through some examples of this as well, so I can continue to build on this understanding before we talk about solutions. So you'll see this graph on the screen. It might look familiar from earlier modules. Same graph, different principle. So don't bring the old principle into this one. So let's take an example here of what cold outreach method is actually going to work best, so we can further understand like why this whole binary thing is just so stupid. So in the like cold messaging or cold outreach space, Like there used to be this prevailing bias, and that there is again, right? Everyone thought that quantity was best. So everyone the online business space was like, yes, you have to send quantity, like 500, 1,000 emails a day. The only way to make cold email work is to do huge volume, right? And then like over time, like huge volume stopped working because everybody started using huge volume, right? So like the best outreach method is the one that nobody's using, because if everyone uses it, it doesn't work. So like everyone gravitated towards quantity, and then they used it, and then like, and it stopped working. So then everyone was like, oh, quality. Yeah, quality is the way to go. Like send 5 emails a day, like send lengthy audits, and then that will work. And then like this happens, and then basically it bounces from one extreme to the other. And they're missing the point entirely, right? The best answer is non-binary and lies in the middle. Because like that's the objective truth, and that's what's truly going to work the best. It's like a quality approach where you combine the strength of quality and the strength of quantity, and you negate the weaknesses of both of those, and you do the thing in the middle, which is quality, which is to do a good, like a decent amount of volume with a decent amount of quality, right? Like you don't have any weakness there. But then what happens is like everyone then moves to quality, and then they go back. Another example of this recently is with sales, right? In the online business space, where everyone started using like really strong pressure-based selling, and like everyone's using like incentive-based pricing. Like, yeah, if you don't buy now, the price goes up. And then like everyone started using that, and then now it doesn't really work as well. If anything, it has the opposite effect, because like everyone's using it, and like everyone knows that everyone's lying. And so like everyone right now is using incentive-based pricing, when like in certain markets it works fine, but in a lot of markets it doesn't work anymore. But everyone still thinks it's right, and now the sales rates are going to drop, and then they're going to go like, oh, actually we should not use it. And then when everyone goes to not using it, then we'll go back to using it, right? So it's like, you know, you have to just constantly kind of go against the grain here and go against the crowd, because when you can learn to think like this and think in an idiosyncratic form, it works really well. And then like the best way to do it is to like sit in the middle. So if you think incentive-based pricing on sales calls is right, or it's wrong completely, then you're going to be wrong because you picked a side, and then there's going to be circumstances where you don't have to use it. Or maybe you have an incentive that isn't based on price but something else. So you can still use an incentive, but it doesn't have to be the price. You're not going from one extreme to the other. You see my point? Why can't we have both, right? So another example, sales style, right? Everyone used to think that like pressure and authority and incentive-based pricing was the way to go. Like one call closing, like pressure. I mean, I still like one call closing. If it doesn't work, like I'll drop it. There's no emotional attachment to it. But as far as I'm concerned, it still works. But like everyone's like, yeah, you have to put pressure on people. You have to claim authority, and you have to be like a dictator on the phone and aggressive. And then like everyone did that, and then it stopped working. And then everyone's now like, yeah, add value and give stuff for free and let them think about it and give audits, and like don't try and push them. Let them make their own decision. And it's like both of these people are just, they really miss the point. They're both wrong. Because the only way to be wrong is to pick a side. Because there's going to be circumstances in sales where the one at the top is the right way to go, and there's going to be circumstances in prospects where the second one is the right way to go, right? Taken to an extreme, neither method will work as well as both methods combined. So why can't you have value and pressure? Why can't you have authority and like the prospect perceiving themselves to be in control? Why can't you have incentives in one call closing whilst also doing things like audits, right? You kind of have to think like critically about this and think, geez, why am I going from one extreme to the other? Why am I believing everybody else? Like you have to find a balance. The obvious one is USA politics, right? You can map this out on a graph. Like it's actually kind of sad at this point, like how obvious this is, right? So we went from George W. Bush to Barack Obama, and then like Barack Obama was really like political, very sort of presidential. He spoke well. He was very sort of careful with his words. And then like we had someone that was really careful and conservative with their image, and then it was so like careful and conservative that then it kind of created the complete opposite. So you'll learn this, like if you take something to its extreme, it will become its opposite through delusion and through like mass migration. And so then like we had Trump, who's like the polar opposite of Obama, and now we have Biden, who's like the polar opposite of Trump. And like I guarantee you, in elections to come, the opposite of Biden will manifest. And we're just going to keep going between. It's so predictable. Human nature is just so bloody predictable, and it's kind of sad, but nobody seems to recognize the pattern. You know, maybe what's best for the country is a combination of both parties, right? Maybe we take the best of both worlds. Why can't we do that, right? So this is the nature of paradox. Anything taken to its extreme forces, anything taken to its extreme will become its opposite. So if you take a force to its extreme, like it will manifest the opposite. So like if you take, let's say you take discipline and work, if you take that to an extreme, then you'll be forced to face relaxation through burnout. Like you can't just work, you're not a machine, you can't just work and 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 not give yourself a break, because then you'll be faced to take a break. You'll be forced to, right? Literally your body will force you to take a break by probably putting you in the hospital, right? I've had that happen to me, it's not very fun. You can't take shit to an extreme without being forced to face the opposite. If you take like someone who's really presidential and really careful, then the opposite will manifest. Then if you take someone that's really like out there and really outspoken and really wild and doesn't care, then the opposite will manifest. And it's kind of like we're just going to bounce between these extremes, and like polarizing forces, like they contradict themselves, but they will bring the opposite about. And paradoxes like this, they happen because like in the general big scheme, paradoxes like this happen because most humans base their beliefs on what other people believe. So we have this cascading positive feedback loop where if a group of people believe something, then more people will start believing it, and the more people that start believing it, the more people that start believing it, and the more people, and it just sort of cascades. And that's why we have these sort of like oscillations around an objective truth. And it's very rare. It happens with the stock market as well. So like the biggest indicator of the price of a stock is the price of a stock, because like how much it costs is how much people think it's worth. Now how much a stock costs is pretty much never ever what it's actually truly worth in value terms. But like, you know, you'll see the price of a stock sort of oscillate, and very rare instances it will overlap between like what is actually objective and what is actually valued at. And it's very rare for a stock to truly be what it is actually worth, right? And so, you know, this is how it works. Like you're going to be sitting on either side of the pole, and you're going to pick the one, well, most people will pick the one that other people believe in, and it kind of just oscillates and goes like this. And so the more people believing in something, the more people are going to start believing in it. Now, here's a really interesting thing, because a lot of these political elections, because we can look at politics as a really clear-cut example, but it happens everywhere else, trust me. A lot of these political elections are usually won by like 1 or 2%. So like you might have 48% Democrat, like 52% Republican. It's never like a 70-30 split or like an 80-20 split unless you live in a dictatorship and they can like kill you if you don't vote. But like in a democratic society, there's always like a 50-50 divide. It's so interesting that like the numbers and the massive consciousness and the human psychology will perfectly balance itself out. in that near perfect where it's like you'll have like 49% or 51%, or it'll be like 49.7% and 49.3% will vote in a different direction. It's happened with Brexit in the UK. Like, should we leave or should we go right out of the EU? And like it nearly perfectly balanced out. It was won by like a couple of 100,000 votes or something. And so like these things are really interesting to observe, because it's never like, nothing will ever go to such an extreme, because if it does, it will create its opposite. So when we find like consistent patterns like this, it's actually like we're achieving a lack of balance through a balance. So it's another non-binary thing. Like, it gets deep. I'm not going to go into that because it would take too long to explain, but you get the point. And this creates a bubble. So when everyone starts believing in something, a bubble is created. And when a bubble is created, everything gets so inaccurately subjective that reality kicks everyone in the teeth. So like if suddenly like 70 or 80% of people vote for Trump, then like that would be too extreme. So then like less people vote for Trump. It's kind of just like how it works. And so this is what happened with the USA housing market, right? Like, you know, we got to 2006, 2007, and like everyone was so bullish on houses, like nobody thought the housing market would go down. And when everyone's like grouping around believing in something and it's taken to an extreme, you know that there's some real bad shit about to happen, right? And like it's really obvious. Like all you have to do is just look at what everyone believes, and you pretty much are seeing the wrong thing, right? And then this also happens with Bitcoin. So this is a graph of Bitcoin, and we can see that like in 2021 it kind of went on this like real bullish trend, like all the way up, and then we got like halfway through, and then like it dropped down, and then it kind of took a thing back up, and now it's dropped all the way down to like where it was when it started going up. And like it happens because of people's beliefs and people's perceptions. It's not actually to do with the value of Bitcoin at all. I mean, there's an element of that where certain people will be investing based on the underlying technology and stuff, and I don't know enough about Bitcoin investing to give you the intricacies. But like I can tell you that if there's just a sudden crash like there has been, as you can observe on the graph at the end here, it's because like of this like objective line and then also subjective delusion, where everyone's like, you know, if a few people think Bitcoin's not worth much, and then a lot of people start believing it, and then more people start believing it, and then more people start believing it, and then like before you know it, Bitcoin crashes, and then like it gets to a certain low, and everyone's like, oh yeah, Bitcoin's going to rally now, it's gonna bounce, and then like a few people start believing it, and then more people start believing it, and then more people, it just goes like whoosh whoosh, and it just, these feedback loops are everywhere in human psychology. And you know, if a lot of people believe it, or if a lot of people are polarized to a certain end, then run, right? You need to learn to be idiosyncratic and observe events and polarities using your own analysis, independent of what the crowd thinks. And you know, we know that the crowd looks like that on the Bitcoin graph. Okay. So let's go through 30 examples. And in case you can't tell, we're in for a bit of a long video, right? Because this is the kind of topic that you can't just, like, I don't really want to cut corners with this. I want to give you the full range of everything. So I'm going to give you 30 examples, and then we're going to continue to talk about more non-binary terms. So confidence and doubt. Everyone, like, if you polarize yourself to having loads of confidence, then you're going to become cocky, and then you're going to think, like, nothing can touch you, and then when you think that, you're going to lose. Like, the way I look at this, I'm going to explain, like, how I actually integrate these into my life as well. So I am extremely confident in my products, and I'm extremely confident in myself. But I'm also terrified. I have huge doubts about my abilities, and I doubt every day this product is good. Because like I'm constantly terrified that our product sucks. In my products, and I'm extremely confident in myself. But I'm also terrified. I have huge doubts about my abilities, and I doubt every day this product is good. Because like I'm constantly terrified that our product sucks, and I'm constantly terrified that I suck. A lot of people are polarized to think that being scared and doubtful is wrong, and being confident and brave is right. But I have both, because I can sell this thing and I can deliver this thing knowing it's the best thing out there, but then I'm also absolutely petrified that at the same time it could be the worst. And it's only by thinking it could be the worst that it is the best. So if I thought it was the worst, then I wouldn't sell it to anyone, and I'd just be terrified it's awful, and I wouldn't even put it out to the world, so I'd be ashamed of it. But you need both, and I have both. And there are times where I'll have more doubt and more confidence. Like if I'm doing a sales call, like I'll just get rid of all my doubts, and then if I'm making program content, I'll be terrified it's awful. So like I'm making this video, and I was like, yeah, I'll put a few examples in, and then I was like, no, I'm doubtful that's the right thing, I'm terrified, and then it's through that doubt that I now have the confidence to give you 30 examples, right? So aggressive and passive, right? If someone that's always like aggressive and walking over people will eventually walk over someone that doesn't like being walked over, and then they'll just stab them in the back, right? So if you're just aggressive, I think I spelled aggressive wrong there, oh well. If you're always aggressive and you're always like pushing people around and bossing people around, then, well, eventually you're going to like really do some damage, or like you're probably not going to get very far like that. And likewise, if you're just really passive and you think that being like shy and passive and just letting it happen, then, well, it's also the wrong thing to do. So like in business, I can like aggressively grow the company, and on sales calls, I can be aggressive if I need to. And with my staff, I can be aggressive and quite forceful if I need to do something and they're making mistakes and I'm not going to tolerate it. Then at the same time, like if a team member makes a mistake, I might want them to try and solve it themselves. So I might be more passive and not actually take any action, right? It's having the judgment to know when to do either thing. So like if I'm on a sales call and I'm trying to handle someone's objection, I could either, like sometimes it'll be appropriate to be aggressive and sometimes it'll be appropriate to like let them handle their own objection. Or like if I'm following up on someone with cold email, like sometimes I'll be more aggressive in my tone, but then sometimes I'll play it more gently and be like, hey, I totally hear you. Let me know when you're ready, right? So you have to be able to read the situation, and there's no right or wrong ever. It's only right or wrong in accordance with the immediate circumstance and whether or not it helps you achieve a goal. And disciplined and lazy. So like I said before, if you're so disciplined all the time, then you will create laziness. because it's through extreme discipline that you create burnout, and burnout is just laziness, right? It's kind of forced laziness. And if you're like, for me, if I try and be extremely lazy, then I naturally create discipline because I can't tolerate the laziness anymore. And so like, I'll have times where like most of my day, I'm like 80% polarized towards discipline. Like the secret to this whole thing, mindset thing, is you don't want to take yourself to an absolute extreme of work ethic and discipline. Because if you do that too quickly, too soon, you will burn out and you will just get discouraged. The better thing to do is find a level of discipline that you can sustain for 40 years without burning out. And so like, I'm at the point now where like, I don't think being lazy is wrong, right? I think that being disciplined is right most of the time, but sometimes I need to be lazy. Sometimes I need to lounge around and be that guy on the couch just eating like cereal for lunch and just like watching a TV show and being a complete sloth. Because like, if I get rid of that completely, then I will invite it through the extreme of the opposite, right? So you need to have both. And it's not like you want to be lazy all the time, because that's obviously not going to get you anywhere. But sometimes like, you know, you need to be lazy, and sometimes you need to do nothing, and sometimes you need to be undisciplined. So, you know, you can't polarize yourself. And uptight and relaxed. So if you're always chilled out and relaxed, then you won't get what you want. But if you're always uptight, then you're going to be as like tight as a string, and like you're going to really face some consequences. So it's kind of like people that are always uptight are wrong, and people that are always relaxed are right. Are wrong, sorry. You know, so you need to have both of them. And talking and doing. So people that always talk about doing and never doing anything. And like, you kind of want to always be doing and never talking because, well, sometimes you want to talk, because if you do and then you don't talk, then you can't sell what you've done, right? So it's kind of pointless doing it if you can't share it. But like, if you want something to talk about, then do something. But like the worst thing ever, it's not the worst thing ever, like I think being shot in the chest is probably worse than this, right? Or drowning. But one of the worst things ever, right, is when you see someone talking about something but they've not done anything. Like if you want to be a good talker and if you want to be a good like person to listen to, then you need to have done something. So the only reason people listen to me is because I've done this stuff. Like if I was just talking about mindset and I was not practicing it, then I wouldn't be qualified to talk about it, and you'd probably know. So you need to do like both. You can't just like lock yourself in and just do, because then you'll never articulate and explain what you've done. You'll never sell it and promote it, and it will never become like widespread. And rude and polite. So sometimes you need to be rude, and sometimes you need to be polite. If you're always polite, then people are going to be like, oh, he's just polite, I can get away with that. But if you're always rude, then people won't want to play with you, right? So it's kind of like, you know, I can be rude as hell. So like if someone reaches out to me and I'm like, this is a stupid offer and I don't want anything to do with it, then I'll just tell them, right? And I'm not insulting them, I'm just insulting their work. And I'm giving them honest feedback. But then sometimes like, it makes sense to be more polite and not rude. So it's circumstantial. And talking and doing, we talk about them. Oh, I'm going back here. Okay. So open-minded and stubborn. So sometimes you need to have an open mind, and sometimes you need to be open to ideas. But then other times you need to decide on an idea and not let anyone else tell you otherwise, right? So you need to know when to do which one. And if you're always emotional in business and you just run your business out of passion, then you're not going to end up making any money, because you'll just do everything for free because you feel sad or sorry for people. And likewise, if you're too rational or have no emotion, then you'll have no real drive or real like meaningful reason to work. So you need to have both. And like if you're always serious and you're constantly like, you know, uptight and really like serious, then like no one's ever going to take you seriously, because they're going to be like, there's that person who always tries to be serious. The best way to be taken seriously is to get serious results and then be casual about it, right? So that's what I do. Like you'll see me on YouTube in just t-shirts and shit, and like I'll swear, and you probably notice like I'm not really being particularly serious in these videos. I'm making the odd joke and stuff, but I'm talking about something serious, but I'm delivering it in a casual tone, and you kind of get your point across better. But there's all sorts of situations where you need to be both. And like people that just think they can work smart or work hard. It's like, Charlie, why do you work so hard? Why don't you just go and sit on a beach if you've not read like the 4-hour work week? And I'm like, come on, man, like you have to do both. Like why can't you work hard but then also be smart at the same time? Like if you do both, then you're going to be good. And introverted and extroverted. If you're always shy, then no one's ever going to talk to you. And if you're always outgoing, no one will want to talk to you, because you're going to be like all in their face, always talking over them. So there's a time to be shy and reserved, and there's a time to be outgoing and loud, right? You have to be both. You're going to have a natural inclination to one or the other, but you need to be both. And clean and messy. So sometimes like, if you want to clean up a mess, sometimes you have to leave a mess elsewhere to clean up a bigger mess. So like if I'm working on my business and I'm really into like the stick of it, and I'm like working like 7 days a week, 12 hours a day to really get something across the line, and I'm trying to clean up something like this whole mindset module, for example, if I'm trying to like clean up loads of people's lives, then I'll leave mess in my environment, in my room and shit. Like my room in my office is usually really tidy and orderly, but sometimes like I'll let it get messy if I'm having to clean. Right? Or sometimes like a bit of chaos allows you to think better and be more creative. And divergent and convergent. So divergent is where you're spreading out your options, and convergent is where you're trying to sort of like pick an option, and you need to be both. And detail orientated and very visionary. So people think like, oh yeah, he's a detail person and he has great attention to detail, and then the other person's like, I'm big picture. You have to be both. You have to be big picture in terms of the overall vision of the company, and then you have to be detailed all the way down to the point where you can go and look at like, why is that comma there, or why have you missed out an exclamation mark on this part of the sales script, right? Got to be both. Leader and follower. So like if you want to learn how to be a good leader, then you have to kind of follow good leaders, right? You need to be both. So sometimes you need to be a leader in your company, leading people, but then other times, like if someone knows more than you, or you want to know something from someone, then you have to follow them. So you have to do both. And specialists and generalists. So like if you just know like a lot about a little, then you're kind of screwed, because like that thing needs to integrate with other things. So if you're a surgeon, a brain surgeon, and you know everything about brain surgery, but nothing about anesthetic or timekeeping, then you're going to be fucked, because you're going to kill someone. Learning and teaching. So like the best way to become a teacher is by learning, right? And the best way to learn is by learning from a teacher. So you kind of need to have both. Like you want to be able to learn, but you also want to be able to teach. And so a lot of people just try and teach stuff without learning anything, and then they try and learn stuff, and the best way to learn is by teaching. So you have to do both. And if you just want to play in a team, then there's going to be a time where you have to become like a solo player, and you can't always operate in a team. So sometimes like a mindset module you have to do yourself. So if you're like, yeah, I can only do like team-based roles, I'm only ever good in a team, well, then you're going to screw yourself when you have to do something that requires you to be a solo player, right? So if you just want to be a solo player all the time, then you're never going to build a team. And like, if your goal is not to build like a big company, then that's fine. You can just be a solo player freelancer. But if you want to build something big, then you need to do both. And sometimes you need to be calm, and sometimes you need to have lots of energy. So like, you can be bouncing off the walls, and like on sales calls have loads of energy, but then sometimes you need to be really calm and collected. And like, if you've got a team and they're all really crazy and they've all got loads of energy, and you need them to be calm, then you need to be the person that's calm, so they all become calm. But if they're all really calm and laid back, then you need to go in there with energy. So you kind of need to like be both. Have the ability to just be like, whoosh, I'm calm, whoosh, I've got energy, right? And sometimes you need to be firm, sometimes you need to be flexible. You can get the point, right? I'm gonna go through the other one. So change and constant. So like, with outreach or cold messaging or cold emailing, like, people are fucking crazy. They always make changes to their stuff. Like, they're never holding constants. So sometimes it makes sense to like make changes to your outreach, but very infrequently. So like, you need to be able to just do the same thing over and over again to see what happens. But if you keep making changes, then you're kind of an idiot because you're not giving the system enough time. But also, if you always hold a constant, never make changes, then you're always going to fail because you're never improving. And entropy will just claim you, right? And like, realistic and unrealistic. So like, you need to have like what's considered unrealistic goals. So like Steve Jobs with the iPhone, like, everyone thought that was unrealistic. Or Elon Musk with like SpaceX. Everyone's like, get to Mars, that's unrealistic. But like, Elon Musk is unrealistic in terms of his goal setting, but then he's realistic in terms of like actually getting to the goal. So he's like, his days are much more structured. And friendly and hostile. You can't just be hostile and you can't just be friendly. One of them's going to get people to hate you, one of them's going to get people to walk all over you. You have to be both. And consistent and inconsistent. So consistency is praised. I like consistency. But sometimes you have to be inconsistent. Like, dude, you have to go on holiday and take a break, right? That's inconsistency. Or sometimes like, maybe like, I'll be making YouTube videos and then like, I'll take a week off of YouTube to focus on building something more important and be consistent somewhere else. So sometimes you have to sacrifice consistency and be inconsistent to be consistent, right? You achieve one through the other. So these things have to be balanced. And if you always trust everyone, then you're going to get walked over and screwed around. And if you always don't trust anyone, then you'll never do anything. And if you're always going fast, then you're going to crash. And if you're always going slow, you're never going to go anywhere. So you need to be both. And this is a funny one. If you always feel comfortable and you're conscientious and you want to build a business, then you're going to feel uncomfortable. And like, the best way to achieve comfort is through discomfort. So you want to become like a beast at eating discomfort. You always want to be uncomfortable. And then eventually you'll derive comfort from that situation. And like, you don't just want to be data driven. You also need to have intuitive spirit as well. So if all your decisions are made purely out of data and purely analytical, then you're going to miss out on like having the advantage of like experience and human intuition. But likewise, if all you use is human intuition and no data, then you're screwed. So like, when I make a decision, I'll look at the data, but then like, if I'll kind of check in with my intuition and be like, what do you think? And then if it seems like it's got a strong argument that's valid, I'll analyze it. And likewise, if I think I'm going to make a decision like intuitively, impulsively, I'll be like, okay, well, let's actually see what the data says. And then there's no data, I'm like, let's get some data. So, you know, working and playing. This is the worst one. Like, this is so fucking stupid, man. Like, people are like, I'm either working or I'm playing. Like, why can't you do both? Why can't, like, you need to construct it so that your work is play. Let that sink in for a second. Like, you need this to happen, right? You need to, like, this is what happens, by the way, for every one of these dichotomies when you transcend them, right? All of them. But why can't you achieve play through work? Like, when I'm building Imperium and creating these modules, like, yeah, it's hard work. And like, it's a bit painful sometimes, but I love it. Like, it's like doing this is basically like, I don't know, it's kind of like I'm having the time of my life. Like, I'm just having so much fun building these modules and building this business. And I would rather be here than doing anything else. Like, when you get to a point where you've got enough cash and enough money that you could technically fucking retire at a young age, but you don't, it's because you love the work. And so like, I would rather be doing this than anything, basically, literally. And then the last one, binary and non-binary, right? So this is the ultimate one, because this is where people get stumped, because they really like struggle with this. Like, if you want to become non-binary, you also have to be binary. So if you want to achieve non-binary thinking, you also need to leave some room for binary thinking. Because if you're always non-binary and you're always like, oh, I'm going to sit in the middle, then you'll never take like firm stances, and it's through firm stances that results are sometimes accomplished. Because like, if you're like, I don't know, like, let's say for example, like, oh, I don't know, should I be friendly or should I be hostile in this situation? Maybe it's time to be like, okay, well, I'm going to be hostile. And then you make the binary decision, but you use the non-binary like model to actually make that decision. And then like, you come out of the hostility and you're like, okay, I'll be friendly this time. So like, it's kind of like you're constantly in this state of like non-binariness, but you also have the ability to be binary when you need to, because otherwise it doesn't work. If you're always like never ever taking sides, then you're always going to think that like not taking sides is wrong, and then you're basically being binary. So you're kind of achieving like, this is like the prime example of achieving something through its opposite accidentally. So you need to have both and discover both. So what we're going to do now is discover some of your poles. So one of the things that sits in you is a personality. And this personality is really ruling your life. It's probably having like a very strong influence on your decisions and your actions, and a lot of your behavior will be filtered through your personality. What I'm going to do now is help you understand your personality. Obviously, we've done a lot of work on the self-image and the beliefs and the pain avoidance and everything, and that's great, but your personality is like a natural like force within you, and you can change it. It's malleable and it is entirely changeable, but you've got natural inclinations and natural ways of doing things, and I'm going to help you understand them. The purpose of this is not to help you, well, we want to help you understand your personality, but we're not doing it so we can know who you are. We're knowing it so we can know who you're not, so we can become aware of your blind spots. So if you're for example, really introverted, and we define that and discover that now, then we know that you're going to be missing extroversion. And so like, it comes back to this inversion thing. Like, part of this video now is to show you what the right thing to do is. And we've already discovered like inversion and non-binary thinking. So if I want to tell you what you need to be, I need to tell you what you already are. Because if you already are something, and if you already think something is right, and that's how you are, then you're immediately not something. And so if I want to help you build like non-binary habits and thinking, then I need to explain what you are so I can explain what you're not, and show you that like what you're not is what you need to get your goal. Because if you had both, then you'd have done both, and you wouldn't be watching this training, right? So like, it's kind of awesome. So you have binary poles, and chances are you're polarized in pretty much every area of your life. We need to, undo and unstick yourself, and it took me about 3 years to do this. So let's start this journey right now. So it really has taken me like 3, 4, 5 years to actually like think about non-binary thinking intuitively, and like have it happen without having to try. Because initially you're gonna have to try, you're gonna be way more conscious of this stuff. It's gonna tire you out. It's gonna be exhausting. But when you form a pattern, it'll work. So this is a big thing. Doing this, and what I'm about to show you, is gonna massively move the needle for you, not only in your business but also like actually in life. So let's start with a diagnosis. So this is a resource for you, and it's called Understanding Your Poles. So this is a pretty awesome resource that I put together, and this is going to help you understand your personality. And like, okay, personality is kind of like you have strengths and you have weaknesses, and like there's no standalone strength and no standalone weakness. What makes you strong in one circumstance will make you weak in another. So if you're introverted and the work you require to do right now requires you to just be sat in a room on your own, isolated, then introversion is an advantage. But then if the work requires you to be talking to people and outgoing, then introversion is a weakness. So there's no such thing as a good or a bad personality. There's just one that's more conducive to activities that actually help you accomplish the goal you're trying to accomplish. And you need to be comfortable basically being someone that you're not. And you need to basically be able to do this, because like otherwise you're going to find that you're jammed. So this resource will help you get closer to understanding your current binary poles and current polarities. So personality tests. So below are 3 tests that you can use to better understand yourself, your personality, and where your binary poles currently lay. I would recommend you spend a long time understanding your results and answers. To know yourself is key. So I've spent years understanding myself and really getting to grips with who I am, and it's made me more money than, well, not more than I can imagine. I can imagine a lot more than a few million, but it's made me a decent amount of money, right? So this is step 1, personality tests, and then step 2 is polarizations. So once we've done the tests, we're going to do some analysis and some inversion to figure out what you're missing. So understand that, like, I'm not doing this. I'm not giving you and showing your personality to tell you who you are. I'm doing it to tell you who you are not, so you can see who you need to become to achieve your goal, right? The worst thing with personality tests is people do them, and then they're just like, oh yeah, that's just me, or I knew that was me, and that's just how I am, and there's no point trying to change because that's who I am. We know that's stupid. We've been through the training. But so the first personality test you want to do is your Myers-Briggs test. So this is an MBTI personality test. It's basically, you click here, it will take you through to 16personalities.com, which is a really awesome test you can do. They've done 600 million tests, right? And if you go through here and you answer the questions, it will basically, you can see I've got my profile in here, I've done this myself. But if you take the test, it's basically agree or disagree answers for like a bunch of questions. It'll take you 10 minutes to do. But when you've done this, it will give you a 4-letter code. And that 4-letter code will tell you basically like who you are. And so you can see there's 16 different variables here. And when you finish, it will actually give you like some details as to like what your personality type is. The key is to read that, of course. But what you want to do is you then want to Google the four-letter code of what you are, and then you want to read about that, and it will seem alien to you. It will seem like wrong, and it will seem totally like the worst thing you could possibly imagine because you polarize yourself to these 4 things. So when you read about someone who's the other 4 things, you'll think, how the hell could someone even exist like that? I promise they do. When you do that, then you know what you're not, and you can start becoming more non-binary, and you start becoming more familiar and no longer judging what you're not. Because if you're like an ISTP, right, and then like you suddenly become like an ENFJ, right, which is the polar opposite. Like if you look at an ENFJ as an ISTP, you will judge an ENFJ. You'll think those people are like, I can't stand them. They're way too like this, or they're way too that, or the way they do this is wrong. But you need to let go of those judgments because like if you're an ISTP, then an ENFJ is kind of like the polar opposite of you, and an ENFJ will have things that you don't, and likewise you have things they don't, and so you need to have both, right? So do this personality test. I pause the video and do it now. I know this is a long one, but you know, it's kind of worth it. We're discovering you, right? Nothing more important than that. And then put your score here. So, you know, make a copy of this and then basically put which 4-letter code you are here. The next one is a DISC assessment. This basically assesses your personality from 4 different sort of like segments. So segment 1 is dominant, segment 2 is influential. So dominant is like, this is kind of like based on your behavior. Like is your behavior like predominantly based on being like direct and disagreeable and trying to like control stuff? And then influential is kind of like, this is more sort of like when you're a people person, you're trying to sort of like influence people and you have fun like talking to people, you're very good at communicating, you can get quite emotional, quite impulsive. Compliant is you're more sort of like engineering based, you're more like sort of careful with what you do, you're more methodical. And then steady is just you're sort of stable, you're way more empathetic, you support, and you know there's these 4 things. So we need to figure out like whether you're a DI or a CS or like a CD or an SI or something. So if you go in here to do your DISC personality test, you can click on this and you can watch, like there's nothing to watch, right? But if you click here, it will take you through a series of questions. And if you follow the instructions to tick like up or down, then what will happen is it will give you 2 letters. And you want to write down, it might give you 1 letter if you're really sort of like dominant in one area, not dominant, but dominant in an area. But sometimes it will give you 2 letters. So write down your score here. Once you've written down your score, you can research what it means to be that score. There's some explanations here. And obviously what we want to do again is we want to look at the opposite. So if you are a DC, like then you want to look at an IS and what an IS is like, or like an SI, right? Because then you'll be able to read the complete opposite of you. And you'll be like, that person's an idiot. There's no way I could be like that. That's wrong, but you need to let go of it. And then test 3 is the Big 5. So the Big 5 is a personality test that measures you on your neuroticism, which basically is like how like easily stressed you get and how sad you get. Then you've got openness, which is like how open you are, like how intellectually curious you are, creative and stuff. Conscientiousness is like based on like hard work and organization. Extroversion is based on like where you get your energy from, like humans or being by yourself. And agreeableness is like, do you trust people or do you want to be helpful, right? Or like, do you not want to be told what to do? So there's 2 of these. This is the free one. you can go through this. But the one I'd recommend you do is $10. And if you go to understandmyself.com and buy this, I recommend this one because it just gives you more of a it gives you more of an insight into like the answers that you get, and you'll get more details. You can do either, but once you've done this, you want to write your score here. So if you do the $10 one, it will give you like it will tell you what percentile you score. So like your 44, like your agreeableness, like 44%, like whatever. You want to write down your scores here, and if you want explanations, you can click here. Once again, like if you find you're really high in openness, then figure out what the opposite of openness is and research that, and then try to integrate that into your life, because we need to do this. So polarization. So what you want to do now is you want to list your scores from those 3 tests here. Okay, so do the test. Pause the video now and go and do it. Like, don't just be like, yeah, I'm going to do it later, because you won't do it later. Just do it now, right? It's just stupid. Don't do it. You're not going to do it later. Because if you say you're going to do it later, like when's later? Like tonight? When tonight roll around, you're saying do it tomorrow. So just do it now, right? Once you've listed these 3 scores, right, what you want to do is you want to write down the inverted scores here. So, like I said, if you're in like an ISTP, then you want to write down like the opposite of that, like an ES or E and whatever it will be. And then same with DISC, and then same with Big 5. Write the polar opposite of the thing that you are. Listed above are your blind spots. Chances are these are what you're lacking. Work to integrate them into your life, or at least start by stop judging them and accepting them into your life. So you probably find that like when you read the profiles of like the inverted part of you, you'll find there's some judgments and resentment. You'll think it's wrong. You just have to recognize these as like emotions and your ego that you've built up over like, I don't know, like 20, 30, 40 years of conditioning, depending on how old you are. So when we try to undo these poles, like we've got to realize that we're trying to undo like decades of conditioning, depending on your age. And so like it takes a while to do that. So don't be afraid if you're met with like really strong resistance from your ego, because it can be overcome. Most people do these tests and simply think, oh, that's me. And then they lock in even harder, right? That's not the goal here. The goal is to understand every strength and understand that every strength brings a weakness. And if you want to win, you cannot afford weaknesses. So the objective here is like, we're not doing this to try and gain more strengths. We're trying to do the same thing by basically gaining less weaknesses, right? Because if you have a strength, then you have a weakness. So we want to have both strengths, and then we can't really have a weakness, right? And you have a personality, and you have natural inclinations to certain behaviors. So like, for example, I'm naturally introverted. So I will naturally lean towards introversion if I have the option. Like if my biases will be introverted. And like likewise, I'm kind of naturally more judgment-based than perception-based. But like, I don't judge people that are extroverted, and I have no problem like whizzing into an extroverted state if I need to. Like I make 3 YouTube videos a week. I did like 2,300 sales calls. Like I realized like if I really wanted to do this thing, I have to be both. And so now I literally am both. Like I'm naturally introverted, like when it comes to social situations, but then I also can do both, and I don't have a problem with it. And so you need to stop judging the other side. You need to stop demonizing it and allow it into your life. You will eventually need it. So you might think, oh, I'm an introvert, but I don't need to be extroverted. Like the question you have to ask yourself right now is, do you want to mold your goal to yourself, or do you want to mold yourself to your goal? So if you mold your goal against your current personality, your current poles, and your current self, then your goal is limited by you. But if you mold yourself in accordance to your goal, then you are limited by your goal, and then you can set your goal to be anything, and then you have no limits. So you can stay introverted, or you can stay extroverted, or you can stay like analyzing, or you can stay judgment, or you can stay perceiving. You can stay if you want to. I'm not telling you don't have to change, but you have to change if you want your goal, right? So you can either mold your goal to you, or you can mold yourself to your goal. And if you mold yourself to your goal, then yeah, I can just explain how that works. So this does not stop at personality tests. personality tests, right? So I want you to now list below some of your main binary poles and then list their opposite and start working by not judging them. So like list the sides you've got. So anything, right? We've talked about this at length now. I've given you 30 examples. We've gone through your personality. I've continuously layered in more examples of athletes and business people and all sorts of different like perspectives. Now I want you to basically label your sides. And you might be like, oh, I actually don't think I've got any. Like now I'm aware of this. I'm more non-binary. Like you're not, dude. No, right? You've been doing it for 2 hours, right? This shit takes you like 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 years. So like probably a bit longer. I probably haven't perfected it yet, right? The irony is I'll never perfect it because if I think I've perfected it, then I'll stop trying, and that's like a binary thing, right? So I want you to go here and I want you to list your quote unquote sides. So this could be anything. It could be like I am a vegan, or I am I don't know, I like fake tanning, or this, or like it can be anything. Try to keep it more centralized to business because we're gonna try and move the needle on big things here. Like I have a tendency to be lazy, or I think it's wrong to work really hard. Like write down the side and then write down the opposite of the side, and then look at the opposite and you'll just notice that it's judgment based. So for example, maybe you've polarized yourself to believe the earth is round, right? Write down the opposite. I believe the earth is flat. Now, for the record, I believe the earth is round. I've done critical thinking on both sides and I've come to a conclusion the earth is round, right? It's not flat. However, there's people out there that think the earth is flat. And like I entered their perspective and thought, okay, I'll listen to them because if I don't, then like it's kind of wrong for me to not even think about it. And so like I'm looking at the opposite and like you just want to, because you'll find like if you believe the earth is round and I then say, why don't you go and look at flat earthers, then you'll find your ego will just not let you do that. So this is more like the flat earth thing. I don't believe the earth is flat, but like if you want to start to get to terms with how you polarize yourself, go to extremes like diet or religion or like something like that, or like something that challenges like a real core worldview you have. Like what's more of a strong worldview than how you view the actual like physical representation of the world, right? Find something really extreme like that you tied your whole worldview and ego to, and then watch when you try and explore the opposite. Watch how your ego and your paradigm try to preserve themselves. And it's trying to break through that and becoming aware of that we start to develop as a person and break through these things. So I've listed like 20 boxes, 19 boxes here that you can just go through. I try and fill them all out. You should be able to fill these out without any problem. You can go back through the examples I gave you earlier, but you know, just list out like your sides and list out the opposite. And like if you can't figure out what your side is, like if you don't know what you like or what you hate, if you don't know what you like, love, or think is right, then just think about what you think is wrong and you'll find what is right. So we can just apply inversion here once again. So, you know, if you're like, I don't know what's right, I don't know what I think is right, I don't know what I believe in, then just look at what you don't believe in and start with the opposite and then you'll find your side, right? Okay? So you might be wondering what my results are for these personality tests. So I am by nature an INTJ or an ENTJ. So like when I first started doing this, I was really introverted and I worked over time. And now when I do the test, it can kind of bounce between INTJ and ENTJ depending on like which month I do the test. So I do these tests pretty often, like every now and then. And like I'll find that sometimes I shift from a J to a P. I think it's quite rare for that to happen, but like sometimes I'll do the test and I'll be an INTJ, sometimes I'll be an INTP, sometimes I'll be an ENTJ, and sometimes I'll be like an E. Try not to model your personality off me. I don't really want people to replicate my brain, but you can see like this has got me where I am, and it's this philosophy that has led to it. So let's go back into the slides here. Okay. So you want to remember that the goal of this exercise is not to confirm who you are, it's to confirm who you are not, become aware of that, and then start integrating it into your life. And what you'll find is you've moved away from or judged or looked down on and demonized like certain parts of yourself or certain parts of other people, and that's kind of exactly what you need to grow. So it's really interesting, like what you judge and what you reject and demonize is exactly what you need. It's like pretty paradoxical. And you'll find that it's through the opposite that you achieve the thing, so pretty cool. So let's talk briefly about non-binary identity sliders, because now that we've defined the facets of your identity and personality, we need to try and figure out how to like sort of traverse like these different states. So most people view themselves as static, definitive, determined beings. They see themselves and their poles as right and the opposite as wrong. If you want to be successful, you cannot afford this. And the demand of success. You want to become attached to your goal, not identity, characteristics, ideology, or polar states. If your goal requires you to be what you are naturally not inclined to be, it doesn't matter. Your goal will not adapt to you. You must adapt to your goal. So it's like I said earlier, like you can either choose your goal because of who you are, or you can choose who you are because of your goal. And the latter is much more better and it's much more fun. Now, it doesn't have to be that way, but that's how I see it. And you want to release attachment. So right now, your ego has become attached to extremes. You must let these go. What are they, right? what are these extremes? What, like, I'm an introvert. Like, what is it? Well, they are arbitrary vehicles of emotional attachment that do nothing but give you a false sense of meaning and tangibility in your life. You must release attachment to your binary poles, both in identity and personality and your worldview. You must let go, and you must analyze why. Like, if you analyze like why you love what you love, or why you are who you are, or why you hate what you hate, or why you aren't who you aren't, you'll find nothing but accidental conditioning manifesting from random events. Now, there's arguments in psychology that personality is an innate, determined thing, and like I think that's true to a degree. But I think the ability to actually change it is way more powerful, right? And that's what I believe in, and it's served me well so far. So yeah, man, like let go of these poles you've got. Like, what are they? They don't, like, they just make you feel like you are something. They give you this sense of like tangibility. But my consciousness is not a set of binary poles. My consciousness is like floating between all the poles at once, and I can just like whiz it across at any point in given time. And by doing that, I can rapidly adapt and change, and I can become whoever I need to be or whatever I need to be to get the job done. And like there are certain caveats to this, because like I'd never compromise my integrity. So like if my goal was to make $1 million, I could go and like rob a bank and then maybe get away with it. But like I don't want to do it by being a bad person. So like you still want to have like rules, and you still want to have like a sense of moral code. And I don't mean to tell you that you want to get rid of like right and wrong from a moral perspective, because that would be fucked, right? And that would probably lead you down a really bad negative path. You'll have the moral code, and you know what's right, you know what's wrong from like the perspective of like morality. You don't necessarily want to shed yourself of that, because well, that's a code that you live by that keeps your place in this world pretty orderly and makes you feel good about yourself. But everything else, check it out. So I want to propose you see yourself and things on a slider. So I want you to imagine for a second we've got this slider of introverted and extroverted, and like you will naturally default to a certain side on most things. You just will. You're going to have biases. It's impossible to not have biases. So you will naturally drift to a certain side. So for example, I naturally drift to introversion, or I naturally drift to judgment, right? But then I have the ability to pull myself out. You need to be able to slide between both, and you need to be able to slide between poles according to the situation and context and circumstance. Now, I don't want you to think that this means that you have to go from this side all the way to this side, right? This is a spectrum. You can be anywhere on this. So sometimes you might have to be like, you might be in a situation that requires you to be like 60% introverted, right? I'm not saying like you're either going to be this really, really shy, quiet person that talks to no one and has never said a word in his life, to someone who's doing public speaking to 1 million people. Like, you kind of want to be like, okay, well, how much introversion do I need? I'm going to dial it down to this level. Or like, actually, I don't need much. I need to sort of be in the middle, just a little bit introverted. Or like, okay, I actually need to be like sort of mid between like extroverted and like 75% extroverted. And you want to imagine this is like 0, right? And then you've got the plus in this direction. So this would be like 100%, and this would be like minus 100%. And so if you're measuring yourself against like extroversion, this is 100, this is minus 100. So, you know, you need to be able to go like, I'm not saying you go from here and then like extrovert all the way over here. It's kind of like, okay, here. Because if you go from here to here, then that's a binary state. You think you have to go from one extreme to the other, right? That's a binary, like you're trying to achieve non-binary thinking through binary thinking, and like it doesn't really work that well. So there are situations where you might have to be like really extreme, right? But most of the time you're going to be chilling like maybe here, or maybe like here, and then maybe over here. So like on the introvert extrovert scale, I might naturally sit like here, maybe. Like, you know, I'm sort of like I still like having friends and going out and seeing people. I'm not like here where I'm a complete loner and want to live in a forest, but like, you know, I'm kind of here, but then I can go wherever, right? So that's sort of how this thing works. You need to have these identity sliders. You know, if this person here is like polarized to like near enough 90% introversion, and they have to do sales calls to win a business, then they better be able to dial up that slider and temporarily change and morph into someone that can and enjoy sales calls. It's like, you know, if you think you enjoy sales calls or don't enjoy sales calls, it's a slider. You need to be like, I enjoy sales calls, right? And you're not going to delude yourself and lie to yourself, because there is going to be stuff that you don't enjoy, but you need to be able to do it regardless, and that's the point. So another example is like, Charlie, like how many hours do you work, or how long do you work, or like how hard do you work? And like, you know, if I'm in the middle of like an extreme recording session like this mindset module, I'll be like here on monk mode. I'll be like sleeping perfectly, eating perfectly. I'll be exercising routinely, and then I'll be like 12 hours a day, like real focused work, like taking no shit from anything, no distractions, no nothing except from work, right? And like I can sit in this state for quite a while. I've trained myself to sit here for a long, long time if I need to. But like if I sit here for too long, then I kind of like, for as long as I sit here, like it's kind of balanced, and then I'll like fall back here, because I'll burn myself out to a point where I have to spend like a few weeks literally just like in bed. I've had it before where like I entered monk mode and I did it for like 6 months straight. Like, and I don't mean like monk mode like, yeah, I'm just working hard. Like I mean like it was actually like I didn't talk to anyone or do anything for 6 months. It was a great way to get shit done, and I got a lot of stuff done initially in my early days, but then I literally had to spend like, you know, basically 6 months recovering from that. So I kind of ended up, my average was kind of like here. So like if you go here like half the time and here half the time, you might as well just sit here, right? So like now I kind of sit like here, right? Where like I'm not quite at that extreme of monk mode or like extreme work or extreme discipline, because if I do that I know where I end up, but I'm kind of just like chilling here, like halfway between like 0% sloth mode and like 100% monk mode. And like sometimes, dude, like if I get to this point and I've been doing this for like, you know, like 6 months, and I really start to feel like I'm tired and burned out, then I'll go and chill out here for a bit, right? And I'll have like a few days of work, like a week where I don't do as much, and then like I kind of just take off like some evenings and like go and chill out and relax, and then like I'll kind of be like, okay, I'm just going to climb back up, and then I'll sit here, and then I'll come back to here. So I'm kind of just sliding. I'm mostly always here, but then sometimes I'll have to come like here and just like chill out for a bit, and then like there's nothing wrong with this. And like if you wake up one day, now this is the problem with this is exercising judgment, which we're going to talk about in a minute, because like if you're not careful, you'll think you're burned out, because your body will tell you you're burned out. It'll be a resistance manifestation. So like your body might be like, oh, well, we've been in monk mode for like 2 weeks now, and we're really burned out, and we're really stressed, and we're really like feeling tired and stuff, and like we need to stop. But like you need to be able to differentiate between true, genuine like biological burnout and your body trying to convince you to do the less painful thing because your current sense of self doesn't want to grow, right? So you need to learn to differentiate. But you know, my point here is you can replace this with anything and this with the opposite of anything, and you just need to be able to be like, vroom, 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 vroom. So like I will naturally lean towards monk mode, but I have no problem like one day or 1 week just deciding to be more slovenly, because like it's kind of healthy to do both. It's kind of like with healthy eating. Like if you just eat healthy food all the time, constantly, forever, and you're at this extreme, then you'll actually become unhealthy, because studies show, you can ask anyone that studies nutrition, that like your body kind of needs to be shocked a little bit. It needs to be reminded of like the bad times, right? And you still need like fats and sugars and oils and like salts and stuff to keep yourself going. And like you kind of stop appreciating healthy food if you don't eat unhealthy food. So you need both. So sometimes you want to be like really healthy, and then like maybe one day of the week you're like really unhealthy, and then like you come back in. So finding a balance is pretty key. Now there is stuff like this that I've put out completely. So for example, like alcohol, right? Right. So like if I put this in, I don't drink any alcohol at all, ever. Like, but sometimes I'll have a beer. So I might be like here, right? Maybe I'll be like, yeah, I'm going to chill out and have like a glass of wine with some dinner, or like I'm going to like, I don't know, like I'm going out or something, and then like I'm having a beer. But like I'm never really going beyond this point with alcohol, and then I'm usually almost always here. And like I have no problem with this, because like I can take no alcohol to an extreme, and I don't really want alcohol. It doesn't affect me. It affects me if I drink it, but being at the point where I drink nothing doesn't really matter to me. So you know, slider, everything in life, you need to be able to sort of see yourself. Okay, you know when you build a video game character at the start, like on Sims or something. In fact, let me pull this up, right? So let's see. Sims creates a character, sliders, right? So when you create a character on a video game like Sims, I don't know if you can do this. Let's see. This is just a completely tangential example. Here you go. Look. So when you create your character on a video game like this, and you're creating your quote unquote yourself on Sims, you can sort of like drag these sliders to be like how you want them to be. The problem is that people create the character and then the game doesn't give them like it doesn't give them an opportunity to change the slider again, which is pretty sad. But like this is how you want to see your life: is you want to have a load of sliders, and then you want to be able to sort of like whoop, 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 and just like move them up and down according to the situation and the circumstance. And you can see this in one's here. Like, so like, you know, you've got all of these sliders. You just be like boop, 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 boop. Okay, so that's how I do it, and it served me really well, and I hope it serves you well as well. So like another one would be mindset work and actual work. So like right now you might be like polarized into mindset, but then you should polarize yourself back into actual work. And then like what will happen, I guarantee you, if you do actual work for long enough without paying any attention to mindset, then your work will start to suffer, and you'll need to come back to the mindset training. So like I kind of, if you're wondering where I sit like kind of like here, maybe like here in the middle of both of these, like the middle and the end. But like I'm kind of like always working on my mindset, but most of my time is going into my actual work, because I can like by working properly, I'm working on my mindset, because your work becomes a vehicle to improve your mindset. And it takes years to do this, but it's possible. And you need to have good judgment. So like to pick what's right and to pick what's wrong, you need to know like what is right and what's wrong, because it's kind of hard to do that. So what I'm gonna do now is actually tell you like, well, your question might be like, Charlie, okay, well, I know I need to like have these sliders and like change my personality and like change myself and change what I believe to be true depending on different situations. But like, okay, how? So like, for example, with cold email, like quality and quantity, like how do I know like if I should send more quality, or how do I know I should send more quantity? Or like sales calls, like how do I know if I should be more aggressive or not aggressive? Or how do I know if I should ask this question or this question? I don't want you to think that these black and white balls just represent your identity and personality. They also represent every facet of reality that you engage in, right? So everything else alongside your identity is also going to be embedded into this. And it's a question of knowing what is right and what is wrong, and it's usually a question of doing what's in the middle. So I'll give you an example here really quickly. I actually had this issue recently, right? Let's just pop this in here and this in here. So it's going to sound a bit random, but it's just an example to give you an idea of how I think. So every day I used to drink protein shake, right? And after drinking a protein shake, it would make me feel horrible. I'd always feel really sluggish and like I couldn't concentrate. And so I was like, I'm gonna get rid of this protein shake. And then I was like, well, part of my life goal is to become fit and healthy and bigger. So if I do this, then I sacrifice that. So now I'm kind of in the middle where I have like half of my protein shake like one time and the other half 6 hours later. And that way, like I don't really feel bad because it's only half of what I would usually have. So it's not enough to push my biology over a threshold to make me feel shit. But I also get both by splitting it 6 hours apart, but just I don't have a downside. So that's like an example of like, one person might look at one thing and then be like, I'll get rid of it. Or they might be like, oh, but I still need it. So then they carry on doing the thing, but it's like, you can kind of just do both, right? So, yeah, it's just a random example I thought of, but like, you'll eventually get very good at this once you've, like, I would just suggest you watch this video like 100 times. And I'm not even actually exaggerating there. Like, I've watched videos on non-binary thinking, God knows how many times, like 300 times, probably, like for a year when I was running. Like, I'd usually listen to the same video. So, like, you need to have, like, real awareness of this, because, like, this is the next thing for you to master beyond your identity and personality. And sense of self is this ability to think. So, yeah. So, let's talk about exercising judgment, because now we need to know, like, okay, so we've talked about, like, what is right and what's wrong, and we talked about like how you can't really be like, if you think something's right then it's immediately wrong, because the only way to really be wrong is pick a side, right? So you just don't ever want to pick a side, but you want to be able to pick sides because you don't want to be completely like non-binary. You need to still be binary, but like it's a question of like, you pick the side depending on the circumstance, and the circumstance will predict what is right and what's wrong. So if you are picking one thing in one circumstance and then you pick the same thing in another, it doesn't mean it'll be right in another circumstance. Like everything depends on context and everything depends on the environment. So I might advise one client to do quality-based cold emails, and then I might advise another client to do quantity-based cold emails. And then someone might be like, well, hang on, you told him to do that and him to do that. And I'll be like, yeah. And it's like, well, what do you mean? How can you advise both of those things? And I'm like, because of the context. People really overlook the context, and they just try and apply the same black and white thinking or the same model to everything they do in life, and that's really where the pain and the mistake come. It's like when something's working and then you apply the same thing to something else and it doesn't work, and you're like, why did it not work? It must be broken. It's like, no, you're just being an idiot, right? So exercising judgment is a really important skill to have, because otherwise you're going to be wrong more often than you're right, and how easy it is to achieve success is going to be like dependent on that, right? So how do you know when to be what or when to do what? Judgment, right? Exercising judgment is using your brain to decide when to be what or when to do what. It's looking at a situation, a circumstance or environment and knowing what is required of you so you can shift into it. And it takes some time to develop, but once you have your judgment nailed, you can move forward consistently without any mistakes. So let's say, for example, I'm going to give you some examples of judgment, right? So let's say you find yourself in a situation where a client is being difficult and pushing you around. And let's say you naturally would lean towards being agreeable because you're high in agreeableness, you've polarized yourself to believe that disagreeableness is wrong and agreeableness is right, and you don't like conflict. Now, exercising judgment here would be an analyzing the situation, which eventually will happen in seconds like an algorithm once you train yourself. But you analyze the situation and then you decide that you need to dial up disagreeableness in basically order to avoid the client pushing you around and to gain the client's respect. So like you might be an agreeable person put into a situation where you're wrong more often than you're right, and how easy it is to achieve success is going to be like dependent on that, right? So how do you know when to be what or when to do what? Judgment, right? Exercising judgment is using your brain to decide when to be what or when to do what. It's looking at a situation, a circumstance or environment and knowing what is required of you so you can shift into it. And it takes some time to develop, but once you have your judgment nailed, you can move forward consistently without any mistakes. So let's say, for example, I'm going to give you some examples of judgment, right? So let's say you find yourself in a situation where a client is being difficult and pushing you around. And let's say you naturally dial up, like naturally would lean towards being agreeable because you're high in agreeableness. You've polarized yourself to believe that disagreeableness is wrong and agreeableness is right, and you don't like conflict. Now, exercising judgment here would be analyzing the situation, which eventually will happen in seconds like an algorithm once you train yourself. But you analyze the situation and then you decide that you need to dial up disagreeableness in basically order to avoid the client pushing you around and to gain the client's respect. So like you might be an agreeable person put into a situation where you need to be disagreeable, and you analyze it and you quickly flip the disagreeableness, and by doing so the client respects you, pays you, and then doesn't fuck you around anymore. And then you flip back to your natural state of agreeableness so you feel more comfortable with your existence. Right, that's one example of exercising judgment. Another example, let's say you're on a sales call with a hardened, emotionless, multi-seven-figure business owner, and they don't take kindly to questions about their personal life. Now, exercising judgment here would be realizing your usual method of putting the prospect in an emotional state will have the opposite effect it does on 90% of your prospects. So you look at the situation and you're like, okay, well, I always ask these questions, but this person, oh God, they're not responding properly. It's like, okay, well, don't panic. Just dial down the emotional part of your sales process and dial up the analytical part, right? So it's like every process has the opposite. So, you know, if you're on a call and you always ask emotional questions and then like you have a call and it's not appropriate to do it, then don't ask the emotional questions. Now, a caveat to this is not, it should be the exception, not the rule. So like you should ask the emotional questions all the time, except from when it's not appropriate to. So sometimes like maybe 10% of your calls, you don't need to ask them, right? Another example, let's say I'm coaching a client on appointment booking, and let's say they're a week in and they haven't got any results, and they're emotional and upset that things aren't working. Now, for most clients who get emotional after a few weeks of no results, I take an empathetic stance to solve the problem. I'd be like, okay, I hear you, let's talk about this. But in this case, if they're a week in and they're getting emotional, I dial down the empathy and I dial up the apathy and I tell them to knuckle down, stop listening to their stupid thoughts and let the test run. And this confuses people, because on coaching calls, someone might come to me with a problem and I'll handle it with a completely different mannerism and method to another problem. And then they're like, well, Charlie, like, how do you, that makes no sense because you told John this and now you're telling Steve this and now you've told me this. And you've told us to do completely different things and you've treated us in completely different ways. And then I'm like, are you guys the same person? Like all three of you in the exact same situation with the same context, with the same circumstance, with the same psychological makeup? Well, no. It's like, well, then why would I treat you guys the same? Right? You have to stop overextending things. And you have to stop trying to apply rigid rules and principles to everything in your life. There's a quote from Charlie Munger that says, to the man with a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. So if the only tool you have to fix anything is a hammer, you will use a hammer to try and fix the thing. So if you're trying to wrench like a screw into like a wooden board and you only have a hammer, then you'll see the wrench task as a hammer task. And you'll try and hammer the screw into the board and it will probably break the board. And then you'll be like, oh, that's just stupid. This hammer's broken. It's just idiotic thinking. But that's literally how this thing works. So how to actually exercise judgment? So this should say, how do I exercise judgment, right? Another example of non-binary thinking, right? So you might notice that I make some spelling mistakes, or sometimes I might trip up on my speech in these videos, right? And it's like, if I basically looked over and ruthlessly analyzed every single word in these like 2 to 3 hour long slideshow presentations, then I wouldn't be able to record them quickly, right? And I wouldn't be able to get them out to you. I'd spend like hours and ages and days and weeks on every little detail. It's like I'm detail orientated with these slides, but I also have the ability to like oversee little mistakes sometimes, so I'm not being a perfectionist. Because like if you're a perfectionist and you're polarized towards perfection, then you're going to do shit really slowly. But it's like you want to have perfectionism, you want near enough everything to be good and perfect, but you also want to have the ability to accept the fact that everything will be. So just another example, right? In case you're wondering like, oh, you spelled it wrong. Like, so what? You know? So let's talk about how I actually exercise judgment to know what is right and what is wrong. Because I handle different things in different ways, and I use different models and different polarizations, and I take myself to different extremes, and I balance myself on different sliders depending on the situation. So I exercise judgment now without thinking. It's intuitive, paradoxically, right? However, I had to work to develop this in the earlier days of my business career, and I had to think through situations before approaching them. So I've actually defined like, I wasn't gonna do this because it took like, it would have taken too long to do, but then I realized like I need to give it to you. So it took me a long time to do this, but I actually sort of like broke down my unconscious process of judging situations into 5 steps. So step 1 is to define the objective. So if you're in a situation and you're aware that there's multiple ways to handle it because you're a non-binary person now and you've got the ability to think in grades as opposed to like, you can think in the gradient, not in the actually black and white. Like the first thing to do is to define the objective. So I start off by asking myself, what's my goal, right? what's the goal in general, and then what is the goal in this situation. So I'll ask myself what I'm trying to accomplish. And if I don't know what I'm trying to accomplish in the situation, then I will ask myself what my goal would want me to do. And it helps me to see what I should do, because you want to kind of like see your goal as a person. And like you have to, if you're not sure what to do in a situation or what you're trying to achieve in a situation, then your goal, you kind of ask your goal, like, hey goal, what do I need to do in this situation to make you come to life? And then your goal will be like, you need to get this outcome. And then like the outcome's possible to get, you just need to make sure you use the right tool, right? So that's the first thing I do in any situation. Like my goal is to make client acquisition easy. That's like my North Star for this company. So every interaction and every time in a situation, I bear that in mind. I'm like, okay, right goal, we want to make client acquisition easy. So what do I need to achieve in this specific circumstance to take us closer to that, right? So that's the first thing, is to find the objective. Because if you don't know what you're trying to achieve out of the situation, then fuck man, you're not going to do anything. You're going to make it's kind of 50-50. If anything, it's like 50 to like 100, because you've got no idea how many variables could come as a thing. So I want the closest thing. By the way, if you can't figure out what you're trying to achieve in a situation, you probably shouldn't even be in a situation. So if you're kind of like, do I want this or do I want this? Like, I don't know. What would my goal want? My goal doesn't want anything from this. Oh shit, then why am I doing it? So I had a client the other day, and he was like, Charlie, I'm really struggling with this done for you client I've got, because they're this really weird client and they don't pay me anything, but they say they're going to pay me when it works. And like, I've been working with them for like 3 months and it's not working, and they're really having a go at me, but I want it to work. And I'm like, well, what's your goal? And he's like, well, I want to build like a 30 grand a month like business. And I'm like, okay, well, the objective in this situation should be to get rid of that client. So he was trying to fix the client's problem, but I was like, we need to get rid of the client. So you need to basically think in both terms. So objective, and once you've got the objective, you want to do what I call preference detachment. So once you've defined your objective, which will be defined by your goal, you want to remove preferences you have to basically like how you naturally want or would handle the situation. So you'll naturally want to handle the situation a certain way, depending on your psychological makeup and your conditioning. It doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. So it doesn't matter how you want to handle it or how you would handle it. It matters how you need to handle it in order to achieve your objective set forth in step 1. So you've got your objective, and what you do next, and like what you think is the right thing to do, or the right thing to pick, or the right side to choose, is going to depend on like the objective. And you remove your preference, like your personal preference. The goal should set the preference for the action or what is right, not you. Unless of course it's kind of like, do I kill this person, right? And it's probably wrong to do that no matter what it says about your goal, because like my goal will always be to achieve my goal, but to maintain integrity and to be a good person, right? Otherwise you're kind of just doing it for the wrong reasons from my perspective. The next thing is emotional detachment. So define objective, right? Detach yourself from your preference of handling the situation, and then detach yourself from any emotion. So you want to remove or try to remove all emotional baggage or feelings that are coming with this situation or circumstance. And you want to achieve a calm state so you can see clearer. So now what you want to do is you want to remove all emotion. So if you feel sad, happy, angry, like calm is the objective you want to achieve. But if you feel really calm and really relaxed, that's an emotion. So you kind of don't want to have any emotional state about this thing in this situation, which is why it's so easy to help someone from the third person, by the way. It's like it's much easier to help someone else than to help yourself, because like you're more emotional about yourself. But the best thing to do is just to be not emotional about the situation for yourself, and then you can win, right? But the third person is the fourth step. So once you've defined the objective, removed any attachment you have to your preference to handle it, and you've basically like become aware of how you shouldn't handle it by removing how you want to handle it. Now, sometimes how you want to handle it will be the right way to handle it, because sometimes you're going to be right. Like if it's a 50-50 thing, then you're going to be right 50% of the time. But it helps to detach in the first place and remove any attachment to that preference, because then you can see more when you remove the emotion in step 3, then you can really see things clearly. But then step 4 is to enter the third person and ask yourself, this is a great question, what advice would you give to someone trying to achieve this objective in this circumstance? How would you tell them to behave if you had no idea about their natural inclinations or what they wanted to do? And the key to this is to not let this third person perspective be biased by your preference, right? So you need to not only watch yourself, but then watch the person watching you. So it's a bit of a paradox. But once you've removed the emotion and once you've removed the preference, you should be able to see yourself in a clear enough way. And then you can basically imagine that you don't know yourself and you're telling yourself how you think you should behave without any bias, right? It's hard to do, but you need to do it. And then behave. So number 5 is obviously to dial up or dial down what needs to be dialed up or down, or, you know, pick a side or, you know, switch sides, and then let that switching or let that dialing manifest into behavior, and then make a decision. Now, this 5-step process eventually will happen instantly, but like this is a really important lesson in like critical thinking and decision making and knowing what to do. And like it kind of, when you know this, it just feels like the whole world opens up to you basically. So finally, we're going to talk about spectrum thinking, because we've talked a lot about like everything non-binary thinking wise, but I want to just round it off with one more model to perceive and see like binary poles, just so it can become a lot clearer to you. So reality presents itself on a gradient, but it kind of doesn't. Like if we could see reality for what it truly was, we'd see a gradient, we'd see like shades, right? I mean shades like this, right? But binary thinking works by reducing reality from this into 2 clearly defined states like this. It's easier for us to do this, right? We've discussed this, but like you kind of, this is how reality would look, but this is how humans see it. So what we see is not what is there. Obviously, like I said, we see like what we are, not what is there, right? So we talked about that in the paradigm section. It's all sort of interrelated here. But The problem with this is that, like, when we think in binary terms, right, we see black and white. What we can see here is we can see two shades, one of which is dark black and one of which we would potentially consider light black. And then the problem with this, again, is that these two shades are quite similar. So we've got light black and then like light white, kind of like light grays, but like this one in here would still be considered black because it's on the black side. And then likewise, like over here, we've got like really bright white and then like light white, but like we miss out on these little details. So when we think in binary terms and we basically give ourselves two options, we limit like seeing like four potential separate things. And like, these are the same thing. They're quite similar in shade. But if we're looking at them and we just see black and white, we're not going to see how black and white or how similar they are. We're just going to see that they're two completely separate things. And they're more alike than they are different. So we're going to miss these details. And obviously, like the whole black and white thing is the easiest metaphor to use here, but this applies to everything, right? The uniqueness of each shade is lost in the binary way of thinking. And you're more likely to perceive what isn't there and miss details. So like life is like, success is about options, and it's about seeing options and seeing avenues and methods of behavior that nobody else sees. And I can tell you now that the people that do the best, the people that make the most money and have the most fun in business are the ones that perceive and see options and perceive and see like shades of reality that other people's binary thinking does not allow them to see. Like if you take all of our outreach systems or our sales systems or this mindset system, like I'm able to see shit that other people can't see. And it's because of this. It's because I don't subject my reality or my sense of reality to just one or the other. I sense it to how much of one and how much of the other, right? And here's the other issue. If you've got black, right? If you see things as black and then you're thinking like, okay, well, what is not black, right? Then you think, well, it's obviously white. But when you think in that way, you miss out on all the other colors. So obviously this is just like a sort of trite example, it's just black and white. But if all you think there is black and white, then you're going to miss out on the intricacies of like infinite shades of color, right? But like my point here is that this doesn't just apply to like the shades of color and stuff. This applies to basically everything in life. You can think of any example of like, like doubt and confidence. If you think there's like, confidence, extreme confidence or extreme doubt, then you're going to miss out on different levels of confidence and different levels of doubt that you might be able to leverage to actually get what you want. And by seeing the opposite of black, you miss out on a whole spectrum of colors. So you don't want to perceive things as like right or wrong or polar opposites. You want to try to see what is between them. And John F. Kennedy once said the absence of war is not peace, right? So like a lot of people look at it and they think, yeah, it's either peace or war, right? We're either in conflict or we're not in conflict. We're either at war or we're either in a period of peace. But really, it looks like this. It's like, well, how much war and how peaceful are the times? So like, if you're over on the left, then it's just war and there's hardly any peace. But like, there's always going to be some peace and there's always going to be some war, right? So no matter how peaceful things are, there's always going to be some conflict and some like war, because if you take peace to an extreme, then you'll create war, right? Because there's always going to be people that want to take advantage of peace, right? And if you take war to an extreme, then there will always be peace because people want to achieve peace, right? So we're never at war, we're never at peace. It's kind of like how peaceful are the times or how much war are we in? And it's the same thing with like success and failure. So people see like people and they're like, yep, we've got successful people and we've got people that failed. And like they see it like this, where it's like, yep, you're either successful or you're a failure. Well, I would propose this, like how successful and how much of a failure? Because like the average person might look at me and think he's successful, but then like a really successful person might look at me and think he's a failure. Because to like Jeff Bezos, if he made like a couple of million, he'd be like, that dude's a failure. But then he wouldn't call me a failure because he understands non-binary thinking. So he'd probably be like, he's way more of a failure than I'd like to be, right? Like it's never hot and it's never cold, right? It's always how hot or how cold. You're never rich, you're never poor. It's how rich or how poor are you? Like you need to learn to see the world in this way. It's called spectrum thinking, right? And you need to learn. It's kind of like what I said earlier, like, do I drink my whole protein shake now or do I not drink my protein shake at all? It's like, well, actually, like how much protein shake should I drink now? Maybe a little bit and then have the rest later, right? I know it's a weird, shallow example, but like all of these things that we covered earlier, if I just finish the slides there, because, if you want to be successful, it helps to be able to see things humans can't see. And you need to see if you can come up with some examples. But like, with this sort of like spectrum thing, right? You can bring this to any example, right? So like it's like, am I changing or am I staying the same? It's like, well, that's not the thing. You'll never just change. You're never just staying the same. It's like, how much constant are you holding or how much change are you having, right? Or you're not friendly and you're not hostile, right? It's how friendly are you or how hostile are you? And like how friendly you are will be in contrast to how hostile you are. So they work in tandem, but you need to learn to see the world in grayscale as opposed to black and white, because otherwise you're going to miss massive intricacies. So it's kind of like the way that I made cold outreach work really well, and the way that I make other channels and other organic attraction methods and ads and sales stuff work really well is by being like quality or quantity. And then people see like cold email as like quality or quantity. And then like what happens is they do one or the other, whereas I'm here like, well, how much quantity or how deep quality, right? Or like sales, I'm like, how aggressive, how passive, right? Everything is I'm never, ever, ever seeing the world in one or two ways. I'm never seeing it as black or white. I'm never putting a big red divide down the middle and seeing one or the other. I'm always seeing one extreme, the other extreme, and all the intricacies in between. Because when you see all the intricacies in between, you get to act and behave in accordance with those intricacies, and often they will be the key that unlocks the success that you need. So that's non-binary thinking. See if you can come up with some examples. Like this is kind of fun for you now because you get to discover what I discovered, and you have the pleasure now of going through with the knowledge I've given you, which is pretty detailed, as I think, right, in contrast to someone that hasn't got any detail. So you can see, like, you can start to apply this non-binary thinking. If I was like, this is the most detailed program on non-binary thinking ever, then I'm kind of being binary. Like, there's going to be more stuff to learn here. There's always going to be more to learn and more to apply, but you've got a strong basis and a strong foundation, or at least a stronger one than you would have had if you didn't do the video, right? So that's polarity paradoxes. This thinking has served me incredibly well. It's made me lots of money, and it's made me a very happy person. It's given my life more meaning, and it's basically allowed me to navigate with more precision, and it's allowed me to basically achieve more goals. And I'm sure it will help me achieve more goals, and I'm glad to have shared it with you. So that's everything for today's video. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hey everyone, Charlie Morgan here, and welcome to Unrelenting Discipline. If you want to become successful, and if you want to get rich, and you want to be in a good place in life, then you need discipline. It is literally impossible to become successful without discipline. And the level to which you are disciplined, and the level to which you exercise your willpower against your pain and your suffering, is the level to which you will succeed and get rich. Most human beings rely on motivation for their source of energy when it comes to exerting themselves. And so if they want to get in shape, they'll wait until they feel motivated to go to the gym. Or if they want to eat clean, they'll wait until they feel inspired to eat what they need to eat to lose weight. And the same thing is true with work. Most entrepreneurs and most people who try and start businesses, they only do the work when they feel like it, or they only do the work when they have an overwhelming wave of positive emotion. Well, what I can tell you is that on your journey towards success with this program and your business and your life, you're going to go through tough days, tough weeks, tough months, sometimes even tough years, or God forbid, tough decades. And life's going to throw things at you, and you're not going to feel great, and you need to be able to do the work and continuously exercise your willpower in spite of how you feel. And the way you do that is through discipline. Now, hyper successful people at the top of their game, people who make the 8 figures, the 9 figures, the best in the world at what they do, are disciplined on a level that you and most people cannot even comprehend. And what we're going to do in this video is explore how to comprehend it, but more importantly, how to actually do it. Because discipline is a skill and it's a muscle. In the same way that you can do bicep curls to grow your arms, you can also do discipline curls to grow your discipline. And every time that you do something that is hard, that you don't want to do, you become slightly more disciplined. And if you do that for a long time, then boy, oh boy, you're going to be unrecognizable. This is how you win. This is how you beat people. It's very, very, very hard to outcompete someone who has more discipline than you. In fact, I'd go as far to say it's impossible. Okay. So what you can see in the back here are a couple of monks. And when we think about discipline, we think about monk mode or monk-like discipline, because these guys dedicate their entire lives to nothing but discipline, and they're pretty inspiring, which is why I chose them for the slideshow here. So as you can see, this is a very long video. This video is no small feat. We've got a 55-page Google Doc to go through on discipline and how it works, and this video has taken me about a month to complete, and an awful lot of discipline as well, ironically. So without further ado, here's what we're going to cover. Total discipline, delaying gratification, all or nothing, sacrifice, giving to get, focus, projections and mirrors, client mirror, the endless source, achieving consistency, athletic recovery, homeostatic disciplinary regulation, battery theory, discipline debt, asymmetric charging, battery efficiency, draining intensity, disproportionate actions, burnout, integrated rest, habitual discipline conservation, and delusional rest. Discipline's quite a deep topic. You can't just watch a 30-second David Goggins Instagram reel and know what you need to know to have that sort of level of discipline. And so what I've decided to do here is basically compile 10 years of knowledge and experience with this topic and put it into this one video. And needless to say, that wasn't a very easy thing to do, but more importantly, I think this is probably going to be one of the most important videos that I've ever made, because if you get the discipline thing right, you can't be beaten. It's very hard to beat someone who's disciplined. So let's have a look. So as you can see, we've got the infamous 55-page Google Doc here, which will be available in the description, of course, of the video as per usual. So welcome to Unrelenting Discipline. Here we will explore how to become hyper-disciplined and how true masters of sport, business, and other realms of life get to the top. Discipline truly is the tool of the master, and it's the big secret behind the success of anyone who has won. So when we think about a tool is something that you use to become successful. And at least in the context of success. And discipline really is something you use. It's like you've got imagine in life you've got like a mental tool belt of different things. So you've got the tool of your intelligence, you've got the tool of all sorts of different things, but you've got the tool of discipline. And sometimes in life you're going to have to be able to pull that thing out and use it. Hyper successful people are disciplined on a level that you cannot fathom. But after this video, not only will you be able to fathom it, but you'll be able to do it as well. Now there's 3 very important definitions that you need to understand to get the most out of this video. So what actually is discipline, and how do we define it? Because you might think you know what it is, but it's nice to have some common ground of understanding to get to grips with this before we pull it apart for a few hours. So discipline is doing the work, okay? And really it exists in 2 forms. So it's mental and physical exertion. And what exertion basically means is using your energy to do things, right? And using your energy to do things you usually don't want to do. But the other side of discipline is resisting impulse. So when we talk about doing the work, it's talking about exerting yourself. So for example, I'm recording this program video right now for you, and I am mentally exerting myself in the process. And so I'm exercising discipline as we speak. And also, you also have to resist impulses. So, as you're exerting yourself or as you're working, you might have impulses to check your phone, or you might have, you might be out shopping and have an impulse to buy something you don't need, or you might have the impulse to play a video game, or, open up Instagram reels or something, right? These are impulses, little, pockets of emotion that encourage our body to move towards an action that satiates that emotion and gratifies it. And we don't want to do that. When we talk about work, well, we talked about this in Trial by Fire, and, we can define work as meeting resistance with effort. So we know from Trial by Fire days that resistance basically manifests when we try and do something because of our current sense of self. It comes in all sorts of different forms, and the way that we combat that is with effort. And when resistance meets effort, we get pain, which is basically just work. And then we also need to understand the term rest. This is ceasing to work, so mental or physical inactivity. So discipline has an opposite, and the opposite of discipline is rest. And this is when you're not working and you're relaxing and chilling out and not exerting yourself. And rest is extremely important, because we're going to talk about how to become really disciplined and how to get really good at the skill of discipline. But what we need to learn to do is we also need to learn to rest, and we need to learn how to recover, because discipline takes a pretty remarkable toll on our psychology and physiology and our body and our biology. It's tough to keep this going. And so if you want to learn how to be disciplined, then you also need to learn how to rest as well. And this is a really interesting topic of discussion that no one in this space talks about. We've got the manosphere, like, online digital culture of grind, hustle, 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 do the work. But no one talks about rest and recovery and time off. And it's stupid that they don't. And we're going to talk a lot about that in the second half of the video. And it's just as important to know how to rest as it is to know how to discipline yourself, okay? So total discipline. At this point in the training, you have a clear vision of who you need to become. You understand beliefs, pain, and reality on a level understood by very few people on this planet. And you have a pretty good advantage because of this. So there's 7-8 billion people on the planet, and you now understand some of these core things that drive success better than 99.99999999999% of them, right? So you've got a pretty cool advantage. But it's all now down to daily execution and staying on the rails. Because you can understand all of this stuff, this mindset stuff, the business abstractions and the theory, but really, once you understand it, you've got to execute. It's having the discipline to get up and do it every day. Success is ultimately the sum of your willpower, which is the ability to control yourself, your impulses, and your actions. Willpower allows you to do something difficult without giving up or getting distracted, and it's basically just discipline. So willpower, discipline, same thing. Most people rely on motivation to get things done, but the issue is that motivation is fickle and fleeting, and motivation is like a warm bath. You can sit in it, and it feels great for a while, but it gets cold pretty damn quick, and it goes away. And so most people rely on motivation, and because they rely on motivation, and their belief systems are tied up with the idea that they can't do anything if they're not motivated to do it, then if they don't have motivation, they have to wait for motivation to come back around again before they can do anything. So, your average normal human has a belief system locked into their brain that states the truth, or the perceived truth, that I can only do the work if I'm motivated to do so. And you've probably seen this, it's pretty prevalent with a lot of people these days who are unsuccessful. True masters and killers rely on discipline, not motivation. Self-discipline is the ability to control your emotions and your impulses and defeat your weaknesses. So let's start with delaying gratification. Because ultimately, when we exercise discipline, the thing that we are trying to do when we exercise discipline is to delay gratification. And delaying gratification is basically having some time elapse between doing something painful and receiving the reward for doing the thing that's painful. So the secret to disciplining yourself is to train your brain to think about the long term and live accordingly to your longer term goals. So you have to hook yourself on long-term gratification, and this basically means that you wait for reward. And so you're doing this actively right now by having made your way through the program this far, having been through all the foundational videos. Like, you're putting in work, you're paying attention, you're taking notes, you're doing the action items, you're telling your friends about the program, you're doing all sorts of things. And you're probably not, you haven't seen any rewards yet. At this point in the training, we've gone through your business foundations and what you're going to sell and who you're going to sell to, and we're starting to build your mindset, and we're getting really clear on that, and you're getting real clear on who you need to become. And we've done a lot of personal work here, but you've probably been doing stuff for the last couple of weeks, but you haven't got a client yet, you haven't made any money yet, and you haven't received any real tangible reward. And that's perfectly normal and perfectly acceptable, and this is just delaying gratification. And you might have to wait a little bit longer to get a client and make some money. And business is basically synonymous to delaying gratification, where you do lots of work now and lots of suffering and pain now with no reward. Think about me building this program. I've been working on week 1 and week 2 of this course, so the Foundations and Mindset module, for the best part of 6 to 9 months, just to make 14 videos. That sucks, and I'm not going to see the effect of this until I launch the program and until clients start going through it and people start, scheduling to buy Easy Grow and referring their friends and growing it. And I'm going to have to work basically a full year on this thing, pretty much, before I receive any level of reward at all. It's a year of pain with no reward. That's delaying gratification, and it requires a lot of discipline to do that. When you do something, you don't see the positive effect of that thing for weeks, months, years, or even decades. And those are the things that you want to do. This is what masters of any field are capable of. Every action they take is pegged against the long term. So if you think about an Olympian, a professional athlete, let's take a 100-meter sprinter, right? That person could train for, a decade and not receive any gratification or reward until the day of the Olympics. So they start training when they're, 9 years old and they enter the Olympics when they're 20 or something. That's like 11 years of pain just for one moment of gratification. And that's what the masters are good at. The alternative to delayed gratification is instant gratification, which is probably what you're quite familiar with. This is basically experiencing instant pleasure without any delay or latency. Latency, by the way, means delay. You want it and you want it now. So YouTube, Netflix, sugar, comments, views, smoking, drugs, music, drinking, partying, gossip, vaping, processed foods, seed oils, you name it, you want it now. Most people are hooked on instant gratification, and because of this, their lives are incredibly miserable. So, most people's brains, they just operate on this constant instant gratification thing. And the real problem with this is, most people who are normal civilians and not entrepreneurs, that kind of stage that you're not so much a civilian anymore because you're going through this, you want to become a business owner, etc. But like most people, their brains are hooked on instant gratification. And when they get into business or when they try and do anything that requires delayed gratification, they quit and give up because their brain is so hardwired to expect instantaneous results that when they do work and don't see instant results, they think it's a scam or they think that it's not gonna work. And this happens a lot with people who are like, courses are scams. Like I've got to, what do you mean I've got to do months of work and not make any money? Scam. That's just someone basically translating their idiocy into words because their brain is so hooked on instant gratification. Like, yeah, all right, mate, why don't you just pull your vape back out and fuck off? To encode delayed gratification into your life, you must do all of the following 10 things. So really, there's 10 things that feed delayed gratification and thicken the neural pathways that will allow you to delay gratification in your life. So first of all, the most important one is to resist impulses, because the gateway to experiencing instant gratification is impulse. And an impulse is basically a temporary, fleeting emotional uprising in your brain that makes you feel like you should do something to receive an instantaneous reward. So, when you're scrolling through, Instagram Reels at 1 a.m. and, you see a really attractive woman and, there's a link in the bio, there's a link in the bio and you're like, oh, maybe I should go and go to some dirty website and masturbate. That's an impulse, right? Or maybe you're sat there and it's Sunday and it's 4 p.m. and you're watching a movie. And, out of nowhere comes the impulse for you to order a burger and some fries and just, indulge. That's an impulse. Or, maybe you're addicted to vaping or smoking. And, you're sat there and then, you're like, oh, where's my vape? And then you just you go and start looking for it. And then you start panicking because you can't find it. These are impulses, okay? So you need to resist them. And you need to get good at resisting them. Or sleep. Go to bed and wake up at the same time every day without wavering. So sleep is a really good form of self-discipline. And if you can nail your sleep and you can delay that gratification to just go to bed at the right time, wake up at the right time, that will compound over time. Gratitude. So give thanks for what you have every day and recognize your blessings. Because what we need to learn to do is understand that anything that's good in your life that you have right now, you need to associate that with having delayed the gratification to get it. So there might be something you've got going for you, something that you've done for a while that is paying off, and maybe you're in decent shape, or maybe you've got something going for you, maybe you've got a good relationship or something. Be grateful for those things and exercise gratitude to encourage future delayed gratification behaviors. Goals. Always keep your eye on the prize and never forget your goal. Look at it daily. If you remember why you're delaying gratification and doing what you're doing and putting yourself through the pain to receive the reward, then you'll keep doing it. As soon as you forget what the reward is, you stop caring about it and your behavior will wane and you'll start being an idiot. Organization. Keep your email, phone, desktop, house, office, bedroom, everything clean. So you want to keep everything in your life neat, tidy, and organized. Because if you do this, then it's way easier for you to be disciplined. So for example, if we have a look at my my laptop background here, what you can see is pretty much nothing. So I'm not existing in this chaotic state where I've got 100 different folders and everything. I've got a VSL that I'm working on here. I've got the slides for this video, some graphics for this VSL, and then just a workout split that I'm going to add to my phone. Then I've got the academy, what I'm working on, and then some other stuff in here. And this level of organization is true for my phone. I don't have any apps on my phone. I don't have any notifications on. My office is neat and tidy. My house and bedroom are clean. Everything's organized, clean, and neat and tidy and put away. Because when your environments, both digitally and physically, are optimized in this way, it's incredibly easy to do the right thing and behave properly. and time management. So plan your time meticulously and always have a prioritized list on lock. So you should always know what you need to do, and you should always have a to-do list in place to make sure that you're doing the right things, and that's how you're going to keep yourself accountable to the right behavior. And you want to plan your time. So you want to plan your days, you want to plan your hours, you want to plan your weeks, you want to plan your time off, you want to plan your months, you want to plan your quarters, and you need to have a nice linear to-do list of everything you need to do so that you don't go off the rails and keep yourself clean. Now, similar to sleep, diet. Cut everything except single ingredient foods. Simplify it and stick to it. You know, it sounds weird to have dietary advice in a business training video, but I cannot tell you, if you cut out all foods except single ingredient foods, like raw single ingredient foods, I cannot tell you how much more money you're going to make. Because when you do this, you're going to drastically reduce the inflammation in your brain, which is going to raise your clarity, reduce your brain fog, and give you more energy and focus, which will allow you to execute on tasks with more efficiency and effectiveness. But also, like, you're not going to have crazy energy spikes or crazy emotional spikes because you're not putting, weird chemicals or manufactured organic material into your body that your body's not supposed to naturally digest and deal with. And it might seem like a weird thing to say, I'll just eat clean, you'll make more money, but trust me, you will. And anyone who's successful will tell you this. It's like boxers. They don't like to eat shit food because then they've got to exercise on shit food, because shit food doesn't really burn a clean flame. And that means that their training sessions are fueled by dirty flames, right? And that tends to not work very well. And then exercise. So work out at least 4 to 5 times a week with intensity, regardless of your mood. So, exercise your body, put yourself through some physical pain. And if you get this thing right, as well as the diet and the sleep, your body's going to be naturally energized. And conjuring up discipline and willpower is significantly easier when you've slept well, you've eaten well, and your body has been exercised. And love suffering. So remember to love and embrace the trial by fire, and meet effort with resistance and face the pain and look to love it. Fall in love with the pain. And persistence. You need to do all of these things every day, all day, without wavering, come hell or high water. Okay? So I don't care if you're sick. I don't care if someone's died. I would have empathy for you there, and I'd certainly care. But for the sake of taking the stance of your slightly harsh mentor, I don't care if you're going through a bad time. I don't care how anxious you feel. I don't care how depressed you feel. I don't care what your parents say. I don't care what your friends are doing. I don't care how you're feeling. You have to do these things all day, every day, because any excuse you find to slip on one of these things is an excuse you find to slip on your goals and slip on your life and basically end up at 85, 90 years old on your deathbed, miserable and unhappy because you didn't listen to some random dude on the internet. Okay? So do them, come hell or high water. And discipline is an all or nothing affair. So if you want results, and if you want this mindset thing to really, truly work, then you have to be all in. So you can't just think, oh, I'm just going to work really hard on my business. Because remember, we don't have business problems. We have personal problems that reflect in our business. And so, if you're trying really hard in business and you're working really hard, but you're eating like shit, you're not exercising, you're sleeping like rubbish, you're not grateful for anything, you forget your goals, you're messy and not organized, then yeah, you might become a little bit successful, but significantly less than otherwise. This success thing is an all or nothing affair. You need to be on top form everywhere in your life. There is no room in any component of your life for you to slack off and basically seek instant gratification, because that's what slacking off is. And so these are the main components of your life that you need to be disciplined in. First of all, business. You need to be pushing the business forward constantly as hard as you can. And so what happens is people try and just do the business thing and they ignore the other 7 things, and then the business fails, and then they say, oh, it's all right though, because 9 out of 10 businesses fail. Fucking hell, pull your vape back out, mate. Anyway, finances. Saving money, being smart, investing wisely, and not spending like an idiot. You need to be disciplined with your money and your personal finances. And your body. You need to be exercising, eating clean, sleeping well, and taking your health seriously. And your mind. You need to be meditating, keeping yourself in check, and managing your emotions and your mental health, and keeping your mind sharp and intelligent. And focus. You need to be focusing on one thing at a time, keeping your mind clear, sharp, and singular. So no multitasking, no bullshit. Social. Removing bad friends and people that don't help you achieve your goals. And dopamine. You need to learn to manage your dopamine levels, not overstimulate yourself or let yourself become limbically hijacked. So limbically hijacking, or becoming limbically hijacked, is basically what happens when you expose yourself to a stimulus that essentially hijacks your limbic system and bypasses your consciousness and forces you to act on things without thinking about it. Primary example would be going to Pornhub. And then you see a thumbnail and the title and you don't even know why you clicked it, but you did. You've allowed a corporation to hijack your neurochemistry. So don't go there. Don't visit the website in the first place, you bloody idiot. Knowledge. Constantly learning new things and becoming an information sponge. So you need to learn that this is all or nothing. It's not just business. It's not just making money. It's not just getting clients and doing outreach and doing sales calls. You need to be on form with your finances, your body, your mind, your focus, your social life and relationships, your dopamine and your knowledge. And the reason you need to be all in, and the reason this is all or nothing, is because how you do one thing is how you do everything. How you do one thing is how you do everything. Discipline is a universal currency, and so is laziness. So what you need to realize is your brain is programmed in a certain your brain is programmed in a certain way, and we want to program it towards discipline. And on a neurochemical level, on a basic brain level, right, on a limbic level, your brain cannot tell the difference between tasks. So if you're dealing with your relationships or socializing, or if you're reading, or if you're training and working out, or if you're exercising, or if you're working, or if you're doing a sales call, your brain on a limbic level, it doesn't have this like conscious thing. It's just a ball of biology. So it doesn't have situational context. It's binary. It's ones and zeros. And what that means is that your brain does everything the same way because it doesn't have context. So it's not gonna chemically prioritize business over exercise. It's just going to use the same behavioral mechanism to act on both things. And so what you need to learn to do is exercise discipline in every area of your life, because what that will basically ensure is that your default mode for dealing with everything is discipline. So lazy people struggle with business and doing work because their default mode, their default brain operating system is laziness. So in the same way that if I've got a MacBook right now that I'm recording this video on, if I open up Google Maps, then the MacBook doesn't know that I've opened up Google Maps. It's not conscious, right? But what the MacBook does is it uses its Mac OS operating software to run Google Maps. And it will use the same operating software to run Microsoft Word. And it will use the same operating software to run Google Chrome. So think about different components in your life as like programs or apps for a computer. And your brain has an operating software, and it will use that operating software to run every single program in your life, whether that's your mind, your body, your focus, your social life, your dopamine, your knowledge, your business, your finances. It deals with everything in the same way. And so what you need to learn to do is discipline yourself in every component of your life so that your natural default mode for operation, your default operating system for every program you run in your life, or every app you run in your mind is discipline. Because if you're seeking instant gratification in one area of your life, then this will seep into every other area of your life and destroy your chances of being successful. So this is why, for example, if I'm eating food for lunch, I will avoid watching YouTube or scrolling through short form content or watching a movie. Because what that means is I'm training my brain to do that in other areas of my life. So it means when I sit down to work, my brain's default mode is slightly biased towards, wanting to watch some videos or listen to a podcast whilst I work. Like if you multitask in different areas of your life, then you will bring that into work. And you cannot get away with anything. Any mode of behavior that you facilitate outside of business and work will seep into your work. So it's crucial that you're airtight everywhere. And how someone works out is how they will work. So, if when you're working out, if you're working out and you get to the point, you're doing like a set, let's say you're doing a set of bench press, and if you're sort of like getting a little tired and you kind of can't be bothered to do some more reps, then you're going to carry that energy and that mode of behavior into your work. And how someone socializes is how they will work. So, if someone's got a massive social circle and, they've got a really diverse social circle and they're constantly making new friends and filling the social void, then what they're going to do at work is bring that in. They're going to try and talk to loads of people and be really extroverted and probably get nothing done. And how someone watches a movie is how they will work. So when you watch a movie, are you sat on your phone, or are you actually paying attention? Are you having to indulge in sugar and popcorn and stuff whilst you do it, or can you just sit and watch it? How you do that is how you will work. And how someone sleeps is how they will work. So if you've got a nice, clean, regimented sleeping pattern where you go to bed at the same time, wake up at the same time, and you sleep properly, you'll do the same thing with your work. And how someone reads is how they will work. So all of your behaviors, all of them, will feed into your work. It's impossible for your brain to differentiate between tasks. It treats everything the same with the same mechanism. And your brain works on familiarity and application. Whatever mode is most familiar with the brain is the mode it will apply to work. Now, if you're seeking delayed gratification in your work, but instant gratification everywhere else in your life, then your work will suffer and your business will fail. And this is because the brain will use the easiest default mode to deal with whatever it's familiar with. Okay? So like I just said, if you're seeking instant gratification in other areas of your life, then you will seek it in your work. And it's impossible to find in your work, so you're going to give up or start doing shit that's stupid and won't actually get your results. Becoming successful requires you to be great in every area of your life, not just the business. You need to smash it with your finances, your personal finances, right? Your body, your mind, your focus, your social life, your dopamine, your knowledge, and all other areas of your life if you want to win and succeed. Why? Well, it's because people don't have business problems. They have personal problems that will reflect in their business. And a business is basically put on top of the founder's life. And you can imagine business as like pressure. So, when you're just existing, when you're just living as a normal civilian, you can get away with this shit. If you've just got a 9 to 5, you're just working in a restaurant or something, or just chilling, like you can get away with being a little hungover at work, or eating loads of shit food and being really tired in the afternoon, or having a chaotic social life, or having a toxic relationship. Like these things, like they don't. If you bring them into work, it doesn't really matter because you have no ambition or desire to rapidly grow your career. But the second that you assume the responsibility of a business and you have this entity and employees, and suddenly it's like you've got this becoming self that you've got to become. You start to become responsible, and this is pressure. So you can imagine that like a person with a shitty life, it's like having cracks in their life. And if you're a submarine and you have a crack in your hull, so if there's a crack in the submarine, then that might not be a problem at the surface of the ocean. But the second the submarine submerges down deep into the water pressure increases, and any little crack is vastly expanded and will explode. And so this is my point, is the size of the bigger your business gets, the more pressure that's put on you. And if there's cracks in your life, or there's issues in your life, then the pressure will expose those cracks and your business will fall apart because of them. There's no room to have cracks, okay? You truly cannot get away with anything. So that addiction you've got, that habit you've got, that person in your life, that snack you eat every night, that YouTube video you watch, that YouTuber you watch outside of educational content, that show, it's all got to go. You have to seek greatness and perfection everywhere. And this moves me on to my next topic, which is sacrifice, giving to get. So let me ask you a rhetorical question, because obviously parasocially you cannot answer through this video. How bad do you want to be successful? If I ask you that question, you'd probably say, yeah, real bad. And if you ask most people this question, they say, yeah, really badly. Like, I really want to be successful. Like, I want success as much as I want to breathe. That they quote that motivational video that you might have seen, maybe you haven't. But everyone says they want it. Everyone says they want to succeed. Everyone says, yeah, I'm going to do it. I really want it real bad. Now, the problem with this is it's very easy to say that you want success, but it's another thing to prove it. Because everyone says they want it, but no one proves it. How do you prove it? What's the true measure of how bad you want to be successful? One word: sacrifice. Giving things up. This is the true measure of your desire to succeed. There is no greater telltale sign of how successful someone's going to be than how much they're willing to sacrifice for that success. People talk a big game and say they're hungry to succeed, but the minute you tell them to sacrifice something they care about, or the minute they realize they have to sacrifice something they care about, they reveal their true character and their true priorities. You have to learn to worship success, and when you worship something, you naturally have to make sacrifices for it. So religious people understand this. If you believe in God, or if someone believes in God, then they worship that God, and they will sacrifice things in their life for God. They'll sacrifice their time and by going to the church or to the mosque, and they'll sacrifice behaviors like lustful behaviors or proud behaviors, or all sorts of things that you might want to do that would feel pretty pleasurable. You have to sacrifice for for the God you believe in, whether that be Jesus, Muhammad, or there's plenty of religions. But you get my point. Every activity or thing in your life that isn't related to the achievement of your goal must be eliminated immediately. I don't care about your emotions. I don't care about your feelings or your reaction to this statement. You're welcome to hang on to your thing, but just know if you do, it'll cost you everything. And if you don't sacrifice things for your goal will become a sacrifice. So you're probably thinking right now, there's probably a few things in your life that you need to get rid of, but you don't want to. Fucking get rid of them. If you're not willing to sacrifice those things, then you will not become successful. It is as simple as that. Get rid of them. Okay? We'll talk about it. So here's a list of everything. Well, it's not really everything. The list will probably be more comprehensive than this, but here's a list of everything that I could list in 5 minutes that I sacrificed to become a multimillionaire. So I got rid of sugar, which sucked because you have cravings and withdrawals, and you go through something called keto flu, which is very unpleasant. And getting yourself off sugar or carbs as well, is tough, it's difficult. Alcohol and heavy drinking. Smoking. So yeah, quitting smoking, that kind of sucks. Late nights, lay-ins, parties. I basically sacrificed my 20s, like the social life. When I put uni library here, because I've got a fond memory. I wasn't so fond at the bloody time, but I used to go to university at a university called Plymouth University in the UK, down southwest of the UK. And the library of the university was called I think it's like the Charles Seal Hayne Library or something like that. And every night, my flatmates and my friends would host parties, because I lived in student accommodation, so university halls, or dorm rooms as you call it in America. And every night, my friends and flatmates would host parties. And, they'd buy loads of drinks and alcohol and drugs. And, we do, like, in the UK, you have this thing called pre-drinks, which is where you drink in your flat before you go out, and then you drink more, and then you end up seriously regretting that. But they'd have parties, and the parties would be at my flat. And, what I would do is I'd pick up my gym bag, at like 7 p.m., and I would walk myself over to the university campus, which was about a 15-20 minute walk. And in my bag, I'd bring books and my laptop. And what I would do is I would go to the library and I would sit there and speed read self-help business books until 11 p.m., 12 a.m. Then I'd go home, cook some food and go to sleep. Because I knew that by 11 o'clock or 12 a.m., the local club, which was called Prism, if you've ever been to a prison before in the UK, I do sincerely apologise for your experience because it's not that great. The prison would open at like 11 or 12. So I knew that by then all of my friends would have gone. And, so I would just leave. As soon as, if there was a party being hosted, I would walk to the library and read. And that's a sacrifice to make at the age of 19 or 20. Like, that's a fucking hard thing to do. But I knew this stuff and I had to do it. I had to sacrifice porn, so I don't watch pornography. I don't engage in any of that stuff. And I also don't have any social media either, so I don't see any of that, any of the porn bait that you'd get, like the OnlyFans stuff, whatever. But I had to get rid of this because I was like, I know that I can't be, engaging in just short-term pleasure and watching this stuff, and I'm never going to have a healthy long-term relationship, and all these things have got to go. Xbox and PS4. I had an Xbox, and I ran a bath and put it in the bath. And also I had a gaming PC as well when I was younger, when I was like 17. And I basically got the gaming PC, I got a screwdriver and took it apart, and then I smashed up all of the parts, and then I couldn't put it back together, and because I was only 17, I didn't have the money to buy another one. So I literally just sacrificed my gaming PC. I literally just disemboweled it and then destroyed it. And then a day or two later were the insane urges to play League of Legends or Minecraft or whatever stupid game I was playing at the time, but I couldn't indulge in those impulses because I'd sacrificed the PC. I've done some extreme shit to become successful. Like people look at me on YouTube and stuff, and I get comments, and I get comments on videos, and I get people in like real life, like friends and stuff, being like how did you do this? Like, why is it that you got to the multi-8 figure mark and everyone else who started around your time just gave up or struggled or is still just making like no money? It's because of this. It's because of the shit like smashing up the gaming PC or going to the library or all this stuff. And my friends, I turned my back on everyone I knew for a year and a half to become successful. And I lost a lot of friends. And Netflix and YouTube and short form content and all social media. So I used to have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat. Fuck, I've never had TikTok actually because that was, it's only been released in the last like 5 years and I had it unlocked by then. But like, you know, I used to have all of this, you name it, I had it, social media. And I had to delete it. You know, I got rid of it and it sucked and it was horrible, but now I don't use it. And junk food. So, you know, I had to sacrifice like junk food and all this crap. And also my entire wardrobe. So what I did, and this is, you don't have to necessarily do this, but what I did is I got rid of all of my clothes and I bought a bunch of black t-shirts, a bunch of black trousers and a bunch of black shorts. And then I just I basically worn the same thing every day for like 8 years. And the reason I did that is to reduce my decision fatigue. And decision fatigue is the more decisions you make throughout the day, the worse your decisions get throughout the day. And by wearing the same thing every day, it's one less decision I have to make, which means that when I make business decisions, I'm slightly sharper and I don't have to think about this. And also I don't get weird impulses to buy random clothes. And dating apps, like I got rid of the whole, I just didn't date. I basically didn't date for like 2 years. Like I didn't like watch porn or have sex or do any casual sex or anything like that for a very, very, very long time. I was just dialed in. It's a sacrifice. You know, who the hell wants to give these things up? These things feel great. Like in the moment, like these things, they're fucking awesome. Like you loving it. But I knew that I couldn't. And you know, here's a list of things that I currently sacrifice to get to the next level. So you know, I'm at the point where I'm at that 8-figure level, on the way to multi 8 figures, and I've got no doubt in the near future on the horizon will be 9 figures, multi 9 figures. Like I'm going to be a billionaire. There's no two ways about that. As long as God or the universe, whatever you believe in, graces me with enough time, I'll get there. And there's not a doubt in my mind. But you know, I'm not going to get there whilst clinging on to lots of shit. So here's some things that I currently sacrifice that I could have that I don't to get to the next level. So supercars. So you know, if I wanted to, I could go down to, you know, Mayfair in London where I am right now, and I could go to the Lamborghini dealership or the Bugatti dealership or the Ferrari dealership, and I could go and spend like $1 million or $2 million or $3 million on supercars, and you know, find a garage and just put them in there and drive them around and have civilians rotate their neck muscles to pay attention to me and all of my clout. I could go and do that, but yeah, sure, that might feel good. Like maybe sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, I wish I had like a Lambo so everyone knew who I was. Then I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? That'd be stupid. So these things might feel great, but you know, fuck it. Fame and influence. So you know, I've got the know-how and the money and the competence from a content perspective to make viral content and become famous. I know the playbook. I know exactly how to do it. And if I wanted the massive audience with, you know, consumers, I could do that. But my videos are more business focused and focus on, you know, my mission and my vision, which is helping people start businesses and become successful. And you know, I don't want to just make, you know, trite, shallow lifestyle vlogs that don't really add any value and just capture the attention of random people that have no interest in actually doing anything. They're just dreamers, right? And boats and jets. So you know, I don't want to switch. Don't know why my language has just switched to Arabic. Sorry about that. Anyway, boats and jets. So, you know, I could go and buy like a Sunseeker yacht and I can probably charter like a private jet to go to Vegas and gamble. But, you know, I'm sacrificing these things. Famous friends. So, you know, when you become successful, you can get into some pretty exclusive clubs. You know, I know lots of people who know lots of people in Dubai, in London, etc., who are quite famous. You know, and I know where these people hang out. I know what clubs they go to. I've played sports with some of them, and like I've met some of them and stuff. And like, you know, if I wanted to, I could become this like socialite person that is friends with all of these big YouTubers or, you know, rappers or whatever the hell. Not like A-list celebrities, right? I'm not talking like Kanye. I don't think he'd be that interested in being friends with me. Then again, I might not be interested in being friends with him, but that's a story for another day. I'm sure he's probably an alright guy. Anyway, he's a bit controversial, so we'll leave it at that. But you know what I mean? I'm not going to be like banging on Harry Styles' door like, all right, babe, do you want to go out for a drink? But my point is that, you know, I could have this wild, Great Gatsby social circle, but I would rather just have the boys that I'm friends with, right? Luxury brands. So I could go and buy all the luxury brands or watches. Like I could have a, you know, multi-$6 or $1 million watch collection or a mansion. Like, you know, I had the mansion in Dubai. I lived on the Palm. I had like, the most exclusive address on the planet with a house that cost like $10 million, and I had it. And you know, when you have a mansion, like everything, yeah, I had it. It was great, but I realized I had to sacrifice it. I moved back to London, right? Since I started recording this program. And I moved to London, and yeah, I live in a nice apartment in London, and it's in a posh part, expensive part of London, and you know, stuff like that. But I'm not living in like a 8-bedroom fucking giga mansion that, you know, you bring a girl home to that and she's just like, marry me. That's pretty much what happens, by the way. Story for another day. But anyway, parties. So same thing. You get invited to lots of parties. When you're successful, you can go to these clubs and you can buy tables for 10 grand, all these dinners and stuff, galas, blah, blah, blah. Travel. So I could literally go wherever I want, whenever I want, with whoever I want, at pretty much a moment's notice, anytime, anywhere, wherever. If I decided tomorrow that I wanted to go to the Maldives, and then the next day I wanted to be in LA, and the day after that I wanted to go to the North Pole, I could fucking do it. Like once you have the money, you can go anywhere. And I want to get to the next level and become a billionaire, and I'm not going to do that by partying all the time and traveling all the time and spending time in stupid mansions or buying these silly things. And the same thing goes for freedom, right? And social life. So to be fair, I have a decent social life. I play some sports, I see some friends, but my social circle is quite tight-knit and small. And the last one is the women thing. So what I can tell you, if you're a young guy watching this, maybe you aspire to this, but once you get to a certain level of financial abundance, you become very confident, and women, the whole dating thing gets quite easy. And the really attractive, the 10-10 models, whatever you're looking into, whatever you want, they get, they actually become attracted to you, because people tend to date at their level. And so if you've got a woman who's beautiful in her own right and she's like a runway model or something, those girls aren't dating guys that are just broken. Some of them might, I'm not saying they're gold diggers, and I'm not calling attractive women gold diggers at all. I'm just saying that if, as a woman, you're beautiful, you have more, let's say, social leverage to pick and choose who you want. And if I was a beautiful woman, I would probably pick and choose a man who was competent enough to take care of me financially. Why would you not? In the same way that lots of rich guys who are very successful and have high status and high value want a beautiful woman. And so, if I wanted to, I could hop on Raya, which is a dating app for the rich and famous. I'm not on it, but I could. But I know people that are on it, so you just get referred. And then, I could do that. And then what I could do is I could start posting on Instagram like all of my fancy shit, and then start the DM game where I'm sliding into the DMs of Instagram models, and they would reply because they can see all of this stuff, and then I could start sleeping with these people. Like, I'm telling you, once you have money, all of this stuff is possible and easy. Like, the world just opens up to you. But that's a big problem, because if you want to get to the millionaire, multi-millionaire point, and then enjoy the fruits of your labor by having all these things, then you can absolutely do that. And I'm not advocating for sacrifice of these things if you want them. What I'm saying is I want to be a billionaire and build a massive, impactful company more than I want the instant pleasure and status associated with the following things I've just highlighted. And so what you have to do in life is you have to pick what you want, because if you want to build something massive, you can try to keep these things in your life if you want to, and you can probably still build a big successful company with a few of these things in your life, but it's going to be significantly harder, it's going to happen 10 times slower, and it's far less likely to happen. Okay? Like, yeah, you might find that, but what about this guy that's got these cars and is more successful than you? Or what about this guy that dates all these women and is a billionaire? Like, yeah, I'm not saying this is like a bulletproof thing. My point is that when you sacrifice these things, they drastically increase your chances of becoming successful, and they make it more of a sure thing. Now, the only things that I haven't sacrificed in my life towards my goals are my very close friendships. So, my best mates, my relationship. So I'm not one to talk about my personal relationship with whoever I'm with, because it's not really anybody's business, and I like to keep my very, very personal relationships private and personal, as I'm sure you would if you had an audience as well. And my family. So I'd never sacrifice my relationship with my family, but also my health. So the only things that I don't sacrifice are my close relationships with people that I love, or my health. So my best friends, my girlfriend or my wife, whatever, my mother, my father, my grandmother, my sister, my brother, my uncles, my aunties, my family, all those people, I'm never sacrificing. I would rather be unsuccessful than lose people that I love, right? Because there's nothing more important than that to me, at least. Well, that's a very sweeping statement, and I don't know if I thought that through entirely, but you get my point, right? And also health. So something that I would never sacrifice my health. Now, I have in the past sacrificed my health, and as I'm going to tell you a story later on in this video where I did kind of let my health slip for my business and my success. And sometimes you have to do that. Sometimes you have to take short-term health hits to get your business off the ground, but for the long term, it's not advisable. You still need close relationships. You still need love. You still need a loving relationship. You still need to sleep properly, eat properly, and exercise. Without these things, your limbic system will wreak havoc on you and mess your focus up. So, if you don't have any friends, or if you don't have any love in your life, then your brain won't let you work, because you're just going to constantly seek it. Now, that's not to say that you can't go a year or two without those things like I did. So when I got rid of all of my friends, and I didn't have a girlfriend or anything like that for like nearly 2 years, and I didn't really eat or sleep properly whilst I was building my business for the first 2 years, and I came out just fine. But for the long term, if you want to do this for anything longer than a couple of years, then you need to kind of have these things on lock, which requires discipline and obviously delayed gratification. So what you want to do is you want to think of it like this, as a visual. Everyone in life has a flame, and this flame represents your energy, your focus, and your personal, mental, or time capacity for success. So when you're thinking about becoming successful, there's this flame that burns inside of you. And the bigger the flame, the more energy, the more focus, the more time you have. And right now, you spend a lot of your energy. So this flame is burning in all sorts of different directions right now. So all of your energy, focus, capacity, and time is spent on lots of bullshit that doesn't help you achieve your goal. So your wardrobe and what you're wearing, or what you're eating, or your junk food, or your social media consumption, or your short-form content addiction, or you're spending time on YouTube or watching your Netflix series. You're spending time with friends that aren't good for you, or playing video games, or on your Xbox. You're spending time watching porn and trying to find the perfect video to masturbate to, and spending hours doing that and thinking about that and being an idiot. You're spending loads of time laying in bed and just being lazy, or having these late nights, or partying, or drinking, or smoking. Like, all of these things are behaviors that take energy from you, right? You only have so much flame, so much burn that you can give. And what you do is you throw it all on the fire. So metaphorically speaking, when you sacrifice something, what you do is you take all of the energy, focus, mental capacity, and time spent on it, and you burn it. And what that does is it increases the size of your flame so that you can channel this all into work. And so when you sacrifice something, you basically gain more energy and more time, because all of the energy and time you were putting into it is now available to you to put somewhere else. So let's say right now that you spend 3 hours a day playing Call of Duty. If you sacrifice Call of Duty, you now have 3 new hours per day, and however much energy you would spend on that thing to put into your work. And that's how you get an advantage. And when you sacrifice everything at once, your flame will burn. Because imagine if you did no bullshit, you'd have all the time in the world to just work. And then that's how you become successful, because you can start executing on things real quick. So you want to sacrifice all of it. And I can hear what you're thinking and saying right now. But Charlie, I need it. I can't possibly get rid of X. X is denoted not as the social media platform, but the thing that you know you need to give up. Like, don't lie to me. Don't lie to yourself. There's something in your life right now, the big thing, that big thing that you're thinking about right now as I'm talking about it, that you need to sacrifice and get rid of. There is. It could be a game. It could be a person, a relationship. It could be an addiction. It could be a habit. It could be anything. It could be a belief system. But you know what it is. Probably not a belief system, although we're going to sacrifice it anyway. But you know what I mean, right? And you're probably talking about like, I can't possibly get rid of it. I need it. That's what you're saying to yourself. You're saying, I need it, Charlie. I need this thing. Well, you fucking don't. You don't. What you need is to get rid of it so you can become successful. It's bullshit. You can get rid of it. You just don't want to, and you're frightened. You've cooked up a lie in your head that this thing is necessary and that you and your business need it to survive. You don't, and it's bullshit. Truly, if you really want to know what this thing is, all it is just you clinging to your current identity it's your current sense of self and your current identity clinging onto something that gives it steam in life. So remember when we talked about this whole point of like, you need to sort of kill your current self to become who you need to become to achieve your goals? And we discussed this and how, like, in Trial by Fire, we talked about how it's your current sense of self has a survival bias and it's going to try and stop you from, doing new things that basically, kill it off. Well, all of these things that you need to sacrifice are things that your current sense of self is attached to. And so when you sacrifice one of these things, you sort of remove that part of your identity, which is quite painful, which is why you're so convinced you need to keep it. This is all just resistance, and your current sense of self is just kicking up a fuss here. So what you need to do is make the decision to get rid of all of it. All of these things you need to sacrifice. Think of it like this. This is a really cool metaphor here. So, when you play a video game and you try and defeat a boss, and that boss has healers. So maybe you've played like a video game before and you're trying to kill a boss, and that boss keeps getting healed by these things. And usually if you're doing that, what you would do is you kill the healers. Well, all of these things you need to sacrifice are like healers for your current self. So if you're trying to defeat your current self, which is the boss you're currently fighting, but you don't take out the healers, then what's going to happen is the boss or the current sense of self is going to be consistently reinforced and healed by the healers, which means that you can't defeat it. And it doesn't matter how hard you swing at this thing, it doesn't matter how much magic power you use to try and defeat the boss that is your current sense of self, if it's being healed by these stupid behaviors, then you're not going to defeat it. So imagine a video game, you're trying to defeat a boss, but NPC mobs keep spawning to heal the boss. Like, what you would do is you defeat the healers. But this is what is sacrificable behavior that is your current identity. So in video games, if you want to kill the boss, you kill the healers first. And I'm telling you that these things you need to sacrifice are like the healers. So when you try and take out your current sense of self and you start trying to change, if you're keeping these things behind and you're keeping the addictions and the bad habits, then your current sense of self is being consistently reinforced and healed. And it doesn't matter how hard you swing at it, it's always going to come back with a vengeance. So think of it like that and sacrifice everything. And I know it sounds extreme, but the reason that this program and that I get such extreme results for you is because I recommend extreme measures. Get rid of everything. Do not get rid of your health, your family, your relationship, or your very close friendships. Anything else, because these are the things that you need, right? These are if we ask any deep psychologist like Maslow's hierarchy of needs and stuff, these are the things we need. Like, you don't sacrifice the roof over your head. You don't sacrifice your access to running water. No, but those are things that we have in the West that we take for granted anyway. Maybe you're in the East, but you probably have those things, right? I hope you do. So don't sacrifice these things, because these things you actually truly physiologically need. Your limbic system needs these things to work and run properly. And yeah, you can go without them for a year or two, but not for the long term, because you'll go weird and strange. So what we're going to do is a sacrifice audit. So I want you to do this right now. So this is a personal sacrifice audit. So what you're going to do with this is basically list everything below that you're going to sacrifice for the pursuit of your goal. So we've got this little bullet point list here. So you can access this resource in the description of the school community. Of the school group, and I want you to do it right now. So it shouldn't take you more than 5 minutes to just list these things out. So pause the video and go and do it. Now, or just let me explain. So you could put in like leave. League. Oh, you could put like League of Legends, or you could put, you know, like weed, you know, anything like this. These things that you think you need that you don't. Okay. And then what you're going to do is you're going to write out the one that you really don't want to list. So this is the big, bad, scary one that you do not want to get rid of. So what you're going to do is you're going to list out a bunch of stuff here, but you're going to probably leave one thing out. You're going to leave out the thing that you really don't want to get rid of, and I want you to write it here because we need to get rid of it. And by writing this out, and by sort of, sorry if you can hear my water bottle opening here. I'm just going to drink something real quick. These recordings can be pretty tiring on the mouth. Anyway, now write out the one thing you don't want to list. So get rid of the one thing, and then what I want you to do is write down what action items you're going to take today to start the sacrifices. And then you're going to write out what drastic action you're going to take right now to get rid of this final
final boss sacrifice as well. So basically, if you're scared or anxious, this is good. If you're in pain right now and you're feeling nervous about this and worried, that's good because you're experiencing pain. Remember, pain is when resistance meets effort. So you're going to feel a lot of resistance to sacrifice these things, but if you put the effort in to sacrifice them, you're basically, remember what we talked about this with the bank of suffering, right? And building up this pain tolerance and stacking as much pain as we possibly can. This is the easiest way for you to earn lots and lots of pain points and to stack up that pain currency bank account. Like, because this is the most painful thing. Like, if you can do this, if you can sacrifice all these things, I promise you that everything else gets easy and the world will truly open up to you, because this is the hardest thing to do. Like, doing the outreach, the sales calls, the client delivery, building the business, it's hard, it sucks, there's going to be lots of pain, rejection, fear, doubt, stress, tiredness, exhaustion. But the hardest thing to do is giving up the shit you don't want to give up. So if you can do this, then the rest of what you have to do will pale in comparison. And there's no better way for you to build up your pain points than this, I promise you. So for example, for me, the one thing that I didn't want to get rid of when I was like 17, 18 or whatever, it wasn't 18, I was like 16, 17, was video games. Like, I really did not want to get rid of these things. Like, I played my computer religiously. Like, if I had a spare moment, I'd be on there playing League of Legends, I'd play Minecraft, all sorts of stuff. And it had to go. And I was like, I managed to get my diet in order, I managed to sleep well, I did everything right. But the one thing that I couldn't get rid of was the gaming thing. It was the one thing that was like the ultimate thing. So, what I did is the drastic action I took was to destroy. Right? So what I did is, like I told you, I disassembled my PC and I destroyed it. And then I ran a bath, and I kid you not, this is no word of a lie, I put my Xbox in the bath. And lo and behold, the Xbox didn't work anymore. And, I got my PC components, I put them in a box, and I chucked them out, and I chucked the Xbox out. And what that meant is I had no means to play video games anymore. It was hilarious because the only thing that I had left that I could play video games on was my Nintendo DS. So most of you who are Gen Z, you won't know what Nintendo DS is, but it's like a little flip-up like gaming console, and the only game that I had that I could play was Pokemon Platinum or something. And it got to the point where I was trying to play Pokemon. I was that addicted to gaming that I was trying to just play Pokemon on this little Nintendo DS screen. Then I kind of realized I was like being an idiot, so I just put the DS away and just never looked back. But you need to just final boss sacrifice. There's got to be a drastic action you can take, and it's going to feel fucking drastic. Like, people are going to think you're insane, because this gaming PC I had was like it was like £2,000. My Xbox was like £300. Like, these were Christmas presents, these were birthday presents, and people thought, like, my parents were like, what the fuck are you doing? My friends were like, what the hell are you doing? But I was like, the more drastic the action, the more of a statement it is. In the same way that when we're looking at what I'm sacrificing at the moment, all these things here, like I'm just trying to think of an example, like a drastic thing, but I've never really engaged in these things, to be honest. So yeah, no, we won't go down that path, but you get my point, right? So yeah, write down what you're going to get rid of, write down the big thing you need to get rid of, and then write down what you're going to do to get rid of these things. So if, for example, you want to sacrifice junk food and sugar, then go into your cupboard at home right now and get rid of all of the junk food and sugar, and just, any energy drinks or Coca-Cola, just pour it down the drain, and any sugar or any shitty foods, just take it to a food bank or put it in the bin. If you're trying to get rid of porn, or you like a porn addiction or something, then go to your internet provider and tell them to disable it. Like, tell them to disable adult content. And then that way, if you want to turn it back on, you've got to go and ask them, which is a little bit awkward. But actually, that might not work, because I think internet providers you can turn it on and off like yourself. But some of these things you have to just power your way through. But we want to find actions where we can. Okay. So, here are some personal examples of drastic action I took to sacrifice the things that I needed to get rid of. So, we know about the gaming PC analogy and the Xbox bath thing. Now, this is another one. When I was 21, 22, at that point I was a millionaire. And I went on this sort of like dating rampage, because I was like, oh, I'm just gonna, now I'm a millionaire and I've got all this money and I can, and I can attract these girls. And I did. And at one point I was talking to, I think, like probably like 4 or 5 people at once, just like aimlessly texting them and like sleeping around as being an idiot, stupid. And I kind of realized, I was like, I have to sacrifice this casual dating thing. Like, I've got to sacrifice these women, like not in an actual physical sacrificial way where I'm like slitting their throats and taking them up to a temple or something. What I meant is I texted all of the girls that I was seeing that I'm not interested and don't see a future with them. And this is a painful thing to do. I text everyone, all these girls that had potential that I was talking to that I didn't have any long-term intentions with, I was just casually seeing. I just texted them all. I was like, hey, I'm ready to focus on my business. I don't see this going anywhere. I want to be honest with you, so I wish you the best of luck. And I copy and pasted like this message to like 5 or 6 people. And you can only just imagine the responses, right? Understandably, it's my fault. But I did that, and and that was pretty drastic, because I can tell you from experience that if you say that to someone and you cut that off, and a month later you change your mind and message them, they won't have any of it. All right, so drastic action. I moved to a city, so I moved down to Plymouth, when I'm brand new, knowing no one, which was a good sacrifice. I also sacrificed this was a big one. This was a massive one that massively helped me become successful. No one thinks about to do this, but this really helped. I sacrificed my financial comfort zone. So one thing that happens is a lot of people are very comfortable in life, and they like their little comfort zone, specifically with their money and their finances. So what I did is I had this money that I had saved up, and it made me feel a little bit comfortable, a little bit secure, which is fine. But what I did is I bought a high ticket course for the business, right? So there was this course
required me to put like 10 grand, 15 grand down or something, right? And that was kind of, I had a little bit of money, but a payment plan, it wasn't that much, right? And what I did is I bought this high ticket course from my mentor, which was absolutely fucking terrifying, because I was like, you know, this is my like last bit of money, like I need it to work. But what this did is I sacrificed my comfort zone financially, and that it forced me to work. Like it pushed me to, I was like, I've got to replenish these cash reserves. So I kind of gave myself no choice. Like I burned the bridges, I burned the boat, so to speak. And it was very uncomfortable, it was very painful. But I'll tell you, in terms of deposits to the bank of suffering, that was a big one. That was a massive sacrifice. You know, you can't afford to be risk averse. Like if you want this business to work, sometimes you have to sacrifice money and short-term comfort. Like, you know, you need to actively seek out a way to wisely invest what you have so that you can push yourself out of your comfort zone. And to me, the most logical thing was to buy a high-ticket course from Sam, my mentor, and that was 7 years ago, I think. And that was very worthwhile thing to do. But yeah, I also checked out all my clothes, bought a new cheap, simple wardrobe. You know, I used to spend like all my money on clothes. I'd buy like $2,000 sneakers, and I buy all these brands and like all this shit and these watches and stuff, and then I just chucked them all out and just bought black t-shirts. And I told everyone that I was going to stop. So this is a big thing you can do. When I say X, I don't mean like Twitter, right? But I told everyone I was going to stop whatever it was I wanted to stop. So if I decided I was going to sacrifice drinking or smoking, I just tell everyone, like, hey guys, I don't smoke anymore. Because then if you're with them and you smoke, they're like, I thought you said you weren't going to smoke, you idiot. And then you feel, you know, you get this thing called social cognitive dissonance, which is where you start feeling guilty that you've told someone you're going to do something and you're not doing it. And don't think you can get away with anything. So when it comes to doing these sacrifices and listing out these actions and starting to note what you're going to do to get rid of these things, you cannot get away with anything. So, you know, what you might be thinking is, oh, I'll just put the Xbox under my bed. You know, once every now and then can't hurt, right? Fucking wrong. Or, you know, I'll just tell that bad friend or that toxic relationship that I just can't see them for a month and it will fizzle out, right? Fucking wrong. Or, you know, I'll just ask my mum, like, you know, I'll just ask my mum to hide all the junk food. I won't go looking for it. Fucking wrong. Your decision to sacrifice whatever it is you need to sacrifice must be absolute. If it isn't, you haven't really made the sacrifice. You've just buried it in a coping pretty fucking hard, okay? So, you know, if you're like, if there's something you know you can do to sacrifice something you know you need to get rid of, like I'm just trying to think of an example here. Like, okay, perfect example. Okay, so let's say that you want to get rid of Instagram because you're probably going to need to sacrifice Instagram. Now, is it going to be helpful in the future for business? Yeah, maybe you're going to start an Instagram account for your personal brand and start making content to get clients, right? That might be a good thing to do. But right now, you probably have a personal Instagram account, and on that personal Instagram account, 3 things happen. 1, you post pictures of yourself for validation and attention, which reinforces an instant gratification feedback loop. Bad. 2, you scroll through your newsfeed and you scroll through your Instagram reels, stimulating your brain and encouraging your brain to expect instant gratification with the flick of a single muscle group in your finger. Bad, right? Probably a bad thing to wire your brain in that way. It's like the least amount of effort possible for the most amount of reward is scrolling through short form content because it requires literally no calories burned in that finger scroll. 3, you spend your time looking at other people and being jealous and envious of them. So Instagram is not conducive to your goal. It's going to hold you back, and it's going to wire your brain in the wrong way. It's going to keep this narcissistic craving attention loop open in your mind, and it's going to encourage you to look at what other people are doing and be an idiot. So you need to sacrifice it, and it needs to go. And what you're going to do is you're going to say, yeah, I'll just delete the app. And then it's gone. Delete the fucking account. That's right, the one that you've got your followers on, the one that you've got your friends on, the one that you've got your algorithms on that are perfectly engineered to deliver your brain exactly what it needs to keep your attention. Now that I've suggested that, you're a bit like, oh, I don't know if I can, I'll just delete the app. Well, you're a fucking idiot. Pull your vape out, mate, because you're coping, all right? You know, like I did this where like I was trying to sacrifice Instagram, and what I would do is I would delete the app, and then lo and behold, 2 months later, I'd re-download it. Because when you sacrifice something, it has to be total, it has to be completely absolute. Like if you delete your account for good, that tells your unconscious and yourself that you're serious about the sacrifice and there's no turning back or going back. But if you just delete the app but keep the account, then all you have to do to get that back is go on App Store, type in Instagram and download it. There's no effort in that. The level to which you sacrifice something is denoted by how much effort you'd have to go to rebuild the thing to get the same level of gratification that you initially received from it when you had it before. So if you just delete the app, you can just type it in, download it, and then within 30 seconds you're back on it. That's not a sacrifice. This is why I destroyed my gaming PC. This is why I put my Xbox in the bath. This is why I burnt all the bridges with my casual sex relationships that were just stupid and lustful and idiotic. Like, you have to just absolutely get rid of it. So delete your accounts, delete all your social media accounts. Block people. That's another thing. Like, if you've got toxic people in your life you want to get rid of, just fucking block them. Or just tell them that they're toxic. Just say, hey man, like I don't think that where I'm headed in the future is I don't think that, you know, that we're the best fit for each other in terms of being friends moving forward. You're going to piss them off. They're going to hate you. Good. There's no going back from that. Sacrifice. Absolutely. So now we'll talk about focus, because this is like a big heavy thing, and this is a big heavy video. Like we're not even 7 pages in yet, and I think we're like an hour and 20 minutes into the recording. So let's keep this moving. But do this personal sacrifice audit. Do it now. Don't put it off. Don't be an idiot. You know, maybe you're vaping. Why are you vaping? Oh yeah, I know that's a great idea, isn't it? Let's just put a what is a vape at first principle? It's a plastic device that allows you to initiate instantaneous pleasure at a moment's notice. Yeah, why don't we just keep that in our pocket? That'd be smart, wouldn't it? yeah, that's a really good idea to, hardwire our brain to, with literally the lift of an elbow and the lift of a shoulder rotator cuff, receive instantaneous pleasure. That'd be a good idea, wouldn't it? Yeah, I don't see any second order consequences to that whatsoever in terms of our success or the way that our brain deals with work. No, not at all. So get rid of it. All of it. Hell, like go and buy some fireworks, attach your vape to a firework, and then shoot. I'm not saying you probably don't vape. If you vape, you're an idiot, right? But the point in making it is that the bigger the spectacle, the bigger the action, the more drastic the action, the more. Like go and buy some fireworks, attach your vape to a firework, and then shoot. I'm not saying you probably don't vape. If you vape, you're an idiot, right? But the point in making it is that the bigger the spectacle, the bigger the action, the more drastic the action, the more likely you are to never return to it. If I had a vaping addiction, I would literally do that. I would go and buy fireworks, I'd attach a vape to the firework, and I would shoot that firework off into the sky and watch my vape explode 100 meters up. In fact, if any of you do vape and you want to sacrifice vaping, which you should, record it and put it in the community because that would be absolutely hilarious. Anyway, focus. So another massive component in discipline, a massive component of discipline, as well as sacrifice and delayed gratification and all or nothing. Another massive component is focus. Focus basically just means doing one thing. And you need to train your brain to do one thing at a time. So when we talk about focus, like there's lots of different levels we can discuss focus on, in terms of like just having one goal or just having one relationship or whatever. But really, when it comes to work and what you're doing with your day, focus is discipline. Because the opposite of focus is distraction. And so the ultimate discipline when it comes to working is not getting distracted, which means just focusing on one thing. For example, I've been recording this video now for an hour or an hour and a half, whatever it is now, and I've been fully focused that entire time. I haven't been on my phone, like pulling my phone up. I haven't been on like social media or anything, or like going off to eat or anything. I'm just purely solely focused, and I've engineered my day to do this recording so nothing can get in the way. So you need to have singular focus always. Everything you do should be focused and with sole intent, because if you manage this everywhere in your life, it'll be easy at work. So the point here is, this is again an all or nothing affair. If you learn to focus in every other aspect of your life, then when it comes to work, it's going to be really, really easy. Because when you're eating, just eat. So if you're eating lunch or dinner, don't sit with your laptop in front of you, or don't sit on your phone or listening to a podcast, just eat, because you're just doing one thing. If you're going to the bathroom, don't bring your phone with you. People do this. If you're watching a movie, don't hold a conversation or talk or have your phone near you. If you're in the gym, turn your notifications off or put your phone on airplane mode. If you're listening to a podcast, don't text or message people. When you're at work, only have windows or tabs open relevant to your project. If you're in a meeting, close everything. Like, you need to learn to just do one thing at a time. Because when you do one thing at a time, the 86 billion neurons in your brain can all latch onto the one task at hand. And that's how you make insanely good shit. If you watch these videos, and I'm hoping you're in awe, as to like, when you watch these videos, you're like, fucking hell, these are good videos. Like, how the hell does someone make videos like good? I'm hoping that's how you feel. That's how I feel. I feel like they're pretty good. But anyway, maybe you don't. I hope you do. You made it this far, so you should. But when you look at these videos and you think, God damn, these videos are good, it's because I've focused. I've put every single ounce of neuropower that I've got into this Google Doc or into the Google Docs. So when I'm working on these things and I'm typing them and filling them out, I'm not like, doing stupid. I'm not like trying to watch a podcast at the same time or message people on Slack or email or, talk to my friends or anything. I'm just like locked in. And that's how you produce insanely good stuff. Whenever you watch like a great movie or read a great book or anything that's ever been good ever, if you see like an athlete performing at the highest level, all they're showing you is the result of their focus of just doing that one thing over and over again. And you're training your brain to use the mode of one thing at a time. So remember we talked about how your brain uses a universal comprehension mechanism like an operating software to run these different programs of life, whether that's your money or your finances or your wife or your husband or your kids or whatever. How you deal with one thing is how you deal with everything. And if you're focused in every area of your life, then you'll be focused at work. But if you're distracted in every area of life, then you'll be distracted at work. And this accelerates the speed at which you can get stuff done and increases your output quality tenfold, because focus is a force multiplier and it's an exponent, which basically means that it multiplies the efficiency and effectiveness of your workload. Okay, so when I was making this document, what I thought I would do is show you my screen. So here was my screen from when I was making this document. You can see how long these documents take to make, by the way, because at this point I'm like nearly halfway through the document. It's the 28th of May, and I'm now recording this on the 16th of June. But here's my screen right now. So, in my tabs, I've got the module I'm working on, the plan for the module, the Google Drive of the module, which is in my Google Drive. I've got the personal sacrifice audit document here, and the Miro board for some diagrams I was drawing. And then there's nothing else. So, like, my screen, when I'm working, contains nothing but the thing that I'm working on. I don't have like a billion different tabs up here, like 30 tabs open with like notifications pinging with like loads of different shit. Just one thing at a time. So if I'm logging into school to check my communities and deal with my communities, then I log into school, I go in there, so I can show you what I do. So I come here, and we go to school like this. And I'm not logged in now. By the way, this is going to probably look entirely different because I haven't actually launched the program yet. So you're looking at just a place. But what I would do is I'd log in, and then I'd do my thing. So I'd check my messages or reply to whatever, whatever. I don't actually check my messages, to be honest, but because I get so many of them nowadays. But I do what I need to do, and then I would log out, right? And the point is what you can see here is I'm not even logged into school. So I spend all of my products are in school, for God's sake, but I'm not even logged in. Because what I do is when I'm finished doing something, I log out and close it. And I do this with everything. Because that way, like, it's done, it's finished. So when I need to use school, I will log in, I will do the work, and I will log out. And then I will go back to the next thing. And so what you want to get into the habit of is doing one thing at a time. I don't check school randomly and then leave it open in the tab and then come back to work. Because then I've got like, having multiple tabs open in your brain or multiple windows or apps open in your phone or your computer is like your brain dedicates part of its power to that tab. And this is like people who have like 30 tabs open and their desktops are chaotic. It's like, how the hell do you get anything done that you can't focus, right? So when you finish something, close everything relevant to it. Like I'll give you an example. Yesterday, I had a personal phone call with a friend of mine, and I went on a walk, and I sat down in a nice park in London. It was nice and sunny, and I was talking to a friend of mine for about 45 minutes, and I just put my phone down and we just talked. It was just a conversation. I wasn't like replying to other people at the same time. I wasn't like, trying to like run around and do stuff and run errands at the same time, or go and do this or that or the other. It was just talking to a person, and it was a really good conversation. And we connected through that conversation, and it was nice, and it was very nice. And most people, when they talk to people, they're doing something else, and so they're not really paying attention to the person. The person's not really paying attention to them, and so they kind of have this weird parasocial proxy relationship where they don't really know each other because they don't pay any attention to each other. So you need to learn to do this in your relationships and your conversations as well. When you finish a social application, just log out. Make sure everything is closed and finished before moving on to your next task, and turn off all your notifications and lock your phone away. Don't let tabs and windows build up, you fucking freak. Close down apps on your phone you finish using. Don't leave emails half done. Like, your desktop needs to be organized. Don't leave projects half completed. Don't leave messages left on read. Don't have notifications on remind me later. You shouldn't even have notifications on full stop. Don't have movies half watched. Don't have series half completed or conversations half watched. Like, I cannot watch some of a movie. I can't. Like, if I'm watching a movie or reading a book, I cannot start another movie or another book until I finish that movie or that book. Because it's one thing at a time. It trains your brain to finish things and complete things. So you must finish what you start. Because if you start something and don't finish it, and you start something else, now your brain has to sort of unconsciously tangle between these two things. Finish what you start and religiously do one thing at a time. So there are a few exceptions here. Driving, walking, and listening to music are all fine. So whilst making this resource, so whilst I was making this Google Doc for you, I'm listening to music. So I was listening to music whilst doing that, right? Or maybe if you go for a walk and you listen to a podcast, that's fine. Or talking to a friend whilst driving. Like, you've got these, unconscious, like, behaviors that you can execute on or partake in that don't require any conscious effort, that just sort of sit in the background. So like, like for example, with like swallowing, like when you swallow or when you breathe, or when you thermoregulate your body or sweat, you don't do any of that consciously, it just happens, right? So things like driving that you can just do whilst listening to music or having a conversation or walking or whatever, that's fine, right? But generally speaking, you want to avoid switching. Switching is where you have multiple environmental stimuli that require your attention that do different things. So having your phone on your desk, or having Instagram open, or reading emails whilst in a meeting. The quality of your work or anything you do is determined by how focused you were when you were doing it. So the reason that this video recording is of such a high quality, or the reason this Google Doc is of such a high quality, is because when I'm building it or when I'm recording it, the only thing I'm doing is it. And that allows it to be pretty damn good. So right now, if I was recording this video for you whilst I was trying to text a friend, it would be awful. It would be all over the place. So focus. One thing at a time. It's discipline. It requires discipline to do this. You need to learn to do one thing at a time. Like, if you're watching like a series, let's say you're watching a show on Netflix or something, right? Like, just watch one series at a time. Like finish this. Like I will not start another series until I finish the one that I'm watching right now. Like, and what I'll do is I'll give a new series one episode, and if like I don't watch series that often to be fair, but if I ever do, I'll give it one episode. And if I like it after one episode, then I will commit to finishing the entire series, no matter what. But if I don't like it after one episode, then I will stop watching it, and it's almost like I never started it. If that makes sense. Same thing with movies. I'll watch the first 10 minutes. If I'm not into it, then I'll stop. Because there's no point in watching like a 3 hour movie that you're not interested in. But you should know after 10 minutes, right? So one thing at a time, simple. Whether that's eating, whether it's talking to a friend, whatever, one thing at a time. So another component of discipline is projection and mirrors. And this is really interesting because you need to have the discipline to recognize your projections. Now, a projection is a pretty interesting idea in psychology, which basically denotes that we use other people to project our own bullshit onto. And it's a hard thing to explain, so let me try my best. So you're going to have to deal with other people as you build this business. That's an inevitability. You're going to have clients, you're going to have prospects, you're going to have business partners or employees, you're going to have team members and contractors, you're going to have an audience maybe, you're going to have all sorts of stuff. And it's inevitable. But as you do, you're going to project all sorts of stuff onto these people and screw up your chances of being successful. So what is projection? Projection is where you unconsciously assume that everyone thinks, behaves, and perceives the world the same way you do. So if I said to you right now, well, actually, I'll give you some examples in a second. This is how you seriously snooker yourself in life and in business, because your capacity to deal with people, trust them, and persuade them is truly limited. So a lot of people love to project their shit onto other people. And so if you assume that someone thinks the way you do, or behaves the way you do, or perceives the world the way you do, then you're projecting your perception of reality onto them. So let me give you some examples. So let's say, for example, that you think that all people who sell courses are scammers. Well, the problem with this is you're never going to be able to sell a course. Why? Because if you think that everyone who sells a course is scamming, then you're going to think that everybody else thinks that whoever sells a course is going to be scamming, which means that if you sell a course, everyone's going to think you're a scammer. Do you see what I did there? Do you see how that works? It's a projection, it's a mirror, right? You have to recognize that, like, how people behave. How do I explain this? Because it's a bit tricky to explain. Like, well, let me give you these examples and then I'll try to give you some more ones. So let's say that you think that everyone who's muscular is on steroids with no exceptions. Well, you're never going to try to get muscular because it's impossible to do so without steroids. So if you just assume that, like, you know, everyone's on steroids who goes to the gym, then you're probably not going to bother going to the gym. Or let's say, this is a big one. Let's say you hate receiving cold calls. So let's say someone cold calls you and they try and sell you something and you judge them for it and you think that they're horrible for trying to sell you something. Well, you're naturally going to hate cold calling because every time you cold call someone, you think someone's going to hate you. So your expectation of the perception of other people depends and hinges entirely on your perception of other people. It's a projection, it's a mirror, okay? And the same thing is true in business. So if you take a long time to make decisions and you can't make decisions quickly, then if you try to convince someone on a sales call, for example, to make a quick decision, you simply can't. Because what you will do is you will project your decision-making pattern onto them. Because if someone says they want to think about it, then you'll assume that that's true and right and that you should give them the time because you would think about it. In the same way that if you, let's think of another example here. Let's say that, okay, this is a good one. Let's say that you cheated on a partner in your past life, in your past relationship. So let's say that you cheated. Now, hopefully you haven't done that because that's not a very nice thing to do. But let's say that you did cheat. You are going to live in constant fear of being cheated on. Why? Because your expectation of other people's behavior depends on your own. So if you've cheated on people before, then part of you is going to worry about being cheated on because you've seen that happen yourself. You've done it yourself, so you expect other people to do it to you. And so this is why some relationships go really south and really toxic, because, you know, if someone's constantly terrified of being cheated on, it might be because they've cheated before. Because how can you be afraid of being cheated on if you haven't experienced it doing it yourself? It could be because they've been cheated on by their previous partner, right? That's entirely likely. But my point is these projections are everywhere. And that's the example I gave here. Now, the big bad wolf to watch out for here is judgment. So the thing that you need to discipline yourself out of is judgment. You cannot judge people. You cannot afford to judge people unless they vape. I'm just joking. There's an underlying funny theme in this video. When you judge someone, you hold up a mirror to yourself and you create a fear of being judged for that very thing. This is crucial. Every time you judge someone for behaving in a certain way, you effectively lock out that behavior and you will not be able to do it for fear of being judged. So you need to try your best as you can, to not judge people for anything. It doesn't matter how crazy you think their political ideologies are. It doesn't matter what they do, what behaviors are taken, how insane things seem, how much you hate them. Do not judge anyone for anything. It's a really hard thing to do, and I've been working on this for 10 years and I'm still not perfect with it. Trust me, I'm far from it. But you need to stop judging people, because when you do, you basically lock behavior behind bars. So say that you get like really drunk and you get really rowdy in a pub and I judge you for that. Well, now, if there's ever a time that I've got to be loud and rowdy for my business and my commercial success, let's say I'm trying to record an ad where I'm pretending to be drunk and I'm a prospect or something, I won't be able to do that behavior because I'll be afraid of being judged because I judged you for it. So what you judge people for is what you will fear being judged for. Okay? There's no way around this. So if you judge a salesperson for being salesy and think they're slimy, then you'll never be able to use proper sales techniques for fear of being judged as slimy. And if you judge people for what they wear, then you will fear the judgment of others for what you're wearing. And if you judge people's Instagram and social media posts, you'll be terrified of your own. So I know people that want to start personal brands and YouTube videos and content, and they're like, oh, I can't start my YouTube content journey. And I'm like, why not? They're like, oh, because people are going to judge me. I'm like, well, the only possible psychological way for someone to fear judgment is if they've been judging other people for that thing. And so I say this to people: if you're afraid to make YouTube videos or you're afraid to post on social media because of people judging you, it's because you've been judging other people for doing that. There is no other possible way for you to fear judgment. That is it. So let's say, for example, let's take the approaching women thing. So, if you're out and about and you see a beautiful woman and, you want to go up and ask for her phone number, right? And you don't do it because you're afraid of being rejected and judged for being rejected. Well, the only way that you can fear the judgment of rejection is if you judge people that you reject, or if you judge people for being rejected. So let's say that you watch a YouTube video online and there's a guy and he goes up to a girl, and let's say he's really bad with girls and he makes an absolute idiot of himself and looks like a fool and really fucks it up and just fumbles the bag. If you laugh at him and you judge him and say, God, what an idiot, he's got no riz, I'm glad I'm not him, then you're never going to be able to approach a girl in your life because you're afraid that if you fuck it up, that you're going to be judged in that way. So you need to learn to stop judging people as much as you can, especially with money and finances. I had this the other day with a friend of mine. Actually, she wasn't a friend. I was out in a bar. I was out with, it was a friend's birthday party, and we went for a drink or two at this bar, which was a rare occasion for me. But we went out, and we were having this conversation, and someone overheard us talking about money. And my friends and I, as you're aware, we've got some level of financial abundance, and she overheard us talking about money and being millionaires and stuff, and she said like, oh, like, you guys are so rich, like, how much do you give to charity? And we kind of explained to her, like, oh, well, we don't take much out of the company, we keep it in the company so that we can grow the business, and we feel like we're doing good work in the world through our business. And she was going hard. She was like, you guys are awful, you need to give more money to charity, like, how greedy, how awful. And she was judging us, right? And I thought to myself, well, there's a woman who's never going to make money and become financially successful because she's afraid that if she does, she'll be judged for the way that she manages it. And you serious, you snooker yourself here with judgments like that and behaviors like that. If you, let's say that, like, you get people who judge, like, politicians. Let's say the Donald Trump thing. Let's say Donald Trump is ruthless in a business dealing, and there's a recording of him being ruthless with another world leader. If you judge Donald Trump for doing that, then you're not going to be able to be ruthless in your business dealings. Why? Because you're going to fear judgment of it. You cannot afford to judge people. It's tempting and it's intensely pleasurable in the moment, but you have to try your best to not do it. Because if you do, then, you're gonna snook yourself. The only way the brain knows to register the fear of judgment is by first creating it externally itself and projecting it onto another human. This is an inescapable truth. If someone is afraid of being judged for something, I immediately know that they have been silently judging others for that very thing. This is why negative comments online don't bother me at all. Calling me some and it went really viral. It was me. Others for that very thing. This is why negative comments online don't bother me at all, because all these people are doing is projecting their bullshit onto me, and in the process, locking away behaviors that will be conducive to them achieving success. So I kind of get this little pleasure from this, because I know that there's people in my market who want to compete with us, right? Smaller people who make less money. When I say small people, I mean like smaller audiences, like trying to compete, right? And I know that a lot of them judge my content, and a lot of them, like they judge me and they judge the business. And I kind of like that, because when someone judges me, they lock behavior away that they might need to do to become successful. So, an example I can give you is one of my YouTube videos. The title of it, I copied pretty closely from a competitor, because he had a good video and it went really viral. And I thought, oh, I want a piece of that. So I got the title and I copied it. And as you can imagine, he wasn't very happy about that, and he was judging me for it. And I know he was, because he was like posting about like this indirect, like, this guy copied my title and stuff, and like he can't be original. So I was being judged, and I thought to myself, I was like, that's good, because that means that this guy, my competitor, isn't going to have the courage to copy what works from other people, because he's afraid that if he does, he'll be judged for it. So it's a little advantage, these things add up. Another example. For example, I recently made a social media post saying I've been silent online recently. There was this post we did on LinkedIn recently, for like appointments or something. I didn't even write it, but one of my team members wrote it. And this guy, it was like about me being silent on social media and how like I've been working behind the scenes and stuff on this program. And some dude, I didn't know who he was until this. It was funny. My head of appointments sent this to me. It's quite funny. Some dude commented on this LinkedIn post, calling me some massive liar. I can't remember his name.
And like he was like, "You're a liar! Like you've been on social media, like on YouTube," and he was like a hard judgmental comment, like this guy big time. And I shrugged it off. I was like, right, okay, well, this guy's being a bit of a silly man because, you know, he won't be able to post on social media without first triple checking he's not contradicting himself in any way, shape, or form. So he's snookered himself. He's not going to be able to slightly contradict himself, or like he's going to be more afraid to post on social media because of fear of being judged or called out for behavior, right? So when you judge someone for a behavior or something, you lock that behavior or that thing away and you'll be unable to execute on it for fear of being judged by others for it. In essence, when you judge someone, you snook yourself. And your silent judgments are still judgments. So just because you don't say or articulate your judgments doesn't mean you're not judging them. So you need to be aware of this in your brain. Like when if you judge someone silently, you're still judging them. So commit to becoming non-judgmental in your thoughts. It's tough, but very important. Anytime you catch yourself judging someone, you need to become aware of it, then revoke it and say, I don't care. So even if you don't say it, even if you just think it, you're still judging them. And it's still harmful, and it's still doing you way more bad than good. People think when they judge people, they get this like little weird egotistical one-up on them. It's like a little status play, like, oh, he's wrong, and you know, I'm right, and I'm judging him for this. Like it's very much an ego status thing, right? But you have to stop doing it. And this is why most people are afraid to try and succeed or start a business, because they've spent their lives quietly judging other people who have failed or tried, and they're projecting this onto everyone else. It's not real. It's a figment of your imagination and your own consciousness. People are going to judge you regardless, so you might as well try. When you take this perspective on judgment, it loses all its power. It's nothing. So what if people judge you? What are they going to do about it? You know, nothing. So don't judge people. It's a mirror. As well try. When you take this perspective on judgment, it loses all its power. It's nothing. So what if people judge you? What are they going to do about it? You know, nothing. So don't judge people. It's a mirror. Now,